Hey, good morning, and welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Robert, good morning. I want to see. I need to test my audio because I think I'm having problems with the audio. Um, the software that I use, man, is it kind of pisses me off sometimes. It's very annoying. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, so the audio is good. I couldn't hear the music that I had on the introduction here. Yeah, there was no audio in my introduction. All right, well, at least there is audio on this video, on this live. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Be too bright. Let me bring this down a little bit. I think that's okay right there. It's probably a little bit too bright for me, for my taste, but it is what it is. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and get started. How you doing, Robert? Hope you're doing good. Getting some mixed emotions over here, doing what I love to do. Looks like you are here with Jose. Jose Duarte. Jose Duarte in the house. How are you? Good to see you on here. Let's see. TikTok, you suck. TikTok sucks. Why does TikTok suck so much? I don't know. TikTok wants me to use their platform alone. Apparently, I don't know how these guys be using the TikTok and they don't have a problem with it. Let me turn this volume up here real quick. Right at there. And listen, when I yell, people complain. If I don't talk loud enough, people complain. There is no pleasing people. It shows me that it's too loud. Okay. All right, that's what it shows me. It shows me that it's too loud. But if you guys can't hear me, it's probably because I'm not speaking any louder than usual. Man, I got some, like I said, mixed feelings. Robert, you already know about those a little bit, but it gets worse. It gets worse. I guess I'll probably do a live with members only, so that I can tell you guys what's going on. But just so you know, I love doing this. I want to continue to do this as long as I can, but there's nothing I can do to control other things from happening. So there is that. The one of the news is that I'm going to start doing my streaming on the bigger profile, on the horizontal format. I've been playing with it. I don't know. I like it and I don't like it. I'm kind of used to this little format that we have here. But there's some things that is bugging me. And there's one thing you need to know about me is like, oh my gosh, dude, I go crazy if I'm not satisfied with what I'm doing. Now, that's just the way that I am. That's it, period. Now, I will say that today, I noticed, I'm sure you guys know this, but I noticed that it's either we're getting trolled, either we are getting illegal immigrants who are mad at us for telling the truth about immigration. But there's a couple of things that I've noticed, and it's really bothering me because it seems like there might not be any hope to change it. And I'll tell you what I mean. Streaming from Jalisco. Listen, let me go ahead and just address people here. Good morning, Jose. Roberto? No Roberto. Roberto is an asshole that I used to work with who is talking shit about me at work. But I will see him soon enough. Marvin, good morning. Let's see, because it's not my play button or YouTube. I don't know what that is. Are you guys talking about the audio? Is the audio not loud enough? You guys are so used to me screaming on the microphone. Gotcha. Let's see, Billy the Kid, you better behave today. Dennis, is not that, it's the crap you say. Interesting. Here's my argument. What do you say about us? What do you say about me? Don't play the victim. Don't play the victim or try to justify your asshole behavior. If that's the way you talk to me, that's the way I'm going to talk to you. And when I'm talking in general, it's not meant to anyone directly, but for some reason, these morons seem to feel offended as if they are guilty as charged. With that being said, good morning, Rush Babe. Good to see you. Jimmy, how are you? Good to see you on here. Mr. Mike, how are you? Good to see you as well. I love how socialists put us on timeout in their chats because they are immune to the truth. Yeah, well, you know. I'll tell you what, man. I don't have patience, man. I just don't have patience for... I don't know. I just don't have patience, period, man. I'm a very impatient man, and I think the older that I get, the worse that it gets. That's just the reality of things. That is just the reality of things. I'm going to make no excuses. No excuses. I'm just very impatient today. If you love us or hate us, please double tap the phone and subscribe. You can do it. Wolfman says, I say you are mean, grumpy, and a hypocrite. I wish that you can prove me on the third one. The first two, yes, I am. The first two, you're right. I am. And I tell people that all the time. So that is true. If something is true, I won't have a problem admitting it. But if you're lying, if you're bullshitting, I'm going to call you on it. So go ahead and tell me, how am I a hypocrite? I'll give you a chance. As a matter of fact, today we're going to do something different. Today I'm going to go ahead and give a lot of people more participation. Yay. Oh, shit, I left my phone in the car. All right, I'll go get my phone here in a little bit. We'll watch a video, take a break, and then I'll go get my phone. And then everybody will be allowed. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have no mods today. No mods. No mods. Sorry, Robert. No mods. Everybody. No mods. No mods. Yeah, no mods. There's only 2 guys that are hidden in my chat, and that is for a good reason. That is me doing that, so I know what's happening there. Give sec, as my Russian friend says. All right, we're gonna go through some videos today, but no mods. Sorry, guys, everybody, no mods. Behave. Make sure you're chatting correctly on there. There will be no mods today except for Streamlabs. I want everybody to be recorded. So if somebody wants to act a fool, they want to threaten my life, I don't appreciate that. The wife already feels uncomfortable about it and it's bugging me. It's pissing me off. So as I said, I have no patience for a lot of things, but specifically for stupidity and stupid people. Jonathan, good morning. Good to see you on here. I see the silent got blocked. You say you have enough patience or stupidity to support the orange clown. Well, see, that's the problem between you and me. You don't understand how to separate the orange clown from your blue clowns that you support. Bendito Dios. Marvin, you sounded right there. You sounded almost either Puerto Rican. Yeah, sounded a little Puerto Rican on there. Arthur, good morning. Good to see you on here. Streamlabs is a punk. No, Streamlabs is a pretty fair tool. That bot, I love that bot. Hey, don't be talking shit about Streamlabs, man. You might get blocked. I think I put the chat to strict, medium. I don't know what the hell it was. So we're going to make sure that we change some things in here. We're going to make some changes over here. Let's see. Billy Bob says, when you mute people, you lose the argument, especially when you throw in. So, Billy Bob, let me tell you something. I'm going to explain this. I'm going to say this as many times. I have no patience for stupidity. You understand? Freedom of speech doesn't mean that I want to hear your shit. Go use your freedom of speech somewhere else. Go use your freedom of speech somewhere else. You like that bear rush, babe? That's my, what do you call that? That's my sidekick. But, so there's a thing that when I have somebody calling on the phone if I type something and I use a letter that I have used as a hotkey, it starts talking for no reason. So there is that. Okay. Yeah, no. I believe in freedom of speech, but let me just tell you this: if you were talking to me in person the way that you talk on the chat to me and you start insulting me, consider my muting you or blocking you or timing you out for a few minutes like a slap in the mouth. It's that simple. You have your freedom of speech. You don't get to come over here and harass me on my channel. I don't appreciate that. So I hope that you understand that. This is my channel, not yours. Let's be clear. It is my channel, just so you know. If you come in here and disrespect me, you get put in timeout. It's that simple. Come in here if you want to have a conversation. Yeah, all the keyboard warriors are brave. They're all brave. And I again, you know, if I come over to your house and I start just insulting you and just going off and making you pissed off, what would you do? Would you just say, oh, freedom of speech? Go ahead, brother. Cuss me out in my house. Go ahead. Yell at my kids. It's a freedom of speech. No, that's not freedom of speech. That's harassment. That is harassment. So there you go. Just so you know that we're on the same page. That's what it's all about. All right. With that being said, I want to get to the main point today, and then I'm going to show you a clip. I'll go get my phone so people can call in, and then we can go ahead and talk it out. Okay. Now, if you for some reason you call in and you are just a dumbass, you are probably blocked on my phone. You are not going to get through, okay? But we will make exceptions. We will make exceptions. Even though the sign that I made says no block calls, I will take some block calls just to give you the benefit of doubt. All right. Good morning. My man in the house. Good morning, brother. Good morning. All right, here we go. With that being said, I want you to think about this, and I'm sure that most of you guys are actually already there. Let me tell you something. You guys have heard me talk. Nobody on the blue side, for some reason, no Democrat, no socialist, for some reason, they always blame the orange man. They always go to this and that. Always Trump, Trump, Trump. Okay, I got you. You don't get it. But that's all right. You guys hear me saying that I want to hold my local government accountable for their incompetence, for what they do wrong, their waste, fraud, and abuse. You say, orange men bad. Every time that I point out a fraud, something that the Democrats are doing illegally, the argument on the left is always Trump, Trump, Trump. It's Trump's fault. The economy is going down in each city and state, specifically on blue cities and states, and all they can say is it's Trump's fault. Trump, Trump, Trump. Mayra, if you don't want to be here, bitch, get the fuck out. It's that simple. If your bitch ass doesn't want to be here, just leave. Don't be trolling my chat. I don't appreciate that. If you want to have some real responses to your issues. Okay, but that's it. Okay. Mayra, get the fuck out of here. Ve a ver si ya puso la chancha pendeja. What a dumb ass bitch. You know that? What a dumb ass bitch. Anyways, again, if you want to be in here, I can just tell you. I want you to show me that you're serious about these problems. Now, let me make my point very clear. I'm going to ignore these idiots on the chat. Let me make my point very clear. Everybody in the world, everybody in the United States that is on the left side, and even on the right side, everybody is focusing more on Iran. Everybody has been fear-mongered by the left, by the legacy media. Everybody has been fear-mongered, blaming Trump for everything. Let me tell you why that is. Trump has interrupted the human trafficking chain and drugs coming into this country. That is bad for criminals. That is bad for the cartel. That is bad for our enemies who are enriching themselves off of the misery of our country. That is why they hate Trump. Number one. Number two, Trump puts American citizens first. Illegal immigrants are not a priority and they gotta go. That is the second reason why they hate Trump. And they gotta blame everything on Trump. Now, when I say they, I'm talking about Democrat politicians who have been using illegal immigration to abuse their power, to stay in power, and to take advantage of the people. It is that simple. That is the only reason why Democrat politicians blame everything on Trump. You see, it's a distraction. It is what they call a smear. They lie about it, they confuse you, and then they tell you that what you believe is not true. Don't believe your eyes. Don't believe what you see. Believe what I tell you. That is what they do. Number three, we have enemies who have been invading us. Our enemies are bringing in people legally and illegally. President Trump's immigration enforcement is breaking the plans of invading this country. So Muslims don't like us. Muslims want to get rid of ICE. Illegal immigrants want to get rid of ICE. A lot of paid protesters want to get rid of ICE. A lot of politicians that are being benefited from illegal immigrants want to abolish ICE. It's that simple. It's not rocket science. You have Iran. Iran has said death to America, and for some reason, the Democrats are just deaf. They are deaf. They are not listening. Their brain doesn't work that way. They have already been confused. Orange man is bad. That's the main reason. That's why they don't like me. Because orange man is bad. Well. Yesterday, 100 people dropped when I opened up my phone line so that you can call in and talk about it. All the cowards disappeared. Kept talking shit on the chat, but they couldn't call in. Why? Because they know that I'm right. They know that I'm right. And none of this bullshit, oh, you start insulting people and you lose me, bitch, like you don't insult anybody. Like you don't be cursing people out. You just don't like it when it's done to you. But don't be a hypocrite. Who is the hypocrite? So what I'm getting at is this. While some of you can think in all ways, like myself, some of you can only pay attention to one thing. Let me tell you what's going on right now. Iran, it's a distraction. President Trump, the United States of America, we defeated Iran right away. They were about to give up, and what happens in our country? Democrats in Congress and the Senate start fighting about illegal tariffs. Well, our enemies are holding down now. They know we have a civil passive war right now in our country. I can call it a civil Cold War. Democrats continue to fight us to allow illegal immigrants. Same thing as the fighting us against the slaves, freeing the slaves. Democrats are helping our enemies. This is why Iran doesn't give up. Russia is taking advantage of that weakness in the United States of America. And the weakness that we have is that we have these dumb-ass, retarded people in the Democratic Party. And they're just getting dumber and dumber and dumber. For Pete's sakes, we got people here trying to abolish our Constitution. How the hell does that happen? The Constitution which was made for the American citizens. They want to abolish it. They want to take away your guns. They want to leave you without any protection in case of an invasion or a tyrannical government takeover. Now let me ask you a question right there. Who is the tyrannical government? The one that tells you that you have the Second Amendment right and the right to bear arms? Or the one that constantly wants to take your guns away? Think about it. Think about it. Why would Orange Man Bad, President Trump, want you to keep guns if he's a tyrant? Why would he want to say, hey, you got the right to bear arms? It's in the Constitution. It's the American way. How is that a tyrant? And then Democrats, on the other hand, all they want to do is take away your guns. Take away your guns. Take away your guns. Take away your defense. Take away your protection. They bypass the vote of the people when they want to implement taxes. It is unconstitutional according to the Constitution of Washington State. And what do Democrats do? They rush the bill straight to the floor without allowing the people to vote for it. 11 times it has been rejected. So Democrats decide to go behind the Washingtonian American citizens' back and decide to push that through. Let me tell you that. Let me tell you that. If you think that I'm scared, you are not paying attention. If you think that we're scared, you are not paying attention. We are itchy to get out there and take your dumbasses out. Very itchy. Don't confuse our restraint, our respect for law, for fear. We are just law-abiding citizens. Criminals don't understand what that means. So as much as I want to blow your head off, I don't, because we have morals that stops us from doing such things. You see, I would be a very bad guy if I didn't believe in God. But I believe in God, so there is a restraint. But don't think that I will not defend myself or fight for this country. You see, Democrats don't exist anymore. When we say Democrats today, we're not talking about Americans. We're talking about communists. Communists, to me, are not Americans. You understand? They are traitors. They are traitors. Why, Dennis? Why are they traitors? Because communists take away our rights. And that's treasonous. You're betraying the people. So the Democrat government wants to keep you a slave, want to continue to stay in power. Not only that, but they are content and happy and willingly to make a new Sodom and Gomorrah out of the United States of America. You see, whether you believe it or not, is a spiritual battle as well. And the devil can't wait for God to come and destroy the United States of America because of all of the sexual perversion. With that being said, you are being distracted from the truth. And what is that truth? The truth is that our enemies are already inside our government. See, all the Democrat politicians who are corrupted, especially all these Muslims coming into power, they want to abolish ICE. Why? Because they see that bringing illegal immigrants and keeping the criminals free, they have the votes to put the Muslims that they want to have in power. Let me be clear. Their goal has been to infiltrate this country in a 100-year plan. Within 20 years, you can multiply as many Muslims as you can. By the time they're 18 years old, they will be born in this country and they will be able to vote and even run as president. That is the flaw in our Constitution. Not because it was written wrong, but because our enemies are raping our Constitution and are abusing it. See, they're taking away the American citizen rights. They play the victim card. Remember the story that the President Trump told about the snake? You remember that? We watched that on the speech. Remember? There was a snake who was freezing, was frozen out on the field. This woman came in, saw the skin, looked pretty, and said, "Oh, poor snake, I'm going to take it inside, and I'm going to take care of it." As the lady left the snake by the fire, gave her some honey and some milk. By the time the lady came home, now I'm making the story very short. By the time the lady come home, the snake had already been thawed. And she picks up the snake. As she picks up the snake takes a bite of her. And the snake just bites her, injecting poison to kill her. And she says, but I took you in. I took care of you. I fed you. And the snake says, "Shut the hell up. You knew that I was a poisonous snake and that I bite. And you took me in anyway." Moral of the story is what you see right now in government. You know what the terrorist Muslims are up to. You know what they do. You want to play stupid, and you think that you being kind and rational and you know, thinking with your emotions, you think that that's going to protect you. They're going to take you out. Luckily for a lot of you, we will fight against those people. It's just sad that people don't see how the enemy has been infiltrating our nation. They say it on their mosques. Become mayors, governors, get in Congress and the Senate, make laws, change the system to our will. And they are. And the American citizens and all the morons who keep voting for these people don't see it. They continue to allow the enemy to infiltrate our government. They have been funneling billions and billions of dollars. We sit here and we bitch and complain about Obama sending $600 million cash in pallets and a $1.7 billion in interest from a $400 million loan that they put into our banking system. It was more of a sanction, but we gave them $1.7 billion and we're bitching about Obama. And we don't realize that all of these pirates that have come into our country, all of this scam and the fraud, billions of dollars, where do you think that money goes? To our enemies. They are funding our enemies. They hate Trump. They hate him so bad. Not because he makes deals, but because he has disrupted the money laundering business. See, you Americans don't pay attention. Somali pirates got caught. Literally millions of dollars cash in suitcases flying from the United States to Europe and then to their Muslim countries. And what they tell you is hate Trump. He's breaking all these promises. Let me tell you something that pisses me right off. Me cleaning a floor, making it very clean. I spend and I dedicate my time and I go over it multiple times to make sure that my boss is happy and says, "Dennis, well done." What a great worker you are. What pisses me off the most is to see other people who are jealous of my dedication and they come and shit on that floor that I have been working so hard to clean up. That is exactly what the Democrats are doing today. President Trump lowers pricing, Democrats hike the taxes and regulations. President Trump lowers the price of the barrel of oil, Democrats raise the taxes and regulations. Everything to make Trump look bad. Tariffs. We made hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. And what do Congress does? What do Democrats say? It's illegal. All of a sudden, the big corporations that were saying that we were paying the tariff. They say the consumer is paying the tariff. We didn't get shit. But the corporations got their money. They got the tariffs. They made money off your stupidity. That's how the war works. They take advantage of the stupid. And you stupid people keep voting them in. It's like you guys don't think. You guys don't pay attention. What do Democrats do? Defend illegal immigrants. Defend the criminals. Well, Dennis, you're talking shit. No, they don't. How about they released 23 counts of felon convictions, 23 convictions, one after another. Not the same fake 34 felonies for Trump. We're talking about rape, heavy crimes, and they continue to release them out into the open so they can continue to commit crimes. Democrats defend criminals. I'm going to prove it to you. Every single day, they tell their following, their idiot followers, to put their lives on the line to defend illegal immigrants because it is a human right. It's not a human right to be in this country. It is a legal right. And if you don't have it, you got to go. Tampon Tim said, nothing is going to happen until blood runs down. Good job. Pretty good. Pretty good job. And a couple of other morons that continue to assault ICE agents thinking that there's no consequences. They fly all the way to El Salvador They even use their own money, they say. They go and talk with a president, telling them to release the prisoner, the criminal, MS-13 criminal. Spousal abuse, human smuggling, gangbanger, guilty of crimes. The dumbass senator from Maryland flies all the way down there to have some margaritas. Here's something you don't know. He actually danced with him. Fucking Democrats, you guys are retarded. You guys are retarded, man. The guy has a drink with the guy, dances a cumbia song with him, and Democrat followers, they just keep voting for them. You got all these fucking morons in Congress flying down there as well, flying down to El Salvador for a Salvadorian citizen. Who the fuck does that? Who goes to another country and says, hey, I want that illegal immigrant back into my country? Who the hell does that? Make that make sense. I don't give a shit if he's in this country before. If he's illegal and has a status of deportation, he needs to stay over there. I don't give a shit who messed up the paperwork. But here's the kicker. That man that plays in the NBA, what's his name? Griner? Did Congress go over there to Russia or whatever the hell he was in prison? Did Congress go over there and say, oh, he's just a basketball player that pretends to be a woman? No. I didn't give a fuck. President Trump brought him back. President Trump. It's the evil man because he is fighting all these criminals. Just like I am. Telling you the truth about socialism and communism, and these morons come in here and fight me about it as if they know about it. They never lived it. They never seen it, and apparently they didn't fucking learn a thing in school about communism. So now you have a problem. You have illegal immigrants that whether CNN says is just a couple, one is too many. If one got through, it's like roaches. If you turn on the light and you see one roach, believe me, you are already infested. By the time you see them, you are already infested. Muslims that run for government. You see, they support abortions, but just for you morons. Not for themselves. They want you to kill off your offspring. They want you to kill your babies. Now, they don't kill theirs. They make more. Do you know why these women, these Muslim women, are so submissive to their man? Because they take them when they're 8 years old. They traumatize them from a very, very young, innocent age. They traumatize them, and even though they want to get away, they can't. The flesh, they're already broken. They're broken. This Muslim man marries 7-year-olds. You see them on the street holding hands. Oh, look at the dad. No, that's her husband. I've proven it over and over. Shut up, soy wart. I've proven this over and over. So why do they want to abolish ICE? Because ICE is getting rid of all their voters. Ilhan Omar, after all of the fraud, how the fuck do people vote her in on the primary? You know how. It's her people. It's the criminals that she defends. It is the Muslim community, and they stick together. And this is something that you don't understand. And they continue to eradicate Christianity. Now, let me tell you something. Even if you're not a believer, even if you're not a Christian, tell me, how does it make sense to get rid of Christians in office who believe on respecting the American law, who believe that American citizen rights are first beyond anybody else, and you want to replace them with people who believe Sharia law is above all law? And let me tell you that eventually that is exactly what they want. In Texas, they had to ban that. In Florida, they had to ban that. Why did they have to ban it? Because they were trying to implement it. You want proof? There's your proof. But you can't handle the truth. You can't. Nothing is banned unless somebody's trying to put it in place. Think for yourselves. Think for once. You got to think outside the box. You can't let the lying media convince you to replace good people with bad people. Do you know why they don't give a shit about you? Let me tell you what they're doing. Go look it up. Let me tell you what they do. Do you think that these Muslims give a shit about the educational system? No, they don't. They don't care. You know why? Because when they build mosques, that includes schooling. That's right. They educate their own children and they raise them with the same goal, with the same hate. White people are evil. Americans deserve death. That is how they're raised. That's a problem. I can tell you, many Muslims come in here, and instead of trying to figure out if it's true, they just come here and call me a liar and deny it. But they know. They know it's true. And I'm going to tell you something. If you are a Muslim, it's not too late for you. You don't have to be a Christian, but you don't have to be a Muslim. Unless they already taught you that if you leave that religion, you will be killed. Prove me wrong. Make it public. Says, I am now denouncing my Muslimhood. Make it public. See what happens. I would rather you stay quiet, shut the hell up, and just leave. Just lie to them. Don't worry. They like taquilla. They lie. They force you, not enforce you. They influence you. They tell you that it's okay to lie to preserve your life. This is why Iran hangs those people anyway. Iran hangs their own innocent people because of their own stupid law that allows Muslims to lie to preserve their life. So when the Muslim tells the truth, the government already made up their mind. They're going to kill them. There is no true due process. They just pretend so the world has something fake to look at. But in the end, they kill their own people. 45,000 innocent Iranians killed just for talking back to the government. And how many of you go around throwing your freedom of speech? Motherfucker, you don't even belong in this country in the first place. Who the fuck are you to say my freedom of speech? Bitch, you are from Iran. Get your ass back to Iran. You Afghanistan. Get your ass back to Afghanistan. You're from Mexico. Get your ass back to Mexico. You illegal fucking immigrants don't belong in this country. Give me my fucking freedom of speech. Shut the fuck up. Americans, you are being destroyed from within. They're using your emotional weakness is a weapon against you. Do you understand? Only people that should be here are those who love the United States of America and want to assimilate to this culture. Is that clear? Anybody else, get the fuck out. It is that simple. What divides me from other migrants, what divides me and other migrants against other migrants, is that we come from another country, we love this country, and they don't. So they can get the fuck out. And all you sympathizer, loser Americans, you get your ass with them as well. Let the people that love this country be in this country. Do yourself a favor if you're such a patriot, if you're so true, and you're so American, and you love this country, you don't love this country, get the fuck out. Prove it to us that you're a real American. Knowing that you don't love this land, you will leave. That's how you prove that you're an American. You see what I'm saying? Just saying. Oh, the trolls are going to work so hard today to try to lie to you, to try to distract you. You see, the moment that we start pointing out fraud, waste, and abuse, but Trump, the orange man, the moment we start talking about illegal immigration and how it's wrong, but Trump did this and Trump did that. The moment you ask the governor, hey, wait a minute, you just raised $12.5 billion in taxes and you're out of money already? You mean you spent it before you got it? Explain to me. And they say, well, Trump is bad. The illegal war in Iran is Trump's fault. That's what they say. What kind of fucking answer is that? You tell me. What kind of answer is that? Liars. They're snakes. They're vipers. They're poisonous. They pretend to be nice people, but they're hateful. They don't care about your future or the future of your children. They're only here to cause damage to the United States of America just because they are jealous. China is going to be here in a few days. You think China gives a shit about Muslims invading this country? Go find out how many Muslims become Chinese. Go on. Go search it. Go search it. You are being lied to by the Democratic Party and the communists. Let me summarize. They blame Trump because he is destroying their plans. The Democratic Party knows that conservatives love this country more than the Democrats, and conservatives love American citizens before anybody else. It's a fact. So what do? They try to make the conservatives look like racist people, when in reality, they are the racist ones. They are the ones that lie to the black communities and to the Hispanics and to the migrants. False promises so that they can stay in power. President Trump has put a slowdown, not a whole stop, to cartels. President Trump has stopped human trafficking, drug smuggling. He has disrupted that industry. They are losing billions of dollars. Venezuela is free today and has a chance for a true democracy. Cuba's next, we know this. Mexico makes billions and tens of billions of dollars of illegal Mexicans that come to this country because they do send remittances back to their family. And you see, they found a loophole to use free health care, which is money from the taxpayer Americans. Now, I don't care if illegal immigrants work and they pay taxes. Fuck them. This is not their country. It is a privilege to work and to pay taxes. And that is not a privilege that they get. I don't care if you're making money off of it. I don't compromise my moral values. I don't care if you work as much as I do. If you don't have authorization to work, it doesn't mean shit. Corrupted politicians want Trump to look bad because he has uncovered all the scamming, all the fraud, all the waste, all the abuse, and the cheating on the elections. Well, well, well. What do they say? Oh, prove it. Prove it. Bitch, one day we will prove it 100%. Especially if I become governor here. Oh, the fucking voter rolls are going to be released. I tell you that right fucking now. The voter rolls will be released, and I am going to be putting people to jail left and right because I want these motherfuckers to pay for what they've been doing to the American citizens. These bitch-ass people in government right now, they're supposed to work for the people. The American people, not illegal immigrants. You want to help Mexicans, go to Mexico and help. You want to help Hondurans, go to Honduras and help. You don't allow them to come here illegally. And that's the bottom line. Bottom line, the United States of America belongs to American citizens, period. Nobody else. Let me go ahead and play my first clip of the day. First of all, you guys may have heard about this already. Listen to this moron, Hassan Piker. They don't give a shit about you. If you call yourself a Christian, you can get mad at me for my language. I don't give a shit. But if you call yourself a Christian, you need to open your eyes. You think I'm a demon? Well, let this demon tell you the truth. Open your eyes. If you think I'm evil and I am telling you the truth, what does that tell you? You have been lied to. That's what that tells you. Listen to this guy. Listen to this guy. He debated with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk owned him, but Charlie Kirk was always nice to him. And listen to this fucking snake. That's right, a snake. Like the story that Trump told us and that I just told you when I started this live today.
And another topic on politics, far-left streamer Hassan Piker kicking up a hornet's nest of outrage after leading a crowd and singing a song mocking Charlie Kirk over the weekend. Here's how it went.
Important.
So that sparked furious reaction online. Turning Point spokesman Andrew Colvett posting, Hassan Piker is engaging in pure, unadulterated evil. Let's bring our panel. Caroline Downey is the National Review columnist and Rich Zeoli, host of the Rich Zeoli podcast. It's great to have you both. So Austin Sloss, the congressman that Alex Hogan talked about, was on Fox News Sunday. He was asked about this Piker song that he sang, and this is what he said.
I reject Hassan Piker's ideology, whether it was seeming to celebrate or at least excuse 9/11, whether it is seeming to excuse the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which I condemned immediately. The Democratic Party does not stand for what Hassan Piker stands for.
Caroline, maybe we start with the fact that they thought leading a group in song about Charlie Kirk's murder in a mocking way was the right thing to do.
Yeah, no, it's so tiresome how the left pretends like they're the ones under threat as well as democracy itself, and then they literally relish political violence. This isn't a reluctant revolution where they say, well, you know, the Republican opponents, they're Nazis, so we got to be really aggressive. They're actually grave stomping in a jubilant way. I mean, Hassan Piker wears the costume of Mao Zedong, who is the most murderous dictator of the 20th century. He blows the death tolls of Hitler and Stalin out of the water. That's a very intentional wardrobe choice, and everybody knows it. But, you know, Jonathan Turley wrote a great column about this song and the way that the crowd was celebrating it. And he's right that Charlie Kirk built Turning Point USA on persuasion and substance and argumentation, good-hearted, reasonable debate. The reason why they are stomping on the graves of the dead, they're mocking them, is because they've run out of arguments. So they're past that point. This is the only thing they know how to do.
Democrats are getting a whole lot of questions about socialism these days. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen was on Meet the Press over the weekend. He admitted he's kind of kicking the tires a little bit on a possible presidential run in 2028. And then he stumbled over a simple question. Would he accept a DSA endorsement? Take a listen.
I'm not going to sort of look into all these endorsements. I'm not going to reject an endorsement by certain individuals at the DSA, but I'm certainly not seeking the endorsement from the DSA. This whole debate is an effort by Republicans.
By the way, this is the same man that went and had margaritas and danced a cumbia with an MS-13 convicted criminal, illegal immigrant alien. And this is your Congress from the Democrats, fly into a foreign country to bring back an illegal immigrant, a citizen of that such said foreign country. This is the fucking morons that we have in government. And you guys vote for these people? Very shameful.
As you heard from Senator Scott, to try to reduce, you know, the turnout for Democrats. At the end of the day, what unites Democrats is economic populism, standing up for working people.
Rich, decipher that for us. This wasn't a gotcha question, right? It's
right.
He essentially says, I'm not looking for an endorsement from the DSA, but I'm not going to reject one either.
Well, if he rejects it at his own peril if he wants to be a candidate in 2028, because the DSA controls everything. That's why you're seeing every Democrat, and this is what's happening right now, every mainstream Democrat.
And these fucking morons, even on the chat, you fucking denying it to me, bro? He was a fucking MS-13, you dumb ass son of a bitch. He was an MS-13. Do you understand? That motherfucker had all those tattoos on his knuckles, and he even said that another gang was trying to kill him. He said it himself. A rival gang was trying to kill him. Don't be a fucking idiot. Don't insult my intelligence.
Democrat is capitulating to the DSA. Chuck Schumer now saying we're a big tent, they're welcome here, because in order for them to maintain power, they have to kiss the ring of the DSA, which, by the way, is kissing the ring of Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker is not endorsing Republicans, and no Republican wants his endorsement. He's backing Democrats who are winning primaries. So the bottom line is this. If you have ambition for 2028, you better fall in line with the DSA. That means you got to back the billionaire's tax. You better get on board with Medicare for all, and eventually...
all those fucking criminals that Trump is trying to stop, they're in here showing their true colors on this fucking chat, aren't they? You guys enjoy all these evil motherfuckers. Anybody that tries to defend American citizens are looked as criminals. Isn't that interesting? Anybody that stands for the law looks like criminals. Isn't that interesting? Anybody that puts American citizens first are the criminals. Right. Yeah, that makes total sense to me, guys. Continue. Yeah, you guys are right on point. Letting me know how retarded you are.
You're going to have to say it's a big tent and we want you in it.
Well, that's what Hakeem Jeffries said last Sunday, too. He's like, I don't agree, but you're also welcome.
Right.
So
well, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I know one already. I know one, and I'm going to talk to him very soon.
Where was that? El Sayed, the candidate in Michigan, he and J.D. Vance got into it a little bit over the weekend. So J.D. Vance had gone to Ohio. He slammed him and then came back. This is what El Sayed said about Usha Vance. Excuse me, here it is. It's on X. So do we think JD is taking Usha with him back in time to meet Papa or no? Okay, so this is a reference to Usha Vance and her heritage. This is what Vance said about El Sayed on Friday, which led to all this.
I'd love to go back in time and tell my Papa that there's a man who claims to stand for working people who says not only should we have Sharia law, but if you criticize it, you're a white supremacist. That's not my papaw's Democrat Party, my friends.
There you go. Oh, if I criticize it, I'm the bad guy? You think that's bullshit? I don't know how retarded you are, bro. I'm going to tell you right now. I don't know how retarded you are. But these motherfuckers have been saying it themselves to us. Don't fucking play stupid. You will be the downfall of yourself, but you ain't taking us with you, bitch.
El-Sayed had a stream of tweets over the weekends, like his preferred way to communicate. How do you think that's going to go over with Michigan voters? And how wrong is it to bring Usha Vance into it?
Oh, I think there's ample fodder in El-Sayed's rhetorical history for Republicans to pounce on. I mean, this is gutter-level politics, this kind of race baiting that he's playing into. He's insulting the wife of the vice president. I mean, I don't think this is going to perform well among the moderates and independents in Michigan. You know, he basically implied that the Midwest is filled with bigots who think like this. That was the implication of the stereotype that he was peddling. And, you know, recent polling suggests that he's actually underperforming right now Benson, who's another Democrat in the state, across every single demographic, including white people, including males, including women, except for Muslims. If he thinks he can ride a victory on that alone, I think he's sadly mistaken.
Rich, we'll give the final word to you here. You would think El-Sayed would want to be targeting his opponent, right? Mike Rogers.
Yeah.
But over the weekend and in recent days, the two people he's been targeting are Usha Vance and Natalie Harp, the president's assistant. Your thought?
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see Jesse Waters tear into him tonight. Like, I am, get the popcorn ready. It's going to be great. He's a bad candidate. He has bad strategy. He doesn't want to talk about the issues, because if he talks about the issues, he loses. Remember something, everything he ran on works in a primary to get the nomination. It doesn't play with auto workers in Detroit. It doesn't play with black voters. It doesn't play with anybody who has two brain cells together who realizes how expensive all this is going to be. So, yeah, he wants to spend time on the internet rage tweeting and rage baiting everybody, because that's what he's used to. Remember, this guy came from a world of being a viral sensation. He's never actually had a real job. He's never actually produced anything in life. So that's where he's most comfortable. And if he stays there, that's where he's most safe as a candidate.
All right, Rich Cioli, it's great to see you
Great
on a
to see
Monday
you.
morning.
Thank
Caroline,
you.
thanks for being here to kick us off. We have a lot more to come. As Rich just mentioned,
Our enemies know, and there is proof. I'm going to tell you that right now. Our enemies know. Two things that I'm going to tell you right now. If the United States of America dies, the world dies. If MAGA dies, the United States of America dies. Do you know what that means? Listen, don't get routed up by the fucking morons that are trolling the chat. These guys are fucking lost. We're not going to lose because of them. It's not I don't give a shit about the midterms. I don't care about elections. I do care about this country being protected. You got to remember that we got trolls from fucking India, from Middle Eastern countries, Muslim countries. These guys are just here to talk shit to you. Do you understand? You got to pay attention to the message. If there is good Muslims out there, my job is to tell you the truth. Read the Quran. Don't just fucking say you're a Muslim because you go and pray a prayer that you don't understand, which means death to America. Read the fucking Quran, and then you can say you're a Muslim. Stop it. You want to call yourself a Christian? Read the Bible. Don't just read a couple of verses. Read the Bible. But if you really believe that Muslims are a good religion, go read the fucking Quran, and then you can say that. Because if you read the whole Quran, you will know the truth. And if you continue to be a Muslim, there is no good Muslim. Facts. I have the Quran. I read enough of the Quran to tell you that it's a religion that I will never, ever follow. Now watch the difference. Here is an update about ICE. 1,300 migrants in massive takedown. That's what I want to hear.
Thank you, Brian.
So, Markwayne Mullins, HHS, since he's taken over,
DHS has really kicked it into high gear when it comes to illegal immigrants. Yesterday, same thing. ICE arrested 1,328 people over the course of 2 weeks, mostly in the Virginia, Maryland area, and they say 400 of which had criminal records or charges pending.
So one of the things that he's been able to do is get the focus back on what really matters, Ainsley. Getting the criminals out of the country. I think most Americans agree with this. And they were quiet about it, but they were able to get some really bad people off the street.
Isn't it amazing that, I mean, almost 1,328 people. Like, you think, okay, maybe there are a few illegal immigrants in your community.
Right.
This is a lot.
Thousands.
Why are they going there? According to reports, it's because both of which counties, these are counties across Virginia and Maryland, have sanctuary-type policies in place. And of those arrests, almost 400 illegals had criminal convictions, as you said, Brian, or pending criminal charges. Let's go through some of them. The first guy, warrant for murder and use of a firearm. Next guy, arrested for attempted murder, 2 counts of assault, possession of a dangerous weapon with intent to injure, and reckless endangerment. The list goes on and on. Convicted of felony hit and run, arrested for making a threat to bomb or burn, assault and battery on a family member, and violating a protective order. Some of these individuals are in gangs.
Most of the people that you're going to come in contact are local criminals. So when you tell local cops that they can't work with ICE, then you're never going to be able to find these guys. You're never going to be able to coordinate to get them off the street. They were quiet about it, Brian, and they got some dangerous people off the street.
Yeah, so police in Loudoun County got one guy in particular, this guy Isaac Melendez Carranzo. He's a Salvadorian in the U.S., but he's not one on felony charges in distributing fentanyl within 1,000 feet of a school. But they have done there's one thing that's unsung about this administration especially, is what they've done to crack down on fentanyl, whether it's the cartels in Mexico, whether it's the boats off the shore, or whether it's the dealers right here in America. And DHS Secretary came out and said the brave men and women of ICE are hard at work every single day getting these dangerous illegal aliens out of the country. Over the course of the last 2 weeks, over in Virginia and Maryland, they arrested sexual assailants, kidnappers, drunk drivers, robbers, gang members, while sanctuary politicians in Virginia and Maryland keep putting the needs of illegal aliens over the safety of American people. The Trump administration will always put American citizens first.
So the media and the left are upset when ICE shows up to a school, but they're totally fine when the criminal is like selling fentanyl, which, by the way, is the leading killer of our young people. Is these drugs that are being laced, over 50%, according to the DEA, are laced with fentanyl. Yeah. But there's no protest about the guy that's a criminal showing up.
Fentanyl is really serious. It's 50 times stronger than heroin. It's 100 times stronger than morphine. It can cause fatal overdoses. And this guy, according to ICE, they arrested him because he was dealing fentanyl to high school students.
And just overall, the overarching thing is, if you want to know how crime's down in America, almost in every major city, this has a lot to do with it. Yeah. We're gutting out the illegals who already broke our laws to get here, and many of which are staying under the wire, but not with this administration.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Now, that's what ICE agents are doing. They're removing illegal criminal aliens, and they are going after these people. They have their photos, they have their profiles, and any illegal immigrant that stands in the way, they will also be scooped. And every citizen that obstructs federal agents will get their ass arrested. So think about that the next time you try to act like an idiot. Now, here is something that happens in El Salvador. I'm trying to find the one video. I want to find the one video that will show you how I feel that these fucking criminals should be treated. When they go to jail, they shouldn't be going to a 5-star hotel. Not even a 2-star hotel. Salvador holds a massive hearing. Let's take a look at this. See if I can get this open. Let's try this. Just stop defending criminals, bro. Just that's all. Stop defending criminals. It doesn't make sense to me why people want to defend criminals. It just doesn't. Here we go.
"91,500 people have been detained. UN experts criticise mass trials like this, saying they undermine the exercise of the right to defence and the presumption of innocence of detainees. El Salvador is holding a huge trial for nearly 500.
The same people that have MS-13 on them, South 18, they got their tattoos on their face, inside their lip. And you guys say that is not proof. It is unbelievable how stupid and naive people can be. It is unbelievable. Now I want you to listen to how these Muslims trying to take power. Here is the perfect example of what I'm telling you. You know, when we have our Mexicans, even the illegal ones, when we have Mexicans come to this country, a lot of Hispanic parents are very strict with their children, and they don't teach them Spanish. They teach them English first. I think this is wrong. I think they should teach them Spanish first. And English they can learn out on the street and in school. But that's just the way I think. These cultures, the worst thing Mexicans do, well, obviously drugs and criminals, that's different. But the worst thing that Mexicans do is they like to party, they like to celebrate. They bring their cultural food, which is phenomenal. They have good culture. And we like it. We like it. We like the Mexican culture. We do. But Muslims, here is an example of what I'm talking to you about. Here's a guy who graduated from high school and college here in the United States of America. He is an American Muslim. You understand that? What the hell does it mean to be an American Muslim? Think about it. They see Muslim as a race. No, it's not a race. It's a political movement that they call a religion. We learned this yesterday as we were going through the history of Islam, how it was falsified by a fake prophet Muhammad, making up the story, lying about being a peaceful religion, infiltrating countries and then going to war against them. It's in the Quran. If you read the Quran, you know that. You know that. Challenge me with truth. Muhammad, a pedophile, who slept with a 9-year-old little girl. That's right, he's a pedophile. He is not holy. There shall be no peace upon him. Lied to the people and said he was a prophet. Lied saying that he was peaceful. And then the one thing that he did was started wars. Started the conquering. He was killed. And from there on, Islam has been worse and worse and worse. Never have they stopped trying to conquer. And the only reason why they lost their power is because Christians stood up against their evilness. Now here is a show here from Jesse Waters. And he has El Sayed on here. El Sayed is the American, I don't know what the hell he calls himself. He says American Muslim, but Muslim is not a nationality. It's a religion. I don't call myself an American Christian. I am Honduran American. I was born in Honduras. That's the name of the nation. And this is the nation of America. I'm a Honduran American. I don't say I'm Honduran Christian American or American Christian. No, my kids are just American. Period. Oh, man. Listen to this guy. I showed you, and I started telling you today, this show specifically was to tell you the truth. The Democrats are only mad at Trump because he has stopped their fraud, waste, and abuse, and it's all coming out into the open. Multiple people have been charged after they told us there was no fraud. After they told us that there was no waste, we found that they have been wasting money. They have been abusing it. There is proof. We have proven it. And people on the left continue to deny the truth. It's your own doing. You can do whatever you want. But at least be honest with yourself. There's a lot of teenagers out there. A lot of elementary kids. They don't know what the hell is going on. They believe all the evil things that they are told. You know why? Because evil people have been not politically correct. They don't give a shit about you. They've been controlling your speech. But they have been using their speech to corrupt our children. Now they're confused. It's just the same as I told you about the Muslims. They destroy the innocence of the little girls and marry them very young. That's why you see a lot of them. A lot of those women are so submissive. And when they're not submissive, they get beat up. And when they get beat up, you know what the other women say? Well, she misbehaved. She asked for it. Yep, she's going to get beat up every time she don't listen. What? That's not who we are. Why would you promote that? Why would you vote for that? Even if you don't like Trump, a vote against us is against the United States of America. Listen to this moron on how he speaks about ICE, and eventually he will talk about transgenders. Listen to how he talks. And if you don't see anything wrong with this, I don't think there's any hope for you, and I feel sorry if you ever reproduce and make children.
Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed joins us now. How you doing, Abdul?
I'm good, Jesse. I appreciate the opportunity for a good, wholesome conversation, and I just want to start where we agree. We both played football and lacrosse. We both love America. We both love freedom, and I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Absolutely. We'll see how much we agree on. I know I don't agree with you on this. You want to abolish ICE. Who's going to deport the criminal aliens from the country?
Well, you and I both know that long before we ever had ICE, we had INS. We were able to enforce our immigration policies without shooting people in the face and the back of the head. And we just celebrated our 250th anniversary. That was an anniversary of throwing away tyranny. Now, to bring that tyranny back under the guise of the U.S. government itself, that seems to me to be inconsistent with the freedom you and I both love.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a dodge, Abdul. They did the same thing as ICE back then, INS. Do you know how many illegal aliens are in the country now?
They didn't shoot people in the face and the back of the head.
Do you know how many illegal aliens are in the country now?
To your point, Jesse, let me just answer the question. To your point,
how many do we have?
Far fewer when we had INS. To your answer, we had
exactly.
far fewer when we had
exactly.
INS, so
we now
arguably
have,
INS worked a lot better.
Abdul, listen, we had twice as many illegals now when we had INS.
So to your argument,
you have to have the manpower to do it.
If you want to do that correlation, we have ICE now, and we have far, far more undocumented people. So ICE is clearly not working. It's just shooting like American citizens in the face and the back of the head. So
well,
if you're okay
illegals
with that,
are shooting people in the face
too.
too.
To disagree.
Abdul, you got a guy in Michigan.
So are American citizens.
You got a guy.
Think,
let me just say something, okay?
To get back to the conversation about the broader issues.
Okay.
Well, you cut me off, Jesse, and you said we're going to have a good conversation. So I'd like to do that. I just want to answer the point. When I travel the state, and I have traveled my state, more people are asking me about how they're going to afford their gas and groceries. They're not asking me about immigration.
Well,
now,
they also don't want to get molested. Abdul, you got a guy here from Southeast Asia, molested a kid. ICE just picked him up. You want that guy to stay in Michigan?
I'm glad that that guy got picked up, but that's a different thing than saying that INS would not have picked him up. Jesse, you're too smart for this.
It's a bureaucratic game you're playing, and that's a dodge.
You point to him, you say,
you need guys to get these guys out of the country.
And therefore, we need ICE. I'm just saying, look, playing by your own rules. When we had INS, we had fewer people doing the things that you're talking about.
That's because Biden didn't blow open the border back then.
When we had that.
All right, that's because Biden didn't blow open the border back then.
And that's not an ICE question. That's a CBP question.
No,
Jesse,
you guys let in a ton of people, and we got to get them out, and we'll take the guys out the way we need to take them out. Green New Deal, you back that up. Do you drive an electric car?
I drive a plug-in hybrid made right in the United States. The bigger question about cars, though, is why the president just started a trade war or escalated a trade war with Canada. It's about to make all of our cars, especially the internal combustion engine cars, so much more expensive.
You want to get rid of the internal combustion engine?
No, I don't. Who told you that?
That's what the Green New Deal says.
My dad came to America to design internal combustion engines. No, that's not what the Green New Deal says.
Phase out fossil fuels.
It says that we could build renewable energy opportunities. Look, I'm not going to defend the Green New Deal. What I'm telling you, though, is that we could make a whole lot more amazing jobs if we actually invested in renewable energy. You're on the record as backing the Green New Deal, Abdul. Look, I'm just telling you this. Are you opposed to the idea that we could reduce energy costs and create jobs in Michigan?
Absolutely, but I don't want windmills in Lake Michigan.
So you're absolutely opposed to that?
Yeah, I don't want to put windmills in Lake Michigan.
You'd rather have windmills.
I don't think the people in Michigan want that, Abdul.
Michigan, right now
if you're running on that, that's not going to go over too well.
We have a pipeline. No. I mean, Jesse, look, we can have a conversation if you want to. If you want to keep cutting me off, we could keep doing that too. But you told me we're going to have a good conversation. I just want to talk about something.
Go ahead.
Right now, we have an oil pipeline in the Great Lakes. If that oil pipeline were to burst, the consequences for our Great Lakes would be disastrous. Now, you're telling me that you'd rather have a situation where that happened than a windmill? That really is so offensive to you?
No.
Those windmills are good
I'm saying
jobs.
I don't want to get rid of fossil fuels, and that's what the Green New Deal does. Let's move on. You want to soak the rich.
Look,
Rabdul, because this isn't a podcast. I got to sell ads in the breaks. You want to soak the rich. Let's listen to what you said about the taxes. Run it.
I also think we got to start taxing wealth for people who have over $100 million. I mean, at that point, like, what even are you going to do with more money?
What are you going to do with more money? I mean, whatever I want.
I mean, Jesse, I don't know how much you make. Look,
not $1 billion.
But I think I'd rather have. Well, yeah, look, so that's exactly it, right? The question ultimately is, do you want to drive on good roads, or would you rather have a billionaire make a second billion? That's what Mike Rogers wants. That's what Donald Trump wants. Apparently, that's what you want. I think the people in Michigan want something different. They want good roads and good schools.
So you're saying Beyonce, who just became a billionaire, she has to break you off something every year? She has to pay the politicians?
It's not me. It's the American public.
You're
Beyonce,
the one that wants the money.
Happy to be able to contribute back to the public schools that she went to. I think she'd be happy to invest in good roads in her community. I think she'd be happy to pay a little bit more so that everybody had a little bit more.
You're reaching a little deep into the pockets,
to be defending billionaires from your channel, Jesse. That's a crazy thing. I thought you were for. I'm just saying. Look, at the end of the day, I thought you were for the everyday man. Like, if you're for billionaires more than you're for every other person, well, you and I are just going to disagree.
No, I just think I have the right to the fruits of my own labor. That's America. It's not communist, what you're talking about.
No, the problem
Let me ask you about socialized health care.
Billionaires don't make money. Let me just answer the question.
Sure.
No, let me go back to that.
Go ahead.
Billionaires don't make their money off of their labor. That, I think, is where you head off. Billionaires that make their money off their money. So if you have $1 billion, your billion makes another 100 million. That's not the fruits of your labor. That's just the fruits of your money making money. I think it's okay. Like, if we tax you at 7%, you're still going to make, what, a cool $30 million off your $1 billion? I think it's okay. They're going to be okay, Jesse.
Yeah, I just don't like the idea of politicians like you capping how much money people make in America. That's just me. We can have the voters in Michigan decide. You say you want socialized health care. Abdul, how much is that going to cost?
It's going to cost the average Michigander a whole lot less than they pay right now. But I'm just going to tell you.
No, but what's the price tag of the program?
Who voted to raise prescription drug prices 19 times, right? And so I'm just saying I want to bring your costs down. The price of the program is going to be substantially less for an everyday person who's out here who can't afford their health care and worried about losing their health care with their job.
Well, give me the total number.
Look, while you're out here trying to talk about the broader national budget, I'm a lot more interested in the everyday budgets that Michiganders are thinking about. And that's exactly the
The argument is not the taxes. I know I was muted. The argument is not the taxes. The argument is the waste and abuse and the fraud that is allowed on these things. It's not that the education is not important. It's that we have spent billions of dollars and our children are dumber today because of it. That is a problem. He said it right there. This is something that socialism can't do. He said billionaires don't make money off their labor. They make money off their money. How are socialists going to create money when they don't have any? That is a big flaw in that argument.
Budget that Donald Trump and Mike Rogers are blowing up right now. Well, I just don't see why you're so on the side of the billionaires, Jesse, rather than on the side of everyday Michiganders.
No, because I don't want you guys to blow the country up. Do you know how much the federal budget is now?
No, neither do I. Here's exactly
What's the federal budget?
You guys want to, right? Pete Hegseth, who used to
Abdul,
work
answer
for
the question.
your
Do you know what the federal budget is?
To raise. No. I just want to talk about this. Look, you want to talk about budgets? I'm happy to do that. The guy who used to work on your channel, I think he was like the 6th host on the 5. He wanted to raise our military budget to $1.5 trillion, and you don't seem to be upset about that. What, so we can fight a war we don't know how to get out of, to raise our gas prices $5 a gallon? That doesn't make sense to me, Jesse. We want to talk about the things that we actually should spend on. To me,
I
that's
have a feeling,
and
Abdul,
childcare
you don't
and
even
good
know how
schools.
much money the government spends every year. Do you know?
Look, the question, Jesse, to me
All right,
is,
so you don't know. Let me tell you what it is. It's $7 trillion a year. And your plan
Jesse,
to take over the healthcare system is $4 trillion.
And here's the problem with it. So to exactly your point,
I mean,
do you know what
I'm not very good at
math.
math. I don't think you're very good at math either, but go ahead.
Clearly you don't. And you don't seem to care. But I don't think most Americans want to spend that much money on military escapades so that the folks stranded on the USS Abraham Lincoln can't even get a sausage for breakfast. I just think that we could do a lot better with our money, Jesse, and I think that's where you and I tend to disagree.
I just disagree.
Mike Rogers agrees with you.
I think if you spend $4 trillion, everything else is going to get really expensive. You're going to look back at Bidenflation, and you're going to wish you were back there. But you brought up foreign policy.
You want to talk about inflation? I'd be happy to talk about inflation. Jesse, you actually said the word. Because everywhere I go in Michigan, people are talking about the fact that they've never had to worry as much about life being as unaffordable as they say right now. Now, I get it. Donald Trump likes to blame everything on his predecessor. But let's be clear. This is Donald Trump's economy right now.
And they like to blame Donald Trump for everything. Let me tell you something. What is Trump's economy? Does Trump do the economy by himself, or do mayors help? Do Congress help? Does the Senate help? Who helps the president make the economy better? Why is the executive branch being held to a high standard while the other two branches are not being held to that same standard? If the president was responsible for all the economy in the country, then why the fuck do we have governors? Why the fuck do we have mayors if the governor can rule the whole state? The executive branch is not just the president. Every leader in the executive branch, legislative branch, is responsible for the economy. Fight me on that.
He's about to make everything so much worse because he's in a vanity war with the Prime Minister of Canada. And look, like, I'm in Michigan, and you're from New York, right? So you know Canadians, man. They're the only people I know who apologized before they even did his thing. So now they're raising the tariff to 50%. What's that going to do to inflation?
Yeah, what is spending?
Yeah, Canadians already lost their country to Muslims. Yeah, that is their main religion now in Canada, is Islam. How about that? You Canadians continue to apologize. You fucking morons lost it. Why can't you all be like my good friend Scott Burren, eh?
$4 trillion going to do? I think it's going to make it a lot worse. But you brought up the war. Are you glad the Ayatollah is dead?
Yeah, I mean, look, he was a terrible person, but that's beyond the point. The bigger question is, should we have gone to war in the first place?
So,
look, I just want to be clear with you, right? I mean,
yes,
I'm never going to defend the Iranian regime, but I am going to defend
the idea
tariffs. That we probably shouldn't be fighting wars we don't know how to get out of. Oopsie, you go to war and you tell us that it's going to be a special military operation. That was in February. We're now in September almost, and we're still...
Because you in Congress continue to fight us and making our enemies stronger.
Still fighting the special military operation? I mean, it's not working for us, Jesse.
We're not really
this
fighting
is exactly
it.
what happens when you've got a dunce in the White House who doesn't know what he's doing.
So you'd go back in time, you'd give them back their nuke program, you'd give them back their Air Force, their Navy.
No, I'd go back to the time when we were at peace and we actually had nuclear containment. Now, Jesse, you like to, I mean, look, I understand selective memory about history, but we had a JCPOA that was well negotiated, that actually had...
It wasn't working. This guy, see, this is what I mean by people. I'm glad that I was educated before he graduated. He graduated 18 years after I did. I had a real education. He had a bullshit education with a Muslim upbringing. See, that's the fucking problem. That I still think like Americans used to think back in the 90s. Americans don't think like Americans no more. A lot of Americans, especially on the Democratic side, you guys all think like third world country shithole dwellers. Make America great again.
Nuclear non-proliferation far more securely than what we have right now after having gone to war for the better part of 6 months.
Yeah, I like the fact that the nuke program's buried under a mountain of rubble. They can't even get access to it, but that's me. I think we'll figure it out. The thing you said about...
So let's just stop there. So
sure.
Jesse, wait. I understand you're not good at math. I get that. I'll give you that. But science, we got to talk about science, okay?
Yeah.
You understand that, like, nuclear material doesn't...
Oh, you'll get a chance to call in, and we'll find out who the moron is.
Just go away because you buried it under a mountain of rubble. You understand they could still go back and bury it out, right?
Yeah, we're watching it from Space Force.
So
and anybody
we're not any more secure than we are we were back then.
Okay, let's move on. You said getting rid of Sharia law was white supremacy. Let's roll the tape. Go.
I don't have to tell you that the same exact forces that drove native peoples from their land 2 centuries ago, destroyed Black Wall Street a century ago, bombed a building decades ago, and tried to ban Sharia law not a decade ago, that those forces are alive and well today.
So getting rid of Sharia law is white supremacy. Can you explain that one?
Do you know what canon law is? Jesse, I assume you're Christian, right?
Yeah, tell me.
All right, so canon law is the name for Christian law. I don't begrudge you your right to practice your faith as you choose. I don't know why...
First of all, Christianity does not overrule the law of the land. And this is why when people come into my chat trying to bring Christianity, oh, Leviticus 18, oh, Exodus, oh, shut the hell up. We respect the law of the land. Everything that has to do with Christianity is about salvation of your soul, of your mind, so that you can go back with God, the Father, the Creator. We are obeying the law of the land, something Muslims don't do. Sharia law, that is the only law that is supreme above all law, according to them. And how convenient is it that the same Sharia law is what allows Muslims to go and rape non-Muslim women? How about that? I'm sure Dirty South, you will be the first one that gets raped.
The idea that I could practice my faith as I choose is a problem. Nobody is trying to push Sharia law on anyone else, just like I hope nobody is trying to push canon law on anybody else, because we live in an America where you should have the freedom of your religion. So the idea that you have somebody like Tommy Tuberville, right, who, you know, barely was good at coaching football, is out here trying to ban Sharia law when there's less than 1% of the Muslim community in America, as if somehow Muslims are out here trying to push Sharia law. That seems to me to be deliberately targeting the Muslim community because they're different. And I'm just saying that, like, I have no issue with people practicing their faith. In fact, I would never want somebody to push their faith on me, and I would never want to push my faith on somebody else.
Good, because no one wants you to get rid of your religion.
And so the idea,
no one wants that.
So, but when people preemptively go out there and start preemptively passing laws to ban something that's not happening, what you're trying to do is target a very small community because they're different. And this operates. I mean, look, I'm just going to say, there's statistical evidence that the president and the vice president like to target me
scary.
Simply as a function of my faith.
You know, it's like men aren't equal from women. It's like physical punishments.
You like to say the word. Look, Jesse, look,
people don't
like to
that
say
in
the
Michigan.
word
I'm just saying,
because it
I don't
seems
think
really,
that's a good
really
position.
And scary. Nobody's pushing it. No, but Jesse, nobody's pushing it. You know what the issue is in America, in Michigan?
What?
The issue that people are worried about is not that somehow somebody's going to come and push Sharia law on them. The issue in Michigan is people are worried about how they're going to afford their gas. The issue in Michigan is how am I going to see a doctor when I get sick? How am I going to keep my job? You're out here, honestly, you guys love to play this culture war game where you use these words that sound really foreign to avoid actually having to talk about the issues that everyday people like to talk about. Now, look, Mike Rogers is the guy I'm running against for U.S. Senate, and I know you've had him on your show. Maybe he answers questions. I don't know if he does.
I've actually never had him on.
Only, but look, you haven't. So he's ducking your show too because he's ducking. Look, can we all agree? Like,
I haven't
Jesse,
invited
you and I
him
are
on.
going to have a debate, right? Can we all agree that Mike Rogers is a beta? Can we all agree with that?
I haven't even had him on.
Dude won't even come on your show because he's afraid of getting grilled. So
I will have him on.
That guy,
and I'm sure it'll be great. But
Abdul,
like,
Jesse, let me just
say, can I back up
he's
for
out
1
here
second?
trying to talk about my.
Can I back up for 1 second?
Finish my point. I'll finish. I swear I'll be quick.
Okay, because Mike Rogers isn't here to defend himself.
He thinks he's running against Hassan Piker. Well, maybe then he'll actually come on your show. Maybe I'm doing you a favor then. But the guy's a beta, doesn't like to answer questions, and he dodges every debate. So I'm pretty sure he's going to dodge you too.
Need Mike Rogers on the show, but thanks.
All I'm going to say is this.
Thanks for booking it. You know, I agree. Gas prices are too high. Gas prices are too high. Abdul, pipe down 1 second. Gas prices are too high. Green New Deal's not going to help that. You said that we get to keep our doctors.
Make it worse.
I've been told that before. We were lied to. So let's move on.
Jesse,
you said here. I want to move on because we do have to hit a break.
No. Let me just finish the point.
Please.
You told me you want to say something.
Go ahead.
And I want to just finish my point. Okay.
Yeah.
If the only answer that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have to this economy is to point to me and say there are scary words associated with him, I'm just going to tell you those scary words are not raising gas prices or keeping you from seeing your doctor. I'm interested in getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket, passing Medicare for all. And I think that actually will solve problems in Michigan.
I'm not scared of you,
if you think
Abdul. I just think you're a little misguided.
Or running against my faith is going to fix problems, go ahead.
No, I just played what you said and we talked about it, so we're all good. You also said this. You want to replace the right to bear arms with the right to health care. You don't want to replace the Second Amendment, do you?
Well, look, man. I think more people are more worried about whether or not they can see a doctor than whether or not they can have a gun. I'm just going to put that out there.
I mean,
And I'm sure that when you don't have a gun, you're definitely going to need a fucking doctor. As a matter of fact, they're going to skip the doctor. You're going to go straight to the morgue. Isn't that interesting? Good argument. Get rid of the Constitution because it doesn't fit with Sharia law. It doesn't fit with Islam. So let's get rid of the Constitution. Let's get rid of the Second Amendment right by offering people free health care as if the fucking country depends on health care. That's not how this world works. Not everybody uses the doctor. And let's be clear, when they say health care to all, it doesn't mean only American citizens. It means all. Meaning that anybody that crosses that border or manages to get across will get that health care. And that means more tax money coming out of the taxpayers' dollars. That's what that means. They want the Green New Deal to go in effect again. I got something for you. I'm going to tell you why gas prices are high.
Dodging the question. Do you want to replace the Second Amendment?
I'm just saying that more people are more concerned about seeing a doctor. If we had a right to health care in this country, they probably wouldn't. And I think that'd be a pretty good thing, don't you?
I think you dodged the question. And that's a pretty big one in Michigan. But I'll take it as what you said. You
Jesse,
said
look,
Colin
at the end of the day,
Kaepernick.
I'm perfectly fine with people. Let me just finish to answer your point. You said I dodged a question. I'm perfectly okay with people having their hunting rifles. It's an important pastime. I've got family that goes hunting every single year. But don't you think we should have a right to health care? Don't you think that'd be a good thing in America? Can we just say that?
75% of the country likes the health care coverage they have. I don't want to screw that up.
No, 75% of the country wants guaranteed health care through Medicare for all. So maybe you have your facts. I guess
yeah,
I know you guys do alternative facts over here.
We'll find out.
I'll give you that.
We'll find out in November. But that's a gallop.
See what these people are just playing politician, but it's okay. I will go ahead and open up the phone line so that you guys can participate and become part of the conversation. But first, why don't we go ahead and let me go ahead and read some facts in here for you. Now, I made a point here. I made a comparison. I was doing this morning. I know I haven't slept shit today or last night, but here's the thing. Here's the cost breakdown for gas. Okay, we have state tax, state gas tax. In California, it runs about 60 to 63 cents a gallon. In Florida, it's 38 cents. California has the highest state excise tax in the country. Total taxes and fees at over $1.15 to gallon. So nobody talks about that. Nobody gives a crap about the Democrats putting taxes on their gas. They say, oh, gas is so expensive. It's all Trump's fault. How about you go back to your local government and ask them why the hell are they not helping with the economy? Fuel blend requirements. In California, the boutique summer and winter blends. The standard is U.S. EPA blend for Florida. California mandates a unique cleaner burning formula to reduce smog. It costs more to refine and cannot easily be imported from other states. Trying to keep your air clean, it is fantastic. It's a great idea. But you're raising the cost of your gas. Climate programs. Cap and trade for California. Low carbon fuel standard for California. Florida, none. California passes environmental compliance fees, roughly 30 cents per gallon. And it goes directly onto drivers at the pump. That is not Trump. That is not Trump. Supply infrastructure. California is an isolated market, where Florida uses the Gulf Coast pipeline and water access. Florida easily sources cheap fuel from nearby Gulf Coast refineries. California has shut-in refineries, lacks pipelines over the Rockies, and most rely on local supply. That is not Trump's fault. Again, legacy media has been putting all of their money into smearing and fear-mongering the American people. But the rest of us that like to be informed, the rest of us that have common sense, well, we're not easy to lie to. Now, let me tell you something. Let me ask you a question real quick. Before you call in, let me ask you a question. If you don't support Trump, I want you to tell me why you support Democrats. Okay? And if you come in here talking about Muslims, I will have some questions for you as well. With that being said, let's get this party started. There we go. There's a phone number. Feel free to call. No, not in a bad mood. I'm in a very American defensive mood. You know, I always say this, right? I always say it on my show. I am nobody's bitch. And I don't want you to be. I don't want you to be anybody's bitch either. I want you to be independent. You see, we have soldiers that have fought for our freedoms. Well, I fight to tell you the truth. There we go. We got the first caller. Here we go. All right. Thank you for calling. Who is calling?
My name is Chris. How's it going?
Hey, Chris, what's going on? What you got for me today?
Man, Dennis,
What's up?
I watch you on YouTube a lot, and I'm just going to tell you, man, you really...
Suck?
No, well, yeah, you do, but dude, you just have no clue. You're just spouting Trump's speaking points. It's propaganda. I mean, man, come on, man. It's not about anything else other than just Trump.
What is it about?
He was going to do this. Trump said he was going to keep us out of foreign wars, and now he's in foreign wars.
Okay.
And if you think that gas prices are high,
I just explained it.
or abnormally high, it's because of the war in Iran, right?
But I just explained it. Did you ignore that?
You explained it incorrectly, though, Dennis.
I'm reading it. I'm not making it up. I'm reading the data sheet.
Dennis, there are no ships going through the Strait of Hormuz.
I get that.
Zero.
I get that. But we should be independent. We should be independent here. Every California rules that we have here, shutting down drills, shutting down refineries, that affects us. That affects us.
Totally agree with you, dude. Totally agree with you.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's not Trump's fault. Not all of it. You see what I'm saying?
It is Trump's fault.
It's
because
partly.
He had to go to war with Iran. He did not have to go to
My
war
friend,
with Iran.
this war in Iran started this year. Gas prices have been shit from before the war. That is my point.
Wrong. Dude, I buy 93 ethanol-free premium here in Kansas City, okay? And my gas prices did not get above, and I'm talking $2.75 for 93 ethanol-free premium. Did not go over $2.75 until Israel and the United States bombed Iran last year.
Is that right? Let me take a look at Kansas City.
That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. Everybody go check on gas.
Now, is Kansas City a blue state? Is that a blue state?
No, Missouri's a red state.
There you go. I live in a fucking blue state. It is ridiculous over here.
Then why is it going up?
It was $4.
Why is it going up half since the war in Iran?
My friend, it's going to go down when we finish. My point is that Democrats keep fighting Trump on everything.
So in the meantime, okay, I get it. Democrats suck. You're absolutely
Well, no, it's not just that. The real Democrats don't exist. The Democrats that we have right now, they're communists.
And another point you are absolutely right on. What I just want to get to you, and I get it, man. The Republicans aren't necessarily the answer. The Democrats are not. But Trumpism is dead. We need to meet in the middle.
Listen.
We all need to meet in the middle.
You know what I mean? Number one, President Trump is the president. It doesn't matter if you like him or not. The president deserves his respect, and we must honor the position. Otherwise we have no democracy. Okay? Number two, what I get more pissed off about is, I pay attention to what goes on in my state. And I can tell you right now, if I were governor right now in Washington State, and I can tell you that if we gather the people that think as I do, I can guarantee you that the prices will be a lot lower than they are today. The problem is this, that people say Trump is bad. I don't want to hear Trump is bad. I already know you fucking hate Trump. What I want you to tell me is why, and compare it to your local government. Tell me what your governor and mayor are doing to better your city and your state. Tell me about the budget, how they've been running the budget accordingly. Have they been protecting the American citizens, or are they sanctuary cities? See, you're in a red state. Fantastic. I'm sure the price there is a lot higher today, but I'm sure that is a lot higher in California and here on the whole West Coast because we're blue. And I can tell you, it's listen, if we're gonna blame Trump, I wish it was because it was all his fault. But the problem is this, and I come with a mentality of a corporation, of a company, right? Let's say you're the owner of your company, right? You hire me, I'm your manager, right? I hire a supervisor. The supervisor, hires employees, and we have leads, and fantastic. You as the owner is looking bad because you made an investment, but then I'm your manager, I just let people slack. We've been wasting a lot of material. I don't keep a good inventory. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you are the owner. You put the money in, you give us the pay, you give us all of this, but as the manager, it is my responsibility to make sure that the company stays afloat by making sure that my supervisor does his job, and the supervisor has to have his job to make sure that the employees are being productive. And the problem is this, that the employees want to complain about you because you are the owner. But the owner doesn't manage the company. I do. And this is the position of the governor. Let me tell you what happened here in Washington State. A month into Trump being in office, they blamed them for the whole economy. Within a month, they said it was Trump's fault. This is what I argue, my friend. This is what I argue about. Okay, but listen, but this is what I argue, and people just say Trump is bad. I don't want to hear about Trump. I want to hear about what your local state does, what your government do. If you talk to me about that and you tell me what they're doing good and right, then now you have an opinion on Trump. That's what I want.
I could not agree with you.
That's what I want, baby.
But here's what I will say.
Yeah.
Trump earned my vote because he said he would not engage in any more foreign wars.
Okay.
Dude, he did.
No, he said he wouldn't start new wars.
No. Hey, look, let me put it this way. I truly feel that the Israelis, and I'm not anti-Semitic, we should not conflate Israel with Judaism, okay? But the Israelis definitely railroaded Trump into doing this. But the buck stops with him. He's the boss. And I will tell you this, there are, and I know you know this just as well as I do, realistically, I can afford an extra $150 a month in gasoline. Some people can't, Dennis. They're putting that on their credit cards. And Trump sold us the entire campaign. Hey, we're not going to engage in foreign wars. Some people, like myself, voted for him specifically because of that. And I totally agree with you. There is no reason to complain about Trump unless you bring solutions.
Okay. So what do you think is the solution? Instead of attacking Iran, which is something that 6 presidents and people before say that needed to be done to stop the nuclear weapon in Iran, what do you think? How do you solve the problem? Give me that.
Number one, I do not think killing people is an answer to prevent people from being killed.
Well, remember, Iran killed 45,000 of their own people. That's why we went in there as well.
No, we did not.
That is one reason.
How can you prove that? I don't see anything.
Because Trump said if you lay a hand.
No. I refuse.
Wait. You asked me a question. I'm answering the question.
Okay, there is no.
But if I'm answering the question, don't listen. If you ask me a question, don't tell me no and cut me off. I'm answering your question. So if you ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. But don't ask me a question and just keep babbling, because then you lose the essence of the conversation. Well, so I told you, President Trump says we cannot allow them to have nuclear weapons. We annihilated, they were obliterated the mountain. Okay, we did that. Okay, but let me finish.
After the 12-day war, did not Trump say after the 12-day war that we had set their programs back decades, if not multiple decades?
Yes.
Was that a lie?
That is correct, but that's my point. If you know this, how can you not see that they are trying to get that back? Why would you not see that part?
Number one, Dennis, we dropped a Moab bomb.
They are digging it out. Oh my God, bro. We have been looking at the satellite images of them digging shit out.
At least George Bush drug out Colin Powell and lied to the entire world.
We're not talking about George Bush. We're not talking about George Bush.
Well, can we not do better than that then?
We're not lying.
Show us. We are from Missouri here, man.
But we're not lying.
You must show us. You must show us. The American people.
Listen. I'm going to tell you something right now. Hold on. Let me tell you something right now. You say you've been watching my show.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't know how many times you've been watching my show. When I do my lives, and maybe this is my fault, maybe I should just do 1-hour shows instead. I want to be able to give people a lot of chance to come in and interact with me. You say you've been watching my lives. I have been showing satellite. I've been giving information and news about them digging out the site, about equipment and all these other things that are coming in to dig that nuclear dust, that uranium dust out of there. They themselves, and I showed this in my show before, they themselves said they had enough uranium. This is not before it was obliterated. This was now when we started this war, before we started this war. They said they had enough enriched uranium to create 11 or 12 nukes. If they are saying death to America, I don't want to be that asshole American that says, "Oh shit, I guess I should have taken him at the word at the beginning." Well, I am not a guy that's going to wait for an accident to happen. I'm going to get my insurance to be protected.
I don't necessarily have a problem with that in theory, but here's
but you said it. No, it's not a theory. It's a fact. It's not a theory. It's a fact.
Maybe it is.
Okay, but don't call it a theory.
I'm saying I don't have a problem preventing countries getting nuclear weapons in theory. Okay, that's a great thing. Obviously, nuclear weapons are terrible. Okay, but at the same time, okay, there are plenty of really bad actors in the world that have nuclear weapons, i.e., North Korea. Okay, and we're not obliterating them.
Well, they already have the weapons. That's why we can allow Iran to do it.
Okay, so here's
there ain't shit we can do about North Korea now.
Do you think North Korea has? Do you think North Korea may have the ability to hit the United States?
Oh, they do.
We're not doing a damn thing about it. Okay.
China, Russia, they all have missiles pointed at us.
Well, of course they do.
Yeah, we know this. That's why we can't go and do all this shit all crazy.
Hey, look, man. There is no way Iran has a ballistic missile that will hit us in the United States.
Yeah, go ask their friends. Go ask their friends that they have no capability to attack.
They don't have the ability.
Okay, well, and we don't want it to ever have that capability.
They have zero ability to hit the continental United States.
And we want it to stay that way. I don't think you understand how to protect the country. How do you protect the country? Go ahead, show me.
No, I do. I have no problem protecting our
country.
How? I think our country is very safe.
How? No, you're fucking naive. Now you're being naive.
No.
Show me. How do you protect this country? Go ahead, tell me.
Well, number one, we have the second largest nuclear arsenal on the planet. That's number one. Number two, we have the largest Navy on the planet. Okay?
Yeah. Did that stop 9/11?
Number three, we have all the capability in the world to totally wipe out Iran if we wanted to.
Is that right?
But we don't. Yeah, of course we do. Are you thinking we couldn't carpet bomb Iran?
We wouldn't do it. No, we wouldn't do it.
You know why we won't do it? Because it's inhumane. And
right. But if Iran does get it, they will use it. They are very inhumane.
Well, hey, look, if you have a problem with Iran having a nuclear weapon, which I do as well, I do not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Do I want my tax dollars to be spent to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon that will not hurt the United States? No, I don't. Okay. But why are we not making a big deal out of Israel not signing the nuclear proliferation treaty?
Well, there's no proof that they have. They neither confirm nor deny. Come on, man. Hey, listen. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Now, Dennis, who's being naive?
Listen, I am not stupid. I'm not stupid. If I was Israel, listen to me real quick. I'm nobody's bitch. I always say this. If you are very smart, you will not answer that question. If you are stupid, you're going to say, no, we don't have any nuclear weapons. Why would you say that? Why would you say that and take away the fear of your enemies that you might just have one?
Israel has already come out and said,
I have not seen anything about that.
It will not be the first person or the first country to introduce nuclear weapons into the Middle East. Who's the first country to have weapons in the Middle East? Israel.
Is Israel saying death to America?
My point, hey, look.
No, that's it. That's the only point I have.
Lots of countries that are, I get it. But here's the deal. We have to also realize that there are some people that can actually back it up. And there are some countries like Iran that can't. They couldn't even hit us with a spit bomb, dude. No way, man.
Tell that to the fucking 2,800 Americans that died at the Twin Towers. You fucking tell me about a spitball. You're fucking naive. You don't understand. We have to establish power and strength.
Enlighten me, please, how Iran had anything to do with 9/11.
Bro, listen. You have to establish power and strength.
And have we not already?
What you're talking right now is you're supporting a cowardice view of it. As if you don't know Iran, if you don't know this terrorist, how long have you been alive, bro?
Dennis, I'm 48.
Okay, well, fuck. I'm older than you by a couple years. I refuse to believe that you are that naive.
Dennis, only cowards feel strong when they're crushing ants. Only cowards. And right now, Trump is a coward crushing on the ants of Iran.
So what did Trump ask for? Go ahead. Prove to me that he's a fucking coward.
What do you mean he's a...
Well, first of all, let's get this clear. Let's get this clear. Okay, well, I think that's very...
I feel that Iran is the ant to us. Yes.
Okay, well, that's very un-American of you to say because the president is the most important position that we have. Yes. Let's not forget that... Hold on. Let's not forget...
I'm a son of an immigrant. How many members of your family are in the military, Dennis?
Many of my family are in the military. That is not a point. That's not the point. That's not the point. I got 27.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Now don't ask me fucking questions if you don't believe me.
Older than me, so you have the chance to have more kids and put them into war. Go ahead.
Ah, man, if my kids want to go to war, I'll send all 7 of them. All of them can go to war.
My kids can do whatever they want to.
Anyway, let me tell you something about a coward. Okay, well, first of all, you call our president. Hey, let me talk. You call our president a coward. The guy has. Oh, you did. You said Trump is a coward.
No, incorrect.
Say it again.
I said only cowards feel strong. Crushing ants.
And what is Trump doing? You said that's what Trump is doing. Don't play stupid with me. Don't play stupid with me. Again. Let me. Bruh.
No, he didn't. He bought his way out. He's a total coward.
Here, let me tell you this about what a coward looks like. A coward has an assassination attempt against him. That coward raised his hand and said, fight, fight, fight. That same coward shut up. Let me talk.
Don't tell me.
Fuck you. Don't fucking call in and disrespect me on my show. Allow me to speak. Don't fucking come and insult my intelligence. If you have a problem, I get it. But you gotta let me speak. Why does he have to cut me off when I am mentioning that they've been trying to kill him and he still ran for president? Because he knows that a coward doesn't do that. They're threatening his life constantly, daily, and he's still doing his job. They threaten his wife, and he's still doing his job. They put a bounty on his son, and he's still doing his job. Don't insult my intelligence. You call in, you get a chance to speak, but you gotta let me speak. You can't ask me a question, and then you're just gonna be like, no. Well, no, you gotta let me answer. You don't like what I say. If you've been watching my show, why would you ask me a question that you know I have addressed to you? The point is that they don't. Yeah, you know what, Malcolm? That fake assassination was so fake, a fucking fireman died from the fake assassination, you fucking morons. Go do some research, you dumbasses. This is the problem. This is what pisses me off. That you guys think that you know information, but you just make shit up. Billy Bob, I'm so disappointed in you. I'm so disappointed in you. You are an American who doesn't love this country. Thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hey, how you doing, Mr.
Uh-oh, Ricardo. Oh, my goodness. What's happening today, man? This fucking... Listen, man. One thing that pisses me off is when people call to my show and they fucking ask me a question and they don't let me talk. That just pisses me off, man. I'm sorry that I have to get all crazy. But, bro, let's be honest. I'm giving you a chance to call in. Let's have a conversation. How many times have we agree and disagree? And this motherfucker comes in here calling my president, number one. If you're trying to offend me, fantastic. That's great. But you're calling my president a fucking coward. A coward doesn't do what Trump has been doing. That is my point.
You're right about that, man. I really just called in just to say, man, like, I feel we've come so far, like, away from, we don't even know how to communicate in this country anymore.
No, yeah, we don't.
Bro, we don't even know how to fucking debate. And there's a lot of things that I disagree with you on, but, man, we don't even know how to debate in this country anymore, bro.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, like I have this guy, like the vet for democracy. Listen to this. The vet for democracy. I let this guy call in. He says, I'm a coward. I keep yelling and blah, blah, blah. When he called me in on the phone, the guy was fucking cussing up a storm and yelling at me the whole time, wouldn't let me talk. And they had the nerve to sit on the chat and try to raise false testimony against me. That pisses me off. It just don't, be honest, bro. I like honesty.
But you got to understand, Mr. Dennis, that a lot of these people, they don't really call to have a substantial, you know, conversation. They really just call to troll. And, you know,
Yeah.
You have to realize that. So, you know,
It is true. It is true. But, man, I just hate the enemies beating our people, you know?
For sure. And the dude made valid points now, and you made valid points as well, man. But I just feel we're so far in a place here that we can't even come and meet in the middle anymore.
Yeah. You know, Ricardo, I was listening to his argument. That's okay. I disagree with it, but it's okay. But you can't just, you know, make your point and then, you know, try to, you know, filibuster on here in the show. It's like, come on, man. I wish that I can just give you like a 5 minutes and done. You know what I mean? Like, I'll give you 5 minutes. Tell me what you got to say, and that's it. But the moment that you start asking me questions and you don't want to let me answer, that's when you lose me, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All right. Anyways, that's enough. Enough about me. Give me your information, bro. Because you are, number one, you are a son of immigrants, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm first generation migrant to this country, so. Even though my mother also, you know, immigrated to this country, I was not born in this country. So first generation immigrant in this country. And the one thing that I was taught about my mom was we do not come to this country illegally. If anybody comes to this country illegally and they get deported, then that's what it is because that's the law. If they manage to get papers, fantastic. If they love this country, they should get papers. If they don't, well, it's a privilege that not everybody gets, right? But my mother has taught me everything that I tell you guys. It comes from my mother. Like, she waited 5 years before she came to this country. You know my story.
Yeah.
She waited another 5 years before she come and get me. She didn't bring me here illegally. She didn't come here illegally because of the need, because of the hunger and all this stuff. Like, you know, it's they get mad at me because I said, you know, I'm defending the rich. Man, the rich pay a lot of money. They don't understand how they pay it, but I know they pay a lot of money. No broke-ass person is going to create jobs. Rich people do. Because if they don't, they lose their money. And they know that. And the moment you take that reward away from them, they're just not going to want to be billionaires anymore. I'm just going to be content with making $999,999.
Correct. I'm going to be the first one to tell you that democracy is the way to go. But you do have to have guidelines, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And everybody can agree with that. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
And we had a conversation yesterday about, you know, the socialism and kids nowadays, they're leaning more heavy towards this. And I'm gonna revert back to what I said yesterday, Mr. Dennis. The question is why. You know, that's what we have to fix here in this country, man.
It's called accountability.
Yeah.
So how do you recognize where the accountability happens? You know, and this is what I always talk about. Okay, so who is hiding the fraud? Who is hiding to have integrity, regain in our elections? Who is hiding? Who's fighting audits? Who's putting foreigners before legal American citizens? Like, this is the things that you got to look at, and the thing that they do is always comes to Trump. Like, I'm talking about local government here.
Right.
They can't stick with local government.
It's the scapegoat, but listen.
Yeah, that's what it is, a scapegoat. You're right.
It's the scapegoat. It is, because I'm not a Trump fan, but that's.
Yeah, I know, but you're very in the middle. You're the kind of man that I would like to have a conversation with.
It's a scapegoat because the Democratic Party could say the same shit when Biden was in office, because Biden was doing a horrible job, man. Listen, I'm not a Trump fan. I feel the economy. Honestly, the economy is about the same, bro. The only thing that has went up a little bit is gas. It is gas, and like your caller said before, man, he can afford to spend $100 extra on gas.
Yeah.
I can afford it.
Yeah.
And that's the shit we have to think about. You know, just because 25, 30% of Americans can, the other 70, the other 65% can't, man. You know?
Right.
And what I will say, I refinance my home for a better interest rate under the Trump administration. That says a lot for economy if people know about refinancing homes. So like the shit that I can tell you that has benefited me and I can feel in my pockets.
Yeah.
Overtime, not being taxed.
Yeah.
Man, I got back almost like $12,000 last year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've always had to pay at the end of the year.
Well, they say that he didn't do anything, so they say that Trump lied about that too.
Because they're not working.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not working, bro. And if they didn't get nothing, they're working the bare minimum 40 hours, Mr. Dennis. I wasn't raised like that. I can't speak for anybody else. But I can tell you I feel it. I can tell you my people, they talk about it because my people work more than 40 hours.
Yeah.
So it is just, but that's just the whole thing with me, Mr. Dennis. I feel like we've come so far, man, that we can't even, like, the right and the left, like, I feel like there is no more even independent anymore, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the way that I look at it is like this. Listen, if I asked him a few times, give me a solution to protect this country. And the solutions that he gives me, it does not protect the country. It is a very naive way of thinking that to protect our country, we stop the evil people from getting ahead. And that's just the way that I am. So I believe that. It's got nothing to do with Trump's influence. That's just what I believe. With Venezuela, people complain about this $13 billion from Venezuela. Well, what did Trump do with his $13 billion? They seem to be following this war in Iran, right? Very closely, and they say, they're spending this many billions on this war so far. You're going to tell me that they don't know how much money was spent on this little war on drugs and the cartels and bringing out Nicolas Maduro out of Venezuela? You're going to tell me that they don't know how much money they have spent? Billions of dollars to get this operation in place and to continue to stop them.
But you know what, Mr. Dennis? I can believe that they don't know, and I'm going to tell you why. Because the U.S. Pentagon, Mr. Dennis, hasn't passed an audit in like the last 8 years. If anybody else in the United States cannot pass the audit, we're going to jail or we're owing Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep. That's the crazy thing to me, Mr.
Yep,
Dennis.
I agree, and that's I do want to say that, but it's but the thing that gets to me though is again the thing that gets to me, and I can agree with that, but the thing that gets to me is that the people on the left, it's always Trump's fault.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what gets to. I want to hear somebody that's smart, not just come over here and give me bullshit. I want to hear somebody that says, you know what, Dennis, listen, I'm going to disagree with a lot of things you say because I'm not, on your team. But you know what I noticed? That this is happening in my state. He happened to come in and say, the price never went up this high. Right. It's in the red state. I've seen it go even higher than what he's talking about. So, we're in I'm in the blue state. I have hands-on experience on what it's like to live under democratic rule, So I want to hear, you know what, Dennis, I'm all for American citizens first. Okay, bing, you're gaining favor from me. I want to hear that, the border has to be secure. I think it has something to do with our economy. Bing, you got some points on me. And I want to hear that you know what's going on, and then say Trump.
Correct. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
About immigration? Do you feel we shouldn't have no immigrants, like not allow any immigrants, or a very small number?
We allow about 1 million a year. I think.
Right.
Yeah, and we're not talking about visiting. We're talking about becoming residents.
To work your way into residency and to become
Correct.
citizens.
Yeah, but you have to love this country. That is the number one rule. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I agree with that. But this is where I think we go wrong here in the United States, Mr. Dennis. Because, and I know, and most of Hispanic people know, bro, for you to come in this country, you're paying money. And you're not paying it to any government. You're paying it to cartels.
Right.
And this is the problem that we go wrong here in the United States, right? I believe, man, the same way that you paying a cartel to come into the United States, you have to do that with the United States. Meaning, on average, it's like $5,000 to $10,000.
Yeah.
We gonna meet in the middle at $7,500. And okay, now with that, that's just getting you in. You might have to still wait a year, 2, 3 years, 4, 5 years, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You come in. I was thinking like we allow 2 million, but $1 million is fine. $1 million is fine, right? We keep it at the $1 million. That's $7.5 billion. Just off of that. Now we're not talking about when these migrants come in, right? When these people come in, they're not getting good jobs. No, they're getting farm jobs that they're living there on those areas that they're paying out of taxes. But here's the kicker, right? For 5 straight years, because you have to show conduct for 5 straight years that you know how to behave yourself and appreciate this country.
Yeah.
For those 5 years that you're being taxed out of your paycheck because you were going to have a job already coming into this country.
Yeah.
It does not go into your Social Security because you're trying to earn the right to have a Social Security in this country.
Right.
Now you're talking about millions of people, 1 million people every year contributing to the Social Security for 5 years that they will never, ever, ever see the money on that. But Americans will.
Well, if they have if they have American babies, they do.
No, and this is the kicker, right? Because you can implement these laws, right? Your child is not a citizen until you become a citizen. So meaning within those 5 years, if you have children here on American soil and you do some shit you ain't got no business doing, and that leads to a deportation, you give up your right and your children give up their right.
Yeah.
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 But these are things.
But that's not the way that they do it, though. In blue states, they protect that. That's not. Yeah, but I mean that's. Yeah, but they.
I can never understand, man. When there's a federal rule, that shit should be imposed nationwide, not state to state.
I agree.
Nationwide.
Yeah, I agree, but you know, the people are getting mad about these deportations that we're trying to do right now, but the thing that they know, they just ignore it. Okay, they know it.
The issue with deportation, Mr. Dennis, is that you'll always see people who are like aggressively like what's the word I'm looking for? Like, no, immigration is bad. These people are white people and they're black people. They know nothing about immigration. They just want to campaign some shit to feel noble about themselves.
Now, you never know. Black people can be from Haiti, Dominican Republic.
Man, listen, Mr. Dennis, when you see these immigration protests, right, in middle of central United States, when you look at those cameras, who are protesting? You see white people, and you see black people.
Yeah.
You don't see much Spanish people protesting. Certain states now you do. But for the most
Well,
part,
especially California. There's a lot of heavily populated Spanish communities where you're going to see all this stuff happening.
Absolutely, and that's 9 times out of 10 closer to the border.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you know what I saw a lot in California. I lived down there for 3 years, I think it was, and you know I'm not a very vanity person. No soy vanidoso,
Right.
No soy vanidoso, and I always been a very humble person. Even though I've been rich, I've been middle class, I've been poor, and right now we're back up in the middle. And I've always been very humble. I've never looked down at people that have less than I have, and I never looked up at people that have more than I have. I lived in Hollywood, West Hollywood, very, very, not a very poor, but not the best area to live in, right? There's a lot of crime and stuff. And we rented a room, not a house, a room in a house where we had other people living with us. And the one thing that I noticed when I was living in California is how ghetto the areas that were so heavily populated with Hispanics or blacks were. I don't know why. I mean, I do know it's a third world mentality and a ghetto mentality, but I don't know why. And what I would say this, most people in those areas were criminal oriented. And then you look at the Hispanics that live in a little bit different area, and their houses are clean. There's no garbage outside. It's such a different life. And this is the same Hispanic people, but it's not as heavily populated with illegals.
it's a mentality. It's where you're raised, Mr. Dennis. I think all of us know this, and that's why I totally agree with you on the topic of Islam and Muslims, man. I don't have a problem with Islam. I don't have a problem with Muslims.
Yeah, just respect our law. That's all I want.
I don't know your culture like that. I don't really want to know your culture like that.
Right.
What I'm saying? That's just it just is what it is, man. And if that's un-American or if that's racist, then I guess I'm that.
Right. Right.
But one thing I will say, man, and I know we could cut a lot of costs, man, if we stopped being the global police, Mr. Dennis.
I agree. I agree with that. I've said this shit for a long time.
We attended to our policies, man. Mr. Dennis, you know how many of our allies, or not even allies, wouldn't get in the shit if they knew the United States told them, listen, you get into some shit with your neighbors and you can't back it, you're on your own, my boy.
Yeah.
Don't come calling us.
Yeah.
That's just what it is.
Well, that's
man.
there's two things, okay? Because people don't know. They never listen to me because they're always thinking that I'm defending Trump. The only reason why I defend Trump is because they keep talking shit about Trump. If they stop talking shit about Trump, I don't have to talk about Trump at all. And it's like it is Trump's responsibility and fault, but it's not all his. Like the unaffordability. We talk about this egg thing that people are tired of listening to, but it's true. They blame Trump right away. As soon as he came into the office, they blamed him. And this is what I always say. Shut up. Let's see what happens. Like here, for example, we said some things about the socialist Democrat here in Seattle. Okay, I'm going to give you this example. Now, this is what happened. She comes from a household where her mom pays her rent and her child care. She has no real job experience, right? She has no responsibilities. Right. And now she's going to run. She's going to be the mayor of the greatest city in Washington State, at least, right? Seattle, Washington. And then so we talk shit about her and be like, wait a minute, there is nothing, none of the things that she says make sense. It's a socialist Democrat mentality. I get it. None of the things she says make sense. So now here we go. We talk about, how her wealthy parents take care of her, right? Okay, but that's true. It's a fact, right? We know this.
Right.
And we notice how she's inexperienced, so we can say that. But you know what? We can't condemn her for anything until we have proof, until to see how long she's in the position and what she does. Well, she's been in office for a few months now. 70% of the people want her off. They're trying to pass a recall. That people have been killed. She has been removing, cameras that, she has been reducing the police force. She has been wasting all this money to do all these things. They're out of money. We are negative money in our budget. And now you can judge her. And so if Trump was able to say, you know what, let's not talk shit about Trump yet, even though I hate the guy, right? I'm not going to talk shit about him. But you know what? 6 months in, the guy fucking stepped on doo-doo. Now I got something to say. And now when I say it, it's not going to be wolf, wolf, wolf. Now it's going to be facts. It's true. I will have favor. I will have credibility. And that's something that they never built up to. And I'm big on that, bro. You got to have credibility. They're thinking that you're a dumbass for having this conversation with me. And you're making sense. Like, you're talking reality. You're not agreeing with me 100%. But you're giving me the points that you see happening, and these people still insulting the conversation.
For sure, man. See, the first thing that people have to understand is you have to take feeling out of logic. You know what I'm saying? When something's logical and there's this, it doesn't matter if you don't like that it's logical. You just have to accept it for what it is, man.
Yeah, correct.
It's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know, Mr. Dennis. I brainstorm these things just here at the house, and but like it's just like sometimes I feel like we're so lost, man, here, and it's just like I don't know, man.
Well, and the thing is, so what do we do, right? I want to have a conversation to, let's say if I was calling in myself here, okay, and we're gonna finish because other people are trying to call. But if let's say I was calling in and I'm just a different guy than myself. If I was calling in and I say, well, hey, listen, because this is the conversation that I have with myself. You can call me crazy for listening to this. I have a conversation with myself, okay? And this is where I am, okay? I want people to do like this. You got to have a conversation with yourself. I'm not saying go crazy and be nuts and, oh, what did you say? The voice. No. So I sit here and I go, okay. All right. Trump said no new wars. But wait, we are in a war right now. Okay. So I'm having the conversation. 47 years ago, they've been warring against us. Listen, it has been Muslims. It doesn't matter what country. Iraq, Iran. I even made, I showed a video of the timeline of where all these corrupted Muslims have been conquering all these countries. Afghanistan, Pakistan. I mean, it's the same Muslims. Whether it's a different country, it doesn't matter. Twin Towers, they say George Bush did it. You know, theories are one thing. I get it. Theories are one thing. You know, reality is another. I can tell you this. When I saw George Bush get on Air Force One, the guy was scared shitless.
For sure.
He was not nervous or say, oh, shit, I don't know, somebody's going to find out. No, he was scared shitless. He was really concerned. He didn't know what the hell was going on. You know, so I can see that. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But what I do know is that all of these Muslims in the Middle East were celebrating and chanting just like Hassan Piker has done about the death of Charlie Kirk. That is exactly the same celebration. And it doesn't matter if a Muslim was from Afghanistan or Pakistan or Iraq or Iran. It is the same Muslim. It is the same political movement that's going on. And a lot of Muslims are just ignorant about the religion. They just think it's a thing where you wear clothing and the dedication of prayer 5 times a day. And the only reason why it's easy for them to know that or to give into it is because of Christianity. See, Christianity was brought to the world as a peaceful, loving religion that people can accept or not accept. And Christians have been very tolerant in today's age about how they teach religion. So when we say we pray to the Father, we pray to the Father in the name of Jesus, blah, blah, blah. You should pray it every day. We say that. So when the Muslims come in and say, well, we are so dedicated to the religion, right, that we pray 5 times a day, but they don't tell you what the prayer says, right? I know the translations of the prayer. And then they teach you this religion, but they lie to you about everything else in that religion. And that is the problem. This is what I call ignorance. It's not that they're stupid. Ignorant just means that you have no knowledge of it. I'm very ignorant on many subjects. I 100%, but I'm not stupid. And, you know, and so Muslims, it's easy to come in and convince people, especially when they go to very poor areas. Because, because very poor areas, and this is, listen, they have taken this from the Mormons. I love the Mormons.
You better believe it. You said something, Mr. Dennis. You know some shit now. All right. Okay.
Yeah. So if I come to you, let's say you're starving, bro, and you have been taught a bad lesson from life, and I come into you, and then you see me, right? You're like, Dennis, what a nice guy, man. You know, he was eating the sandwich. He was hungry. He gave it to me. I want to know why. And then I tell you about my religion. And then my religion, like, oh my God, maybe that's a good thing. And then I am going to go to the most oppressed, to the most vulnerable, to the most hungry, the most needy. And I'm going to give them some food and some clothing and tell them that the reason why I am that blessed is because of my religion. Go to the Philippines. Go to Thailand. Go to Guam. Go to all these little small island countries and poor areas. And you will see how many Mohammeds you find. It is crazy how it goes, but that's how it goes. And here in America, because we have been raised in a Christian sort of environment, the Islam, they're very gullible to it, because they don't look at Scripture. See, Jesus Christ gave us a warning to know who these people are. But you know, most people, they just they go out. There's women and men that go and sleep with the same sex just to try it out. Like they just to check it out, just to see if they can find themselves. They say, I'm what do they say? I'm searching who I am.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm searching who I am. I want to know who I really am. I'm a man trapped in a woman's body. Listen, I made a video yesterday. Now we're gonna go sidetrack a little bit. I made a video yesterday. Remember on my live? I don't know if you were still on there. On my live, I gave you guys a little video from Thailand about the lady boys. Right? No. About the lady boys? Bro, these guys, they look hot. Some of them, you know, and it's the makeup. And listen, and I made this video, and I'll be honest, I was afraid to post it. I was afraid to post it because I don't want to come across. I know, but I don't want to come across as this like hateful person. I know it's the truth, but I also don't want to come around as this hateful person. Let me see. Where did I put this? No, that's not it. But anyways, so I went and I now I'm reading data. Okay, I'm reading public information from Thailand, and I went and found out that most, like 58%. Listen to this. Lady boys. Now they don't believe in chopping their penises off. They're men who believe in women. And there's a guy, and there is a guy that has a relationship with this guy, with the Filipino. I mean, with this Taiwanese guy, and the guy says, but he has a penis, and the white guy goes, it's a woman's penis. I'm telling you, he literally, bro, literally.
At his finest,
He said that's not a man's penis, that's a woman penis.
What he was trying to say, Mr. Dennis, is that's a very enlarged clitoris.
And he said, so the guy asked him, he said, so are you gay? And he says, no, I'm not gay. I'm not gay at all. Yeah, and then the thing is that the guy, the lady boy says, he gets asked the question. He's like, well, so what is your kind of man? He's like, I'm not into men that like trans.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro, it's a man with a penis. I will say this. Listen, the Asian people in some countries, their bodies are very effeminate. What I mean by that, they're smaller shape, right? So what I mean by that, it doesn't mean that I think an old man with all these veins popping out of their calves, is sexy. No. But what I'm saying is some of these guys, when they put the makeup on, when they get the long hair or the wigs or whatever, and you're looking at their bodies, smooth skin, you know what I'm saying? Most likely Asian men don't get stretch marks. They don't get stretch marks. Women do, right? Some women get stretch marks. And so these guys are out there with a miniskirt, and when you look at them, bro, that is one beautiful man. But it's the truth. But here's the point. Yeah, it's like drag queens. That's on it. That's right. So the whole point of this is people think that I'm just an asshole. I get it because I do be cussing people out a lot, and I deserve that, right? Because I have made that mistake. But here's the thing: as I was listening to it, it's not that I don't believe in the truth. It's not that I'm doubting myself. I just ask myself, is that really what I want to show the world? This is truth. This is truth. And here's the data. And I'm reading that 58% of these lady boys have been sexually molested, specifically by their own siblings.
I can absolutely go for that, man. It does something psychologically to the brain, man.
Yeah, and then when you ask them, when did you start? When I was 8, when I was 7, when I was 9, they have been effeminate because of child sexual molestation.
Yeah.
And I always said this. There's always something happen, something traumatized you from your childhood that has allowed you to come to the stage where you are today.
Yeah, you're right, man. And I like what I'm about to say. I hope I don't come off like mean or like
homophobe.
I have 3 children, right?
Homophobe.
Right, homophobe is the correct word. I have 3 children, right? My 2 oldest are girls. My youngest is a little boy. Mr. Dennis, I try to keep him around me every time I'm home and take him with me, man, because I don't want him spending too much time with his sister. Yes, they're his sister.
Yeah.
But I don't want him to become too feminine.
Yep.
Mr. Dennis, and that's not like, whatever my son comes, I pray to God he doesn't become gay, but whatever it is, I'm gonna accept him. He's my son. I love the little guy.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I think about stuff like that, man. And because like I see a lot of kids, man, and they're very feminine, man. They don't give off like little tough guys, man. Like that shit's gone.
Well, you have to think about this, and I like I told you guys, I am very curious, and no, I'm not gay, but I'm very curious about a lot of different subjects. As I go and I look at the clinic, who the hell does this? Who does this? Who sits at a clinic and be like, I wonder why we change our minds so much. And then I start reading into it and I start studying about it. And I found that we, especially us men, we go to several stages where when we are children, we are trying to identify who we are. If we have a penis, we don't know. We don't know what that is yet. We just know pee comes out of it. That's it. Yeah. And so we don't know yet boy or girl type of thing, so it's up to the parents, right? So if the parent is teaching us, we're like sponges. You heard this before. We're like sponges. Absolutely. Children are like sponges. The more information you give them about this, that is exactly what they're going to go in. This is why you see genius children. They go out there and they do this crazy ass math. Because where some children were singing, the what do you call that? The lullabies, right? Yeah. When some children were singing that, their parents were singing that to the children. Others were reading history. Crazy mathematical problems. It's like crazy.
And you know something, touching back on history, I wanted to get to something and not take too much more every time, Mr. Dennis. I'm really big on history, man.
Let's go.
It's funny, right? Because
it's knowledge.
And it's touching back on Islam, on Muslims, right?
Yeah.
And like
I want to be clear. I don't hate the people Muslim. I don't like Muslims. Right. Islam is what I'm against, not the people.
Right. For sure, right? And it's like before World War II, was Islam not around? Absolutely. Right?
Yep.
Everybody can agree with it, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now I'm gonna get away from the Middle East a little bit, and I'm gonna touch on Germany. Why did Germany fall, Mr. Dennis?
Why?
Lack of petroleum, lack of oil. That's why they had nothing to build. They had nothing to keep their factories running, nothing to move their trains. That's why.
Oh, you're talking about war like. Gotcha.
It just happens to be that the United Kingdom, Britain, France, all of their petroleum just happened to end up under.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's strategic. You're talking about it strategically. I thought you meant morally.
No, that's strategically.
Yeah, that's it's a little different. That's why people don't have conversations with me, because I get like I got to put everything together. I got to have a specific information.
Because it does tie in always. It always ties in together.
Yeah.
If anybody ever tells you that it doesn't, they're delusional. It always ties in together. And that's just what I take away from it when I'm told.
Hold on, brother. Hey, if you're calling me right now, can you do me a favor? Can you call after I'm done talking with Ricardo? We're almost finished. You can call me back and I'll take that call. Go ahead and finish, brother.
No, and I'm just one of those persons that, like, after a while, because, I grew up when 9/11 happened. I'm 30 years old right now, and I grew up hearing.
You're smarter than most 30-year-olds, I tell you that right now.
And I grew up hearing, thank you, Mr. Dennis. And I grew up hearing on Fox News and around a lot that, like, the badness of Islam and this, that, and the third. Tucker Carlson was heavy on around that time.
Yeah.
Heavy. And, it's crazy seeing him now. He's such, like, friends with them or, like, allies.
Yeah, 180, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. And you know what? Everybody changes. You just hope that when people change, they change for the best. Not for because this serves my purpose right now. You just hope they mean what they're saying. That's
right.
That's it, man.
Yeah. Hey, Ricardo.
I say all that to say this, that, like, after World War II, that's when you see a lot of, like, issues with the Middle East. And I tend to think because it's petroleum there, Mr. Dennis.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest things, man, because petroleum moves things around, brother. The world goes around because of money, brother. That's why.
Absolutely. And we're not ignorant to this. And me, I'm just, Mr. Dennis, I'd rather you tell me, listen, man, the reason we're in these countries is because of oil. We're going to take this. We're going to do this. don't insult my intelligence and say we're doing it for national security.
Right.
Because of these actions, our national security, is threatened. So with that being said, I appreciate it, Mr. Dennis. And like I said, man, you always gonna have a fan with me, man.
Man, I wish you were local so we can go have a nice lunch, some tacos or something. All right, man. Be blessed, brother. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
All right. You take care, man. Fuck, I wish old people had common sense, man. Like, I don't want people to call in and piss me off. I want you to make me think. The first guy that I gave him a chance, I said, oh, he didn't know what to say about me. And I said, oh, I suck. And he's like, yeah, you do suck. That's not how you get respect from me. You don't earn favors from me. So let's see who the next caller is. And let's see what we got. Hey, thank you for calling. Who's calling?
Hello, what's up? My name is Johnny.
Johnny, what you got for me? How about I give you 5 minutes and you can give me your opinion. Or if you have any questions, let me know.
Yeah, sure. What is your thoughts on the current economy and why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I think the economy is a tough time for us. I have us Americans. I have a problem when our own government it's fighting the president that we put in office, and I support Trump because he's putting American citizens first and the policies for the American people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And when you say the government is fighting the president, what do you mean by that?
Well, how you and I can have these agreements on tariffs. I'm a tariff supporter.
Trump controls all three branches of government, right?
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't? So
no.
Which branch of government does the Democrats?
Well, if we didn't have a filibuster, I will agree with you. But
I'm sorry, but
yeah, we still have a filibuster. So
in all three branches of government, whether you like it or not, that's a fact.
Yeah, but the Democrats can still shut it down if the Republicans don't have 60 people, they can still shut down the government.
So let me ask you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which piece of legislation have the Republicans tried to pass or passed successfully that have benefited the average American that supposedly the Democrats have been rejecting, according to what you're saying, is that the reason why there has been no good legislation is because the Democrats have gotten in the way of it. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, no, I say that because when President Trump put in those tariffs in, it was
the one that taxed the American consumers, and we had to pay more for that. And then the billionaire corporations that passed that cost to us got the rebates.
Well, I addressed that. I have addressed that many times, so you might have not seen that. But I'm just going to tell you on a brief summary, okay? I'm supportive of tariffs, 100%. I agreed with putting tariffs on everybody that had tariffs on us to make sure that we make deals. A lot of people came in. You saw this on the news. A lot of people came in, made deals, shook hands with president, blah, blah, blah. And China, of course, they don't want to sit in. They wanted to fight us and whatever. And the reason why China was able to fight the tariffs so long is because the Democrats kept saying that those tariffs were illegal, and they were fighting our president from having that tool to negotiate. That's one thing.
Okay, let me stop you there. Do you disagree that the tariffs are illegal?
Yes.
Why?
Because the tariffs, if they're put in a certain type of language, you can make them illegal. And that is what the Supreme Court says.
Have the unilateral right to enact tariffs that has to go through Congress, which has the power of the purse. You know that, right?
Well, there's different ways. If the president have an emergency...
No, there's not different ways.
Listen. Don't interrupt me, please. The president have an executive power. He can have temporary tariffs put in there, just like he can have precision attacks without declaring war. Congress has that authority, but there is rules that the executive branch can implement to be able to bypass that. Now, the whole idea was that, that these tariffs were going to be reversed. And they did, as they came in to actually negotiate with us. So go ahead and go with that.
Which tariffs were reversed? Because I see more and more
all of them
every day. Didn't they just add another tariff to Canada?
No, that's different. That's negotiating. Again.
Wait, what are we negotiating? Because we had a free trade agreement with Canada.
Okay,
What
but
gets better than free?
but what is that doing for our manufacturing jobs?
What gets better than free?
It's not free. What are you talking about free?
So why is it called the free trade agreement?
Yeah, it's a free trade, meaning that it's an open trade. Not doesn't mean that there is no fees. No, my friend, you're misunderstanding. That's not what the free trade means. Here, let me look it up. Let me look at the definition. Here, hold on. Free trade. So if we say free trade, and you're looking at the meaning of free trade, here we go. This is what it says. Okay, free trade is no restrict imports or exports. And government free trade is predominantly advocated by political parties. What does free trade mean? Here we go. You ready? Free trade is an economic policy where countries buy and sell goods and services with each other without government limits. This means that.
Are you talking about NAFTA?
Wait, I'm just free trade. We're just talking about free trade.
No, we're talking about NAFTA, which is the specific legislation we had in place. If you want to look it up,
my friend, you said what is better than free trade. In order for me to answer that, I got to go and find out what it means. I'm reading it to you so that we can. I'm reading it to you so that we can be on the same page.
Okay, go ahead.
This means that there are no special taxes on imports called tariffs. This is what you're saying, and no strict limits on how much can be sold. This is what they call quotas. Now, you tell me, what tariffs does Canada impose on us right now to call that a free trade? That's what I want.
Well,
so
let's see. The North America Free Trade Agreement, which is the trade pact signed by the United States, Canada, and Mexico to eliminate most tariffs and trade barriers between the three countries. When we have tariffs, we pay more for goods. That is facts. Whether
if you're importing them, yes.
With it or not.
Yeah, if you import them, yes, I agree.
Okay. So you just agreed that Trump, by enacting tariffs on everybody, made us pay more for everything because we import goods. How do you think we get our stuff?
Well, we got to make it here. That is the point. We're trying to bring that here.
So it's been 20 months since Trump has taken office. Where has been the improvements? Because last jobs report, didn't we lose like 23,000 jobs?
Yeah, Mexico is Toyota's coming back from Mexico thanks to tariffs.
Toyota's coming back to Mexico?
No, from Mexico. I'm sorry, from Mexico.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's just one. But here's what free trade looks like to me. You ready? Let's see. 50% tariffs applied to the U.S. steel, aluminum, dairy items like milk, cream, and cheese. That doesn't look like free trading to me. 25% tariffs to household appliances. 15% tariffs on broadly targets remaining industrial and agriculture items to match the United States duties. So that's not free trading to me.
All right, well, I mean, the facts are there. I don't know. We're just talking past each other. We seem to agree to disagree.
Yeah. No. I think you're good on what it means.
Trade agreement
is
better than what we have now. Can we agree there?
Let me see. I haven't even paid attention to this damn thing. Let me read it real quick. Just a real quick.
We have way more tariffs we do today than we do have when we had the NAFTA in place, which Trump dismantled, by the way.
Right, but so what was happening before when this deal was in effect? What was happening to us, Americans? If you tell me that, then I know you're paying attention. Why did we change the deal? Tell me. If you said it was better, I want you to tell me why.
You tell me, aren't you the Trump guy? Aren't you the Trump glazer?
Well, I'm an American. I am an American, and I support Trump. So you're making the claim, so I want you to explain your claim.
Like chicken for KFC.
But you.
Latino for Trump is like a chicken for KFC.
But you're making the claim. I'm not making the claim. Hey, tranquilo, Mufasa. So you're making the claim. I'm not making the claim. You made the claim. You made the claim that the deal before was better than what it is today. So tell me why you think that.
Brother, what is better than free?
It's not free. That's what I'm telling you, that it's never been free.
I just read the definition of the NAFTA agreement.
That's why Trump is pissed off about it. It's supposed to be, but I just read to you all the taxes that they have on us, all the tariffs.
Okay, let's move on to another subject.
Okay, so we disagree on the tariffs. I got you. All right. So, but the whole reason, listen,
wants the next.
Yeah, but the whole reason why we talk about tariffs is because you asked me how the Democrats are stopping Trump. Okay, well, again,
That tariffs raise the cost for us.
again.
We can't even agree on that.
No, because I have explained this so many times, bro. You know how tiring it gets to explain the same shit over and over? It's ridiculous.
So you disagree that tariffs don't make us pay more for stuff?
No, I think companies do. If they import everything that they have, you will pay more. But if they buy things that we have here in the States, you don't pay tariffs.
Okay, so let me ask you this. We pay more for the tariffs that Trump enacted, right? The companies, you said, they pass the cost to us, right?
The ones that import, yes.
Yes, okay, we agree there, all right?
But only but wait, but why? Why are we doing that?
Because Trump enacted tariffs.
Yeah, why?
That's why we're paying more.
Why is he doing it? You're not answering my question.
If we get tariffs, we're going to bring back production to America.
Okay, so
that's why. That's his reasoning.
Okay, so why are you against it? So why are you against it? You think it just happens like it doesn't happen in a week. It doesn't happen in a year. Sometimes it takes years.
20 months.
Yeah. It's taken decades to destroy that shit from the United States of America. You can't expect that to happen in months. So next, the second reason. Now the second reason. I think the tariffs are good. I think the tariffs are good.
Well, the numbers don't agree.
Well, that's fine. Again, my dear friend, you got to make sacrifices to be able to have what's fair for your country. You can't have everything just you can't have everything just go smooth. It's not always going to go smooth. We would be cowards if we just think, oh my God, I don't know if we can put up with that. Ooh, if we put tariffs, it's going to increase the prices on this. We shouldn't. You're letting our enemies win. You're letting the people that are taking advantage of us on trade continue to rip us off, and we can't afford that. That's worse.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Trump's latest meat fiasco?
Enlighten me.
Of his imports of meat and his price control? Are you familiar with that?
What is it? No, I'm not.
No. Also, I think a day or two ago, Trump said he's going to import 300,000 metric tons of beef, which we have no idea where it's coming from because he refuses to say. To lower the cost of beef in the United States while enacting a 25% price control on it, which I used to hear for years was socialism and communism. Price controls were anyway. But when Trump does it, price control, good. MAGA says it's good, so it must be good.
It's not the local. Yeah, because it's not the local economy.
That's going to fuck the local farmers. And guess what? I've already seen countless of local farmers online, which I don't even follow. It just comes up on my feed, which is fucking hilarious. Now the MAGA farmers are all in tears because, Daddy Trump told me he was going to make America great again. And I never thought the consequences of my own actions would affect me. Oh, man, all those brown people, yeah, fuck them. But when it affects me, now I'm up in arms and now I care. Now my farm is gonna fucking go bankrupt again because this is not the first time Trump fucks the farmers, but guess what? They vote for him every fucking time. So let me get to my point. Why is Trump okay with adding tariffs to then come and do what I just told you and enact the 25%? Well, no, on top of that, he removed the tariffs while enacting the 25% price control. So tell me, he told us that tariffs would never raise the price on the goods for us. He enacted the tariffs, they raised the price of goods for us, and now he's reversing and backtracking saying that, I'm going to take off the tariffs so I lower the price of goods for you. How does that make sense?
It's called making deals.
No. You can't just dismiss what I say by just saying that.
But that's the truth. You're negotiating. It's like you never negotiated in your life.
Enacting a tariff and then backtracking on it?
Yeah, that's negotiating.
In what world?
Well, fucking in the real world. What do you never negotiated before?
I don't know what world you live in.
Well, here, I'm going to sell your car. I'm going to sell your car. The car is being sold for $10,000. How much are you going to pay me for it? Again, bro, stay on subject. You asked me a question. I'm trying to clarify it. You have this thing. You're speaking with this. I don't like Trump. Listen, you have to be realistic. If you can be a better president, fuck, by all means, go be president. It's not that easy. It's easy to judge as a third party, but you got to be able to judge fairly. How are you going to negotiate something if you just give away the bank? How are you going to protect the economy of this country if you just say yes to our enemies, yes to the people that want to rip us off? You got to be able to show some balls and say, hey, I am willing to take the hit, but you're not going to be taking advantage of me.
Okay. Let me stop you there. Are you trying to say that Trump is standing up to our enemies?
Say what?
Are you trying to say that Trump is standing up to our enemies?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like Vladimir Putin?
Yeah.
How is he standing up to Vladimir Putin?
If you don't understand, why would I explain it?
No. I just know you don't know. You know why? Because he's been bootlicking the shit out of him.
Right. So what would you do? Go ahead, tell me. What would you do?
For what? Well, what would I do?
Yeah.
Though, for fucking what? If I had a brain, I wouldn't be Putin's lapdog and do whatever the fuck he wants to do.
So what would you do?
I would fund the current country that's getting invaded by a fucking dictator.
Uh-huh.
That way we can, keep world peace.
Oh, so by doing that, you think you're going to keep world peace? What does that tell Putin? If we go and support 100% on Ukraine, what does that tell Putin, genius? You just started World War III with that comment.
How?
Funding the enemy of Russia. Yes, funding the enemy of Russia. See, this is why I yell at you guys. You guys have no brains.
What are you talking about funding on Russia?
You said that you would fund the enemy of Russia. So what do you think that tells Russia?
The sovereign state that deserves freedom.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. You just started World War III.
So if we got invaded by our neighboring countries, you wouldn't give a shit about that?
Oh, that's different. That's my country. I have the right to protect my country.
Oh, because it's not your country.
I think you missed the point. You missed the point. You guys have no critical thinking skills.
Buddy, if you had any critical thinking skills, you would not be right wing. I'll tell you that much.
So answer the question then. So answer the question. What would you do? What would you do? I've answered all the questions. No, don't back out now. Don't deflect. What would you do? What would you do with Russia? You just said what?
I literally verbatim answered your question, and I answered it again slowly.
Yeah.
What we were doing when Joe Biden was in office by helping Ukraine with whatever the fuck
with free money. Right.
Yeah, free money like we're giving to Iran, our actual fucking enemies.
Well, we're getting that oil, don't we?
Oh, so now it's okay to fund your enemies.
Well, how the fuck you gonna make money?
Oh, do you hear yourself?
Don't change the conversation. We're talking about Russia.
You just told me.
Well, first of all, you can't go to the next subject until you understand the one that we're talking about.
You don't see the hypocrisy there? You're double speaking.
Double speaking? What the hell is that? What the hell is double speaking?
You're saying one thing, and then when I try to test your view by saying something
well,
else,
let's tackle Russia. You mentioned Russia. So what is the difference between Trump and Biden? The difference between Trump and Biden is that Biden was giving free taxpayer dollars to Ukraine. Trump is getting something out of it. That is the difference. So we're still helping Ukraine, except we are also taking advantage of that. Rare earth minerals from Ukraine.
From where?
Now again, from Ukraine. So again,
by extorting them.
You just started World War III against Russia by saying that we should support Ukraine, the enemy of Russia. Whether Russia is the bad guy or not, it is irrelevant.
No, you don't think the strongest superpower in the world has some kind of agency to keep world peace? You don't think that's a thought in your mind? The most powerful.
Well, that is exactly what President Trump is containing. You just don't understand it. Yeah, you just made a big mistake. You just made a big mistake with Russia. You just started World War III. That's what I mean. You don't know anything about negotiating.
So if that one is World War III according to you,
Yeah.
What is Iran?
Iran is not a superpower.
Hey, hold on, let me stop you there before you say this dumbass shit.
No, I already said it. I already said it. They're not a superpower. You don't listen. I already said it. They're not a superpower.
Who? Iran?
Yeah, no, who else are you talking about?
Iran's not a superpower.
No, it's not.
Who are we invading?
Well, that's why. We don't want them to be a superpower. Do you know why we don't want them to?
You know, Obama had a deal in place before Trump.
Do you know why we don't want them to be a superpower? Say it.
No, tell me.
No. Say it. Say it. No. The weapons of mass destruction. We know that was bullshit, but it's okay. I want you to tell me why we don't want.
You don't see the same playbook again by Trump? You don't see the same playbook?
Just answer my question, bro. Don't deflect. Don't do that.
Okay, go ask. Go. I'll answer.
Yeah, I already said it.
I answered every question I see.
Yeah, I already said it.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, no, you gotta listen, man. You gotta listen. We don't want Iran. We don't want Iran to be a superpower. Why?
Tell me.
No. You know. I already know why.
Destruction according to Trump.
No, why can we not? Okay, but not according to Trump. According to you, why should we not allow them to be a superpower?
No. Actually, you know Tulsi Gabbard? Are you familiar with Tulsi Gabbard?
Yes.
The director of national intelligence.
Of course, I love Tulsi Gabbard.
Did you know that she testified under oath, saying that Iran wasn't a threat?
Yes, because she doesn't make that call. That's what she said.
The director of national intelligence?
Yes.
Excuse me?
It's not her decision. What the fuck? What world you guys live in?
When did I say it was a decision?
That's what she said under oath. She said that, yeah, she doesn't see, but it's not her decision. It is the president's decision.
He doesn't have a decision.
It is only the president can say that. Only the president can say that.
She gives the president information.
She only, that's it. And that's it. That's all she can do is give that information. And she made that very clear.
And so let me ask you, if the director of national intelligence says Iran is not a threat,
well,
why is Iran a threat?
they're a threat. What she said is that she doesn't see them as an imminent threat. The president disagreed.
Oh, now we're playing semantics.
It's not semantics. It's the fucking truth.
It is semantics.
Why?
Anyways.
No, say it. Why?
Because,
why is it semantics? I just told you the truth.
Deal in place by Obama, the JCPOA. I'm sure you're not familiar with it.
Yeah, the same deal that they kept breaking. They broke that deal over and over and over. They abused that deal.
Oh, okay.
Look it up. Go look it up.
Trust me, bro.
Go ask. Did Iran ever refuse inspections?
We literally had people in there supervising their facilities.
They were denied. Go look it up, bro. Go look it up and then come back another time and tell me, shit, Dennis, you were right. Listen, listen, amigo. Hermanito, you have good questions, bro. Don't stop asking those questions. I mean it. I know you think I'm an asshole, but don't stop asking those questions. I want you to dig deeper, okay? I know you disagree with me. I got you. I got nothing but love for you, okay? I appreciate your question. No, you're right. Question. No, just continue to ask questions, but let me see if I can take more calls, okay? All right, man. We'll see you later, brother. Be blessed, okay? Take care. There's nothing wrong with him asking me those questions and challenging. I think it's okay. The thing is that, guys, I have my own beliefs. I have my own opinions. And we may not disagree we may not agree on things, or maybe we won't disagree on things. You should question it. But what I want you to get out of it is, okay, well, this guy believes this. Well, I believe this. How do I mix this information, put together? What makes more sense? You know what I'm saying? That's all I said. You know, I don't believe that I'm cooking, destroying, or winning anything. It's not about winning or losing. You know, I never see. Whenever I have debated in high school, Not once was I taught by my teacher to debate to win or crush our opponent. I always debated to see what else is out there, what other opinions are out there. What do people think? How people see things? What do I have to do to use my critical thinking skills better? I got to look at what's obvious, what's common sense. I don't care what Fox says or CNN says, but if I agree with the information that they're giving, okay, I'll support it. Right now, you know, I thought all socialists wanted to be vegetarians. What do you care about the beef? You guys didn't care about the farmers before Trump. Why all of a sudden you care about the farmers? We just gave the farmers $12 billion. Did you know that Washington State used to be a farm state? No more. It is no longer a farm state. That's the sad reality of it. Oh boy. Here we go. Let me go ahead and play this video here from CNN. This is the New Scottish mail-in ballot ruling. Legal expert and panel react. The panel is painful because unfortunately the panel is so left, far left, that they don't have room for conversation. That's what I said. You know, don't bitch about Trump and the farmers when the Democrats have destroyed the farmers. Let's make that clear. Okay? Trump has not been president for the last 20 years. Democrats have been destroying farmers every single administration. So I don't want to hear shit about that. What are the facts? I believe that what I say is true. If you believe what you say is true, what are the facts? Unfortunately, I can tell you the future, but I could be wrong. So I talk about the present. I talk about the current events. I talk about what's going on right now. And that's the way that we should. No, I would answer the block calls. I mentioned that earlier if you missed it. But for now, let me. I need to go grab some more coffee. I'll be back and I'll go ahead. I'm still listening to the video, so I'll be able to talk about it. I'll be right back.
A block on the president's plans aimed to limit mail-in voting. The court did not say that what he wants to do is inherently legal. This is a procedural win for the president, but might be temporary. The president wants to use the post office to control who does not get mail ballots. The court basically said states do not have the standing to block it yet because it's not clear how the order would work yet. The court's three liberals dissented. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson warned the ruling, quote, needlessly injects chaos and uncertainty into the upcoming midterm elections. With us now, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Ellie, clear something up for me because I've seen some headlines over the last, 12 hours or so, which says the Supreme Court rules the president can restrict mail-in voting. Is that what happened?
No, John, this is the risk in only reading the headlines. So the executive order issued by the president back in March told DHS you are to come up with lists of eligible voters in each state, and then told the Postal Service you are only to deliver mail-in ballots to and from those addresses. Now, a group of 23 Democratic states plus D.C. challenged that. They said it's unconstitutional. We are the states. We get to run our own election under the Constitution. The Supreme Court did not decide the constitutionality or unconstitutionality of the order. What the Supreme Court said simply is this lawsuit at this point is premature. The states cannot show the kind of concrete, specific injury yet that they need to show to get into court. So this will continue, John. The ultimate merits remain unresolved. It's a win for Trump, but it's procedural and it's temporary.
So continue how, where, and when, Counselor?
Lots of lawsuits. So there actually are multiple lawsuits. There's the one by the states. There's a separate one by a group of women voters. Those are going to continue. The trick now is they do have to show that level of concrete, specific injury. The problem, according to the majority in the Supreme Court, is in order to get to these scenarios where there's some harm, you have to stack hypothetical upon hypothetical to come out to a conclusion that someone might be denied their right to vote, that the state's right to control the elections might be infringed on. We just don't know how that all is going to play out just yet. So at every procedural step here, I would expect the plaintiffs to say, now we have injury. For example, the Postal Service just issued a new rule, which is a step beyond the executive order, saying, here's how we're going to implement this. So I would look for the parties maybe today to go into court and say, aha, now we have this further step. Now we're a step closer to injury. Now we have the right to sue.
There is a substantive issue here with the executive order.
They didn't rule on the merits, but to disagree with Justice Jackson, it didn't really inject chaos because nothing actually changed. The court temporarily granted to the Trump administration that, yes, you could compile this citizenship list and send it out to the states, but the Postal Service doesn't actually have to reject any ballots that come back with names that aren't on that list. So it's basically saying you're kind of stuck. You don't really get to do anything with this ruling for the time being. But zooming out here, non-citizens voting, which is really why this executive order was instituted in the first place, is already illegal. The problem is that President Trump does not actually have the power to prevent non-citizens from voting. A lot of people think that he does, so this is almost like a moot and irrelevant battle that he's fighting. He has the power to prosecute people who are found to have engaged in illegal voting or aiding and abetting it, but he cannot stop it. Why do you think he's fighting so hard for the SAVE Act? It's because he doesn't actually have the authority right now.
I wonder why is he fighting so hard for the SAVE Act when there are so very few non-citizens that are voting at all? It's actually sort of an imaginary problem, and so many Americans have real problems right now making rent, buying groceries.
I think the integrity of our election system is worth fighting for.
He is actually spending most of his time undermining our election system from where I sit.
It's very sound. I think another thing that's addressed here, and I think you brought this up, is the Supreme Court is telling these district court judges, stop doing these injunctions.
Right.
Stop jumping in when the president of the United States says something or does something and saying, in my district, I'm going to decide that none of this can happen across the United States. I think the Supreme Court, in its last recent couple of decisions, has decided that we're not going to allow these district court judges to have the authority over presidential decisions. They want to keep that power for themselves.
I don't know that I agree with that, because I think that the procedural issue that they're addressing is timing. And on Friday, when the USPS put in place the rule, it set the ball in motion for this to actually be implemented. So it's only a matter of time before they get to a point where they try to implement this, in which case it would be ripe for a challenge, and it would have to still go through the same judicial process.
But I think they're going to want them to come back to the Supreme Court, not rely on
I agree with that.
Come back while they're voting.
The lower court will still have to rule on the merits of a challenge to this.
But we don't know what the implementation will look like. The Postal Service actually has a statute more than 100+ years old that says it can't be a party to fraudulent activity. You can't send counterfeit, you can't send drugs, you can't engage in cheating your neighbor by using the mail system. There is a robust anti-fraud position, and it is possible.
You gotta prove that there's fraud.
It is.
I mean, that's the problem, is that you have to prove that there is fraud.
That they limit what this new rule does so that it focuses on fraud prevention.
Listen,
What
to your
fraud?
point,
I want to know what fraud.
That is already in the book, so I don't understand what the executive order
fraud.
would be
This isn't a win for Republicans because essentially the Supreme Court said the president hasn't done anything with this yet. So I don't think if they should look at this as a win.
No, I'm just going to Abby's point that we already know it's a preordained outcome of what happens then.
That's literally not what I said. I did not say that. All I said was that the point at which this becomes ripe for challenge is perhaps coming very soon.
Yes.
Because they are moving forward with a process that would allow them to challenge it. And I would, to this point of fraud, first of all, you're right. It's already illegal to vote if you are not a citizen. It's already illegal to use the mail system in a fraudulent way. Those things are already illegal. The Trump administration is trying to claim that there is such widespread fraud that this executive order is necessary. They put out a whole bunch of claims earlier this year, including that in Nevada, there were 278,000 non-citizens registered to vote in 4 states, and in Nevada they said there were 15,000. Well, it turns out they can't prove that. It turns out that they've identified only 185 potential non-citizens in the state so far. So that's why people have a lot of skepticism about these claims that were made a few months ago, because they put out these massive numbers to try to make it seem way more common, and they have yet to back any of them up.
But that's
still
not a, I'm sorry.
With prosecutions, with proof, they haven't backed any of
That's
them.
a PR argument.
That's not a
PR argument.
It's not a PR argument.
That's not a PR
argument. There are facts underneath this. Even those cases, they said they were on the rolls, but they didn't say that any of those people actually voted illegally.
Well, they also haven't even proven that those people are actually
right. So
none
of
that has
exactly.
been proven.
And then the Heritage Foundation actually keeps a record of convictions of non-citizens voting. Since 1982, they have it's not 44, it's less than 100 cases of people charged with voting.
This guy acting smart and tough. He's over here reading the script that he has wrote down for his little argument. He don't even believe what he says.
Illegally.
And convicted.
And convicted. And that's 40.
Hey, pay attention, because when you call, this is what we're going to talk about.
4 years, right?
And convicted.
That's 44 years.
How much IRS invasion has there been?
44 years, less than 100. In those 44 years, there have been over 1.3 billion votes just for the president. That's not including state, local. That is not including Congress. That is not including off-year elections. That is just for the president. That is not a problem. The idea that people are arguing that this is a problem is a lie. Is a furtherance of the lie.
Do you think there should be a uniform standard, though, ensuring verification?
I don't think there should be national elections. I do not think that the elections should be nationalized, which is what Trump is pushing for. I think the state should have it.
I'm with you. Democrats actually proposed this idea first.
The Constitution
Yes, but the problem is that not all the states actually do require uniform verification, and so this is trying to address that.
Uniform verification, not no verification.
This is the thing that our president should be spending his time, effort, and energy.
I push back on that. That is not the basis.
Do you think this is the thing that most people are talking about at their
That
dinner
is
table right now?
not the basis for whether it is illegal or unconstitutional. And that is the reason why, if a new challenge comes and these kinds of policy arguments are made, the court is going to allow this to be implemented.
There's no way in the world they would. I can tell you this.
No.
There's no way in the world that the court would allow an executive order to override what's in the Constitution. The states have the power. And you talk about needing evidence and to back it up legally, you still have to show some kind of proof that this is happening, even for it to become an issue.
Counselor.
He's making this an issue.
Counselor.
That doesn't need to be
You're presenting
addressed.
facts that are not in evidence. We do not know if this regulation is going to do what you just described. There are things that
the description is that the federal government has to approve who the individual states
they've already pulled back from that.
The other fact that's not in evidence is that there is no fraud.
Hold on, Horace. You're suggesting that the executive order, as it's written, they've backed away from parts of it, and so that should be sufficient. The executive order, as it's written, basically says the states or somebody, there's going to be a list. The Postal Service is going to determine whether people are on that list, and then they are going to approve or deny ballots from being sent or received through the mail system. That is the crux of the challenge.
And really, though, when we get the zoom out, what does this do to voters? Does this instill trust?
Well, listen, the court isn't reviewing the executive order.
Hold on.
The court is reviewing
Horace,
what
you keep
is the
fighting
USPS doing.
You keep fighting the last battle. We already established that the Supreme Court ruling doesn't address the merits of the case, but what Dante was talking about is the second iteration of this. Eventually, this will come to the merits.
It won't be about the executive order, is what I'm saying.
Eventually,
it will
Horace,
be about the implementing rules.
What you're saying is he created an executive order, but he's not going to have an executive order.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
But
I am saying that the USPS has already gone to the district court and said, notwithstanding this executive order, here are the things we're actually planning to do. And we have heard your complaints, and we have modified our plans accordingly.
Oh, okay.
This is
So the
why-
USPS has single-handedly
Yes, there we go.
modified
This
the
is a court
president's
record.
executive
Just
order.
read the case.
There you have it. So now you have a topic to talk about. Let's talk about these mail-in ballots. If you want to, listen, it's not to put you on the spot. It's not to cook you or destroy you or demise you or belittle you or anything like that. I just want to hear your opinion. Why do you think that it's okay to not prove citizenship? So the whole idea about, this is just the way that I interpret it. The whole idea about this executive order to give specific people mail-in ballots, I believe if they prove, if they go now and they prove that they are still alive, that they are American citizens, and update the address, they can go ahead and vote by mail. That's what I understand. Everybody else should be able to go and vote in person and show voter ID, passport, birth certificate, or an ID. I don't know why people have such a hard time with that. I am so proud of showing my license, enhanced license, that shows that I'm an American citizen. You should be proud. You should be proud to go to an election and to the election, to the booth, to the voting booth, and say, look, I'm an American citizen. Boom. It's a moment of pride. Now, with that being said, if I have blocked you in the past, I will still take your call, unless you've been blocked like completely. All right? I will still take your call. So if you have a blocked number, you can block your number. That's fine. Go ahead and call in. You get a chance to say what you want to say today. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my God.
Come on. You can do it. Billy Kid, call me. Tell me what you think about this mail voting and voting fraud that, well, they just can't prove that illegal immigrants are voting on the elections, they say. What I want you to tell me is, how are we sure? How are we sure that nobody's committing fraud? That's what I want. All right, here we go. Canada. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hey, Frankie. How you doing?
Frankie, are you Canadian?
Yeah.
Yeah, Canadian, eh? Oh, man. All right, Frankie. What do you think about this voting fraud? Do you think it exists? If not, why not?
If the voting fraud what exists?
Yeah, is the voting if voting fraud exists? If you think it doesn't, why?
Why? Because we have to prove it. Us here, our votes never fucking count.
You have to prove your citizenship, right?
I don't think so. Not too sure.
So if I go to Canada right now, because I can cross the border with my American passport, if I go to Canada and I go to an election and I say I don't have an ID, I'm Canadian. You can't tell by my accent, eh? You think they'll let me vote on the election and that's fine?
I'm not too sure. Not too sure.
Yeah. So how would you make sure that I'm Canadian?
My wife doesn't know. Huh?
How would you make sure that I'm Canadian?
I'll make sure you're Canadian. Well, if you're, I don't know. That's more French. Is that a little more easier? It's not from around town or what?
Man, listen, man. I love my Canadian friends, man. You guys are crazy ass, just like we are, but it's something that people will never understand because I always talk about legalities and stuff. But at the end of the day, my main goal is that we all can get along. You know, I want Canadians to look after the best for their country, but I also have to look what's best for my country, and I want Mexicans to look out for what's best for their country. It's just hard to come to a common ground. Yeah.
We always been with Mexican, especially here.
Yeah.
So we have Mexico, it's like a second home for us, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know, how would it feel if, let's say, for example, you know, we've been running the elections the way that we have been running it, and we never thought that anybody can commit crime because, you know, just the citizens voting, right? But what if now we have a question? Now we have a doubt. How can we make sure only citizens get to vote? That will be the question.
Show ID, or digital. Yeah.
Yeah, common sense, right?
Yeah,
common sense.
Common sense. Someone.
Yes, sir. Did you want to say anything else while we're here live?
Not much. I don't know. Not
You're good?
not much. Yeah, that's all right. I would keep the line.
Yeah, all right. Well, hey, thank you so much for calling. You be blessed. I hope and wish the best for you and your family.
Yes. Yeah. And, I love America, too.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. We're brothers in arms, baby. All right, you take care. Thanks for calling.
I hope we can get on here, too.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I know. It's hard work, but we'll find the common ground.
It's stubborn, but I got friends in Miami, you know, so I used to live there, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, miss them. But, yeah. And but they all for Trump for some reason. I got a bunch of friends that, for Trump, man. Yeah. But he got some good points there.
All right. Thank you so much for your call. You have a good day, all right? Thank you so much.
Thank you, bud.
All right. All right, Glock. Give me a call. Hammerman, I already know you're a shit talker. You guys can both call. Either one of you, I'll take your call. I know you guys like the Glocks, huh? You guys like the Glocks. Me too. They're fantastic. Next month, I'm going to be buying me, I think it's the 45. I can't remember which one it was. I saw it. Now, the way that I shop for guns, it's I shop by the size of my hand, and there is guns that the handle just feels too small for me. I don't know. It's just me. But I like to have a good-sized gun. I know for some of you guys, you're probably thinking about power, you know, how fast you can shoot, all that stuff. I just want comfortable grip on my hand. When I play golf, I got to have my custom made. I got to have very firm golf clubs. And the grip has to be a little bit thicker than normal. And it helps big time. All right. Anybody else? Go ahead. Here we go. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
What's up, man? It's Paul.
Paulie.
Paul, yeah.
Which Paul? Paul Salsi? Paul Raul?
No. Raul Pablito.
Oh, Pablito. Okay, tell me about, what did you think? Did you watch the clip that we just watched?
Yeah, were you talking about, like, the Canadian guy was talking about Trump?
No, we're talking about the fraud on the election.
Yeah, the election fraud and stuff.
Yeah.
So, with Flock and all that, like, with facial recognition and all that, wouldn't they catch all these?
That would be good. That's actually a good, that's a good idea. Yep. They use it at the airports, but not all of them. They don't have that technology yet.
Like, if there's a mass migration in America of minorities just popping up at out of nowhere, the United States they'll find it. The government will find these people. You know, there's no threat.
Yeah.
It's 2026. Like, there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah, but they don't use it. It's all fictional. They don't use it to search for people. They're
searching for their girlfriends. The cops are searching for their girlfriends with it, and politicians and stuff. But, like, man, I just saw how what's it called? Trump with the beef and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Man, that's wild, man.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Tell me more about it, since I don't know about the beef. I just know that Argentina is sending us beef.
I think Japan denied it, and they got some Argentinian beef. And Trump's trying to make a quick buck, man. He just made $15 million off of
Venezuela?
oil stocks,
Yeah, 13.
Venezuela.
Yeah.
He just, that shit's crazy to me, man.
Yeah, well, I agree with this. I agree that, I agree that they need to be more transparent because I haven't seen any specifics of where it's gone. But we do know that we spent billions of dollars on attacking drug boats and taking out Nicolas Maduro and all that stuff.
And what do you think about, him getting that, he got a federal banking license for his crypto company?
I haven't heard about the crypto stuff. I don't follow the crypto stuff.
Yeah, no, he gave himself a federal banking license for his crypto company. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
Yo, what's going on,
Yeah,
man? Maybe, I can understand why Jim Crow was invented.
What do you think?
All these racist people, they actually need the government to help them.
Now, why was it racist?
Why was it racist?
Yeah, back then, Jim Crow. Why was it racist?
It's just a way to control people after chattel slavery was over, because it was just a way to trick black people into thinking they were free, but they weren't.
So what happened to the Jim Crow one has some tests, right? What were the tests that they gave?
So during Jim Crow, these laws were set up after the war, the Civil War and stuff like that, because 100,000 black people came through and joined the Union Army, and just that scared the shit out of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, "Oh, go get out of here," and we're like, "No, we're gonna fight." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, after that was happening, there's two different sets of laws. And look at what's happening in the world today. I'm from Massachusetts, right?
Yeah.
In 2018, LaTarsha Sanders from Brockton, Massachusetts, a diagnosed schizophrenic woman, killed both of her kids, right?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
No. This was in 2018.
Oh, not the recent one. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. The same situation, same background. System let her down. She's serving a double life sentence with 15 years on top for doing the same thing as this white lady.
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, but who's protesting it though?
Different sets of laws and stuff like that. So they won't even allow us to get leeway in the court system.
So who's protesting this case right now?
Who's protesting? Crazy ass women.
Socialist white Karens? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, I don't think they're socialists. I think they're fucking going where the money's at, and you see, you're seeing the level of untreated mental illness in the country, dog. I worked in the mental health field for 15 years. The most people that are patients at psych hospitals are middle-aged white women.
Yeah, but unfortunately.
In general, 90% of the patients all throughout New England were white.
Right.
And guess what they would be saying? I worked in Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Connecticut, all during 2016 to 2020, and they were all about Trump. They had people coming in because it was against the law, because of mental health, civil rights laws, and stuff like that for New England.
Yeah.
People with disabilities and stuff, they had the right to vote. So people would come into the psych hospital and take these people's information down and write down, vote for Trump. No ID, no nothing.
Why don't we watch a black man say it instead of me? And let's see if this makes sense to you, okay? Now, remember, Jim Crow 2.0. I'm going to go ahead and play a video, which you probably can listen to if you're on the phone with me. But
Is it Jason Tatum?
no, it's not. No. This is Congressman. I'm going to go ahead and play a clip here. Hey, thank you for calling, brother. Appreciate you.
No problem, man.
Yeah.
I'll be fucking with you.
Yeah, let's go. But don't be fucking too much, because then you piss me off and then people get blocked and shit.
No. Like, you see where I know where you're coming from, but like, come on, man. You see, I can hear it in your voice, man.
Yeah. What do you feel?
Come on.
What do you hear?
I hear that you're logical, you know, you're articulate, you know what the hell is what's going on in life, you know? Like, just the way you're talking about stuff, but it's okay, man. Get that money, homie.
I'm not making. I wish I was making money of the truth.
Do that Jason Tatum, homie.
That man is making money, bro. I'm about to start a new job coming soon. So a lot of people are gonna be so happy that there's no more morning shows, but I will be on in the afternoons. I'm still gonna. Yeah, I'm so used to working 2-3 jobs, man. It is what it is. But you know, I gotta take care of my family, bro. You're breaking up, brother. You're breaking up.
I said I'm 38. I'm not working no fucking 2 jobs and shit.
Well, I'm Hispanic, bro. This is what we do. 1,000 jobs is what they call it.
I'd rather work smarter, not harder, man. I'm trying to.
That's the American way. 100% with you on that one.
I already did all that labor shit and saved up money and stuff and invested in IRAs, stocks, brokerage funds. I got it all.
Good job. Good job.
I'm in Florida right now. I grew up with a single mom, right? A white single mother.
Me too.
In
Hispanic.
an all-white community. And she had 5 black kids, and she raised all her black kids alone in the most liberal state ever, Massachusetts, right?
Yeah.
And I've seen more racism in Massachusetts than I've ever seen anywhere down south.
You will find that on evil places where people are more liberal than conservative.
They're not liberal up there.
It's a godless thing, bro. It's a godless thing.
It's like, it's a police state up there. Like they were the last people and there's tons of pedophiles. Like New England, packed with pedophiles, dude. It's sickening.
That's crazy.
Like just the high school I went to in Mahar, it was called Mahar. Whatever. In Western Massachusetts, there's like a chief of police or a drug detective at the time. He was a police officer. He coached a girl from 9th grade up on girls varsity basketball. And then her senior year, he got divorced from his wife. She graduated, and then she's in his house. And then he was chasing her around all summer with looking for her during when she graduated because she was going to parties and he was trying to control her. But like that's the type of mindset we're seeing now.
Yeah.
I'm seeing all these crazy, like look at the owner of the freaking what's it called? The 49ers. He's a billionaire.
Yep.
And he went to go get some $140 pussy.
Yep. I don't get it, bro.
What I'm saying?
Yep.
Like,
I know.
What? And they don't get AIDS, not even thinking about STDs.
Yep. Yeah, man.
They're just like so hyper fixated.
Yep.
Homoerotic bullshit. It's fucked
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks for calling, man. I appreciate you. You have a good day, brother.
You too.
All right. Be blessed. You know what's funny that he mentioned that. Now we're going to listen to Jim Crow. Somebody's talking about Jim Crow here. We're going to listen to this. This is probably not the clip that I want to play, but I really have a lot of respect for this man. That is true. A billionaire getting with a prostitute. Why? Bro, my thoughts about fun is being able to go to a tropical island, have a nice beach, be able to eat all the nice seafood and all these special dishes that I can get. I want to feel the warm breeze just flying through. I want to relax. I want to have my wife next to me. I want my kids. That's life. That's rich right there. That's something that I would love to do, and I enjoy to do. But go get a prostitute? I mean, it's a mental problem, bro. It's a mental problem. Let's go ahead and take a listen to our brother here, and Jim Crow, I think is what he's going to talk about. Let's take a listen.
The talking point for the Democrat high brain today is that Jim Crow is alive and well in America, and I'm sure that some of the SPLC's actions have helped them make this argument. My first question is for you, Ms. Swain. In the 2024 presidential election, were you required to pay a poll tax before you voted?
No.
I have another question for you. When you went to vote at the voting locations, were you intimidated in any way with baseball bats, fire hoses, or dogs?
The only thing that intimidated me is that in my state that you go into, if you have to ask for a Republican ballot or a Democrat ballot, and if you are in a precinct that's predominantly Democrat, I think you would have a lot of fear.
My Democrat colleagues and everyone on the left screaming Jim Crow 2.0, like I hear ad infinitum. Let's take a moment to revisit what actual Jim Crow was. Jim Crow was a time when black Americans could not sit in classrooms with white Americans. It was colored-only water fountains. It was beatings in the streets. It was lynchings. It was fear. It was public humiliation. My own father, who grew up in a segregated South in New Orleans, had to walk around to the back of a restaurant just to order a sandwich in the French quarters of New Orleans because of the color of his skin. That was Jim Crow. And that is precisely why it is so offensive to compare that era of legalized discrimination and racial terror to showing a photo ID in a voting booth. And it's just as offensive when groups and organizations like these manufacture faux hate and racial tension. Requiring identification to vote is not oppression. It is not segregation. It is not racism. It is a basic standard that applies equally to every single American citizen, regardless of what you look like. You need an ID to board a plane. You need an ID to cash a check. You need an ID to buy alcohol. You need an ID to enter these very federal buildings. And by the way, attaining an ID in this country is an extremely low bar. But somehow showing an ID to vote in America is now considered to be Jim Crow 2.0. This is not about civil rights. This is about political theater.
You think a little... There you go. You hear that from the black man. Now, this is a clip that I have shared before, and I'm going to go to my library. You guys may have seen this already, but I'm going to share it with you right there. I shared this short that I made for you guys to listen to. Listen to this. Listen to this. Now, you heard about Jim Crow 2.0 and what Jim Crow was all about. Well, let's take a listen to this clip together.
There's absolutely no question that racial discrimination existed in our country, and in many places, people would argue that it still does. And so we had all kinds of ways to keep black people from voting. We had poll taxes, we had literacy tests, we had, I think they, some places even required them to count how many jelly beans were in a jar. All kinds of ways to keep black people from voting. This happened. I don't think anybody can deny that that was going on. And as far as I'm concerned, there is a pattern now of voter suppression going on in our country right now. And the Calais decision just plays into that by pretty much gutting the Voting Rights Act, which, by the way, was reaffirmed many times in a bipartisan way in acknowledging that this kind of racial discrimination occurred, and that as a democratic country where everybody has an equal vote, that's not tolerable. But suddenly it's A-OK just because the Supreme Court says so. I consider it to be basically an out of control Supreme Court majority where there is a pattern.
Just a moment ago, our colleague Senator Herrera said there's a lot more to say, and indeed she's right. And in fact, I want to go back to her comments. She began by saying we have a long history of racial discrimination in this country. That's undoubtedly correct. And then she said, quote, we had poll taxes, we had literacy tests, we even had tests of how many jelly beans are in a jar. Mr. Chamberlain, when Senator Hirono says we had poll taxes, I want to ask you who we is, and in particular, what party was it that implemented poll taxes in the South?
Pretty confident it was mostly the Democrats.
And what party was it that put literacy tests in place in the South?
Same answer, mostly the Democrats.
What party was it that had tests like how many jelly beans are in a bottle?
The Democrats.
Tell me, what party were the founders of the Ku Klux Klan from?
I'm pretty sure that was the Democrats.
Indeed. In fact, Nathan Bedford Forrest, the founder of the Klan, was a delegate to the 1860 Democrat National Convention. What party wrote the Jim Crow laws in the South?
The Democrats.
And on this side of the aisle were members of the Republican Party. Who was the first Republican president?
Abraham Lincoln.
The Republican Party was literally founded to oppose slavery. We came into existence because slavery was a grotesque evil, and it was President Lincoln, the first Republican president, who signed the Emancipation Proclamation, who won the Civil War, and that resulted in the freeing of the slaves and the passage of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. By the way, fast forward to the Civil Rights era. Bull Connor, one of the most noxiously racist politicians, what party was he from?
He was a Democrat.
He was a Democrat. Can't deny the truth. The truth shall set you free. I know I don't make enough short clips and stuff like that. It's very time consuming. I'll probably end up doing that when I have, working a full-time job. It's going to be like 8 to 12 hours daily. So I don't know how much time I'm going to have left over to be able to do this. Obviously, I won't be able to do live for hours like we're doing today. But we'll figure something out. But we're not going to give up. We'll continue to tell the truth. And nothing but the truth. Well, now we can also tell some theories and some story time we can come up with. So go ahead. The phone lines are open. Well, the phone line is open. If you want to block your number, today is the day. I will let you call in with a blocked number. Okay? Now, I find it interesting that there's still people who believe that asking for an ID, comparing proof of citizenship to Jim Crow, it's a lot of ignorance in people that think this is racist. It really is. It's nothing to do with race. Yeah, it's nothing to do with race. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Appreciate it. I want you to know that. And the whole idea that you're an American citizen and that you have the right to vote, I don't know you. I wasn't there when you were born. I don't know where the hell you come from. All white people look alike. All black people look alike. All Hispanics look alike. Who are you? I don't know you. Prove to me that you are who you are. How do you do that? If you are undocumented, you don't get to vote. Whose responsibility is it to have documentation in order? Yours. Mine. I'm proud to show my passport. United States of American citizen. Feels good. Enhanced license. Only Americans can get that. It's fantastic. Now, with that being said, I'm not here for you to like me. I'm not here looking for approval. I am giving you the truth. Nationals can also get a passport that looks like this. But when you open the passport, it has a different picture inside. And it tells you that you're not a citizen. So there's a lot of nationals that have an American passport, but they need to show it because that passport shows that they're nationals and they don't have the right to vote on elections. With that being said, you think nobody's voting? You think no nationals are out there voting? No, I guarantee you they're voting. So let me ask you a question. Again, as I said at the beginning of my live today, who is hiding from audits? That's the question. Let's see what we get. Hey, thanks for calling. L.A.?
Yeah.
Hey, what's your name, brother?
My name's Oscar, man.
Oscar. How are you, brother? What you got for me today?
I'm watching you right now. You just came up on my feed.
Oh, okay. We're talking about fraud in elections. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm not caught up on what exactly you're talking about, but just to sum it up, I want to know where you stand at.
Yeah, I believe that everybody should prove that they're American citizens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
You know why?
I have a question for you on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's say an ICE agent
Yeah.
ended up pulling you over on the street.
Yeah.
Because of your accent,
Yeah.
the way you sound,
Yeah.
and they automatically just thought that you were illegal. And they
Yeah.
put you in one of those alligator prisons or whatever.
Well, they won't take you there.
How you going to take that?
Yeah, they won't take you there if you just show your license that shows that you're an American.
Wherever they take you.
Well,
How you going to feel about that?
that's the
If
thing
they're
that.
discriminating on you.
Well, that's the thing that the people listen. A lot like you and me. You have a heavier accent than I do, but you and I can have heavy accents, and we can look similar. Maybe you're dark skin, lighter skin, whatever, right? If we get pulled over, if I was an ICE agent and I pulled you over, I would still ask you for your driver's license. Now when I say driver's license, it's, I don't know in California, but here in Washington State, we have this thing called enhanced license. In order for you to get that, you got to have proof of citizenship. So I had to bring my passport that says, whether I was born in this country or I was born in another country, but now I'm an American citizen. So once I show that, then they put a little American flag next to my photo, and that shows that I'm an American citizen. Now, if, let's say, for example, somebody stole my wallet and they grab my ass and they take me to Alcatraz, Gator Alcatraz, or whatever that thing is called, it will suck. But here's the reason why I don't have a problem with it. Don't get me wrong, it's a big inconvenience, but I am very well aware that we just had a massive invasion during the last administration. And there's millions of people, and whether our paisas, they're hard workers. You have to understand something. To be able to be in this country is a privilege. To be able to work in this country, it's also a privilege. To be able to pay taxes is a privilege. So to be an American citizen, obviously, is a privilege. If you're a green card holder, it's a privilege. If you are here with permission to work, it's a privilege.
So let me ask you this:
I'll be okay.
For you to get deported or for you to get taken by ICE?
Yeah.
Even though you're here on a student visa, you got a green card, because that's what's happening.
Yeah. So if they can prove it, I mean, yeah, I'm okay with that.
It's clearly on a lot of cell phone video and bam. But like I said, I haven't caught your channel like that, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about or what. But just by hearing you, it's like you're okay with that.
Yeah, I am. I am.
That's what I don't understand. Is like you sound like you weren't born here. I don't know.
That is correct. That is correct.
You just finished saying.
Yeah, that's correct.
But it don't make sense to me, man. How because it could happen to you.
Yeah, and I will cooperate.
One thing is saying that, okay, I wouldn't. It would be an inconvenience, but I'd be okay with it. I don't think so.
You don't believe me?
I don't believe you.
Yeah. It's okay.
I don't believe
I told a story before, right? Because before this whole illegal thing we were talking about, I told this story because I support law enforcement. Obviously, ICE agents are law enforcement, but I support the police, right? And so I told a story, true story, that I got pulled over by the State Patrol, right? The ones with the white units. That says State Patrol. Yeah, the State Patrol, not Border Patrol. Now, the reason why he pulled me over, I can say, well, we look Hispanic and whatever the case, right? We get pulled over because my nephew decided to put his seatbelt under his arm so it looked like he wasn't wearing one. Now, the police officer, pulled us over. Obviously, we pulled over. And because there was two of us in the car, it was me and my nephew. And he let my nephew in the car, and even though he saw the seatbelt was under his arm, he still needed to run my information. Now, whether he was being racist, prejudiced, whatever it is, I don't really care. The point is that once we get pulled over, we are responsible to cooperate with law. This is just me. This is what I believe.
Even if it's unjust, I mean, yeah, of course you should.
Yeah, yeah.
You gotta. It's the law. You gotta cooperate with.
You have to.
With the law, but they're also breaking the law if they're pulling you over for nothing, or if they.
Well, no, it's probable cause. Remember that, probable cause. Now, the reason why I cooperate with them, it's very simple. Imagine if you put yourself in their shoes. How would you go about it? Would you want me to just talk shit to you and then you can't do your job? I mean, as an American citizen, I want them to do their job. I want to see how they do it. So he told me to get out of the car after I gave him my license. He put me on handcuffs. He says, I'm going to put you in handcuffs, not because you're arrested. It's for your safety and mine, and obviously, your nephew in the car.
So you were being stereotyped.
So whatever it was, I was cooperating. I want to see how far he can take it, because the guy was bald-headed, white, blue eyes, and I'm a lot taller than him, but he puts me in the back of the car, and he says, Mr. Herrera, I'm just going to run this information in here, making sure everything is clear. Once I pulled you over, and he explains to me, right? And I said, okay, no problem. I'm sitting in there in the car, and I managed to make him laugh or giggle a little bit. He runs my information, everything is good, takes the handcuffs off, and he says, I am sorry for the inconvenience. And I said, you know what? I don't think anything you did was wrong. I appreciate you, and I thank you for your service. You're keeping us safe. As an American citizen, I feel grateful that police officers are doing that. Now, with that being said, let me show you the difference of why I appreciate American cops, even if they have a power trip. I'm from Honduras, brother. Do you know how the police treats us in Honduras? They treat you like you're a fucking criminal, and we are the same. We are the same. They treat you like a criminal, and they push you around. They don't care about the information you have. So I have my experiences.
I don't disagree. But, it's like, it doesn't change the fact on what's going on here.
Why not? You have to cooperate.
You're seeing it clearly, like the 2 deaths that the ICE agents committed. Clearly on footage.
Yeah.
You can justify it any way you want. The right is they do a good job of that, twisting the story. But we all have eyes. We all see it.
Yeah.
And what's your justification for that?
Well, first of all, ICE agents have been assaulted. You know that. Nobody cares about ICE agents' safety. That's a fact. And when I say nobody, I mean illegal immigrants and the people on the left.
But my question was the justification on what the ICE agents did. I'm not really.
Well, you don't resist arrest.
They get
No,
assaulted.
you don't resist arrest and you don't obstruct.
I have not heard any deaths on any
Bro,
ICE agents.
listen, I saw from the beginning, I'm going to tell you this. This is the reason why I said I cannot be an ICE agent. I will be beating the shit out of everybody on the street. I cannot be an ICE agent. I'm going to tell you that right now.
But you come from Honduras, where police, you confuse me, man.
Well, no, just think about it. Think about it. If you're fighting me, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And then I'm going to arrest you. So that's why I'm not. That's why I'm not law enforcement. That's why I'm not in law enforcement.
Right?
Say that again?
Is that what you're saying? So Alex Preddy and Alex, I don't remember the names like that, but the two deaths from the ICE agent.
Well, nobody deserves to get killed, but they did. They put themselves in harm's way. They obstructed, impede, and that is cause. You're trying to run somebody over with a car, you're going to get shot.
What did they do to impede or obstruct?
Well, for one, Good was following them. She's from another state. That's how dumb these people are. They go and drive across states just to go and be an activist. You cannot impede federal agents from investigating or doing their job. She continuously, not one time, continuously has been harassing them and impeding their investigation. She thought she was being funny. It's not a joke.
We're talking about assault on ICE agents, though. That's impeding.
She hit him. She hit him.
Really impeding.
She hit him with the car.
Yeah, nah.
And then the other guy goes on protesting with a gun on his waist. Now you will say, well, if somebody's protesting, why not?
If that state it has open carry or it can carry.
Yeah, but why? Why would you? Yeah, why would you go in there? Pretty.
Where he pointed it at the officers.
My friend, you don't understand. You don't have to point the gun at him. You're putting yourself in that situation. That is the point that people are missing.
So did they know he had a gun?
Yes.
Before or after?
After they were grabbing him.
Exactly.
What about it? He was in the middle of the road.
What you're saying is, if you have a gun, ICE agents could shoot you. That's what you're saying. But
Did you miss the point? Did you miss the point when he tried to reach behind his back? What the gun was? It's in the video. No, you can't miss it. And that's not the only thing. This guy is known for assaulting ICE agents, and he's been getting away with it. If he didn't have that gun, he would have never been shot. It doesn't matter if he pulls that gun out or not. And I made my claim about this, that the morons on the left that go out there with whistles making all this noise, they don't allow for ICE agent commands to be heard. So I blame these morons protesting, making all this noise, because if you and I, listen to this, if you, no, they don't have the right to impede. They don't have the right to impede. Listen, you have to listen to the argument. I watched the videos myself. I know. But the guy, you have to understand this. If you and I are arresting somebody, there's a lot of adrenaline going. There is a lot of danger. These people have been hostile against us constantly. If I yell, if one of our friends says, gun, he has a gun, having all that noise in your ears, all you hear is gun. And when he reaches out, they unload on him. Period. So I blame those morons, yes, for going out there, not protesting peacefully as they should on the sidewalk, but making all that noise, which makes it very impossible for ICE agents to listen to commands. That's my argument on that. Yeah, see, that's a big difference. That's a big difference, my friend.
I gotta get going, Dennis.
All right, man.
Because I got a job interview right now coming up.
Hey, good luck, man. I hope you get the job.
I do. But I gotta get ready. But look at
get that money, man.
God bless, man. And,
yeah, be blessed.
I hope things change, bro.
Yeah, man. God bless your family as well, brother. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, we can look at a situation and we can have different opinions. But I'm going to tell you, that is the biggest thing. If Good was not trying to step on the gas, trying to hit the ICE agent, I'm not saying that she had to die, but it's a justified kill. Pretty, same thing. If I go on a protest, which I carry my gun with me everywhere I go. All right, just so you guys know, I carry my gun with me everywhere I go. The last thing that I want is to get in an argument with a police officer. The problem is that Democrat politicians have been instigating, fear-mongering Americans into saying that ICE agents are just criminals with a badge. And that's not true. But this is something that the fear-mongering of the left does all the time. Their main goal is to get rid of your guns. That's what they want. You gotta look at everything, man. You gotta look at everything. I appreciate that caller, but you know what? This whole racist victim card, bullshit. As an American citizen, you should help out. The least that you can do is cooperate with the ICE agents. Don't sit there with this high and mighty horse that you sit on and be like, I'm an American citizen. I don't have to do this. The law says, shut the hell up. Show them your license. Let me tell you why most of you libtards don't show license. Because you're criminals. You got warrants for your arrest. You know it. I know it. We all know it. Don't play dumb. Don't play dumb. If this foreigner that you're calling a foreigner can respect the law and make sure that I cooperate, I expect better from you, a so-called born American citizen. Prove to me that you're better than me. That gets the channel demonetized, but thank you for the super. Appreciate it. I'm just saying, like people like to come in here, oh, this guy's from Guatemala. Yeah. Even if I was from Guatemala, prove to me that you are a better citizen than I am. See, I want to prove. I want to prove that I'm an American citizen, and I am proud of it. You are ashamed of it. Not my fault. Don't get mad at me because I'm better than you at being an American citizen. You got to prove to me that you are a better citizen than me. ASW. Go ahead, man. Give me a call. There's the phone number right there. Call it. Call it. Prove to me that you're a better American than I am. Gulf of America. We love it. Google it, baby. Google it. Google Gulf of Mexico. See where it takes you on the map. It is fantastic. 200 visas in jeopardy. Thank you, President Trump. Get rid of all these bastards that don't want to respect our country, don't want to respect our law. Let's see. All right. Anybody else that wants to talk about voting fraud? We're not talking about ICE. We're talking about voter fraud. Okay, yeah. So ASW is an Indian from India. This guy is an asshole troll. And for that, you are out of here. I want real people on here that want to have a conversation. Fuck out of here. Go get your other profile and try again. Shilhan in the house. Death says, keep it that way. Meanwhile, it's the #1 spot for people to immigrate to, even illegally. That is correct. They can never argue that. Here we go. Voter fraud. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
This is Ike, Oscar. This is Ike. I'm the one that keeps messaging.
Okay, so tell me, what about the fraud, voter fraud?
It's the #1 spot for people to
Oh, can you mute the YouTube?
Yeah, I paused it just now.
All right. Go ahead and tell me about voter fraud. How can we prevent it?
Voter fraud.
Yeah.
We already know that it's going to be based off of ID. There's no more that we can say about it because he's the president and that's what he's asking for.
Well, I'm an American citizen, right? But I'm a migrant as well. Wouldn't you want to make sure that I show you that I'm an American citizen?
Well, I mean, if ICE has already wrapped everybody up.
No, they're not. There's millions. There's millions. They haven't even begun to.
Man, all these people that. So you mean to tell me there's millions more that they think do not have valid reason to be in this country?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like his wife? Like Trump's wife?
She's a citizen.
How?
She's married to the president, bro. You doubt that?
Don't mean nothing. Where's her paperwork?
You doubt that?
Where is her paperwork?
Well, I don't have it, but you can ask her. I'm sure she will tell you.
I can't ask her, but I think the world should be asking where's her paperwork.
Well, when she goes to vote, she has to prove that she's an American citizen.
Well, I've never heard about her having any type of social security card that was American.
Well, why would you have to know her social security number? You don't have to know mine.
I don't want to know her social security number. I just want to know that she has a card.
Yeah, but that's a strawman argument. Why would you even put that in there?
Because how can you have a
I have the same rule.
How can you have a foreign wife?
Yeah.
And
I'm a
really,
foreign.
Actually, when we really think about the president, isn't he German?
No, he was born here. He's American.
I don't mean, wait, he said being born in America doesn't make you a citizen.
Well, he was born to a citizen in this country.
That was German.
His father was not an illegal immigrant.
How did his father get to America?
He migrated here legally.
He migrated from where?
From Germany.
From Germany.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we have a president that's not even actually American.
What are you talking about? Where was he born?
He's German. You just said he's German, right?
The father, not Trump. Trump is American.
No, that means if his father is German, that means he's German.
No, none of my kids are Hondurans. They're Americans.
How? When you're Honduran?
They are born in America, the United States of America.
He said that rule doesn't apply anymore.
Well, I was born to a citizen. My kids were born to a citizen. Me.
He said, Trump says that's not the rule anymore.
That's not what he's saying. No, that's not what he's saying.
So he's saying that birthright citizenship, so he's not trying to remove birthright
If
citizenship.
my parents were illegal, yes, I agree. That's what the Constitution says.
No, that it was once, as long as you touch the land, you
Nope.
were a citizen.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
That is correct.
That is incorrect.
That's always been correct.
If that was true, when the parents came into this country illegally, they will be citizens.
Well, hey, at that point,
But they're not.
So are we using the same analogy with pirates?
Sure. Diplomats, if they're born here, if the kids are born here, are they citizens?
I mean, basically,
No, they're not. They're not. Do you know why?
Why not?
Because they're not under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America. Neither are illegals.
Huh.
Yeah.
And this came into play. Why?
It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution.
Yeah, yeah.
So okay.
Yeah, the Constitution says that in order for you, so I always give people the example of when I become a citizen. See, if you're born here, you're more ignorant. No offense. Ignorant just means that you don't know. If you're born here, you don't know the process and you don't understand why I understand it the way that I do. When I became an American citizen, check this out. I didn't know this. So when I became an American citizen, it was the first time as a resident, right? I didn't know this as a resident. But as a resident, I was under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America because I have permanent domicile. As an American citizen, this just threw me off because I was never aware of this. So guess what? When I became naturalized American, right? I became an American citizen. Do you know what right my children, if I would have had them in Honduras, do you know what right they have?
Listen, I'm listening.
They're Americans because I, the father, I'm an American citizen. Well, obviously pending, paternity test. But my children would become American citizens immediately after proving that they're my children. That's because as a father, I am under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America. And in order for them to be citizens, I have to be a citizen of this country.
So here's why I'm asking this stuff, right?
Go ahead.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm 39 years of age, right? Okay. So in my 39 years, this country has been off balance the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
To you say it's a great country.
Yes.
I'm a black guy.
The best.
So I'm going to have a different life than you're going to have.
Why?
In this country. You know why? I'm a law-abiding citizen.
Okay.
Before we get into criminal records.
Yeah, okay.
Anything like that, right?
Yeah.
Law-abiding citizen, no criminal record. Good, across the board, right? So it's still difficult because of my hair and my skin tone and the area that I was raised.
Okay.
Now, when you talk about coming from Honduras and what you endured over there,
right,
and you came over here and became an officer, and you see what officers do to my people in this land, how could you sit here and say you support officers when you came from a struggling environment where people were being mistreated and you see the same thing, but you support it?
Well, first of all, who's your people?
I'm black.
Yeah, but who's your people?
What you mean?
Yeah, who's your people?
We're called African Americans.
No, were you born in Africa?
No, I wasn't.
Then you're not African.
That's the craziest compound.
No, well, you're just American. See, that's the thing that you don't understand. You're not African American. You're American.
I understand the definition of an American. I understand.
But who is your people?
Put the compound word together.
Yeah, who's your people?
When you say what, did I go use the thing to find out who my ancestors are?
No,
to find
no,
out
no.
where I actually.
No.
What do you mean? Who's my people? I told you I'm
Yeah.
black.
Well, see, that we have a different mentality. We have a different mindset. Who is my people?
You go by your nationality.
No. So who do you think is my people?
You said you're Honduras.
Yeah. So who's my people?
The Hondurans?
No. Have you heard about Jesus Christ?
I know who Jesus. I understand that.
Okay, all right.
He comes from my tribe of Judah.
Okay.
I understand that.
Well,
I understand the bloodline.
Yeah.
And
Well.
the tribes.
All right.
We don't
So.
talk in that format.
Okay.
In this world.
So.
But I was asking. We're getting too far away from the original question.
No. You just don't understand it. But I'm going to explain it to you. I will get there. When Jesus Christ was on the cross, he says something. This is something that I learned when I was a kid. They brought him his mother, Mary, brother, and sister. He said, Jesus, here is your family, your people. What did Jesus say to them? He said, my family, my people are the ones
that hear the word of God
and do the will. And do the will of God. So if you are black and you say that your people are black, you are being racist. That's not your people. Your people, if you are a law-abiding citizen, as you said, that is your people.
Wait, hold on. Even in my just mind, right, in my stable mind,
yeah,
I understand that I belong to a diaspora, the largest diaspora of people upon the earth.
Right.
So, no, just because I'm a law-abiding... Moses was a law-abiding citizen and saw his people being slain and put to death, and he went to go be with his people to lead them out of captivity. Bro, I feel the same
now,
way
why
about
were there
my
his
people?
people? Why were there his people?
Because of his blood, because of the blood that runs in
No,
his veins.
no, that's
man,
that is not the reason. You're missing the point.
Way, bro. There's no way, as a law-abiding citizen,
How?
I can see
How would you? Why would you make that example? Listen. What? No. Listen. Exactly. But that's my point. See, you're thinking, the way you're thinking, that is the wrong thinking. You're giving me an example that happened during Moses' time in the Old Testament. Listen, exactly. Jesus. Well, who is a better example, Moses or Jesus?
What do you mean they were good?
You know the answer is Jesus. So my point is this. See, everybody knew, oh, here's your mother and your brother and your sister. This is the way that they thought because they were Jews. But it's not about the Jews. It's not about the Hebrews. That is not just God's people. God's people are the ones who do the will of God. So all those Jews, listen, all those Jews, all these fake-ass black Hebrews, all these people that are out there thinking they're God's people, they're not. Because they are not following God's will or law.
Okay, I can agree to disagree with you, right?
Well, that's it. But you're not African.
Because God clearly defines in the Bible who his people are,
right,
and who isn't his people. He gives them, the book of Deuteronomy tells us exactly who we are based off of the suffering that we will endure.
Right.
So therefore, when I say black people are my people and I use
they're not
Moses to go lead them out of captivity, that is correct, bro.
Yeah, law-abiding black Americans are my people.
Man, I'm gonna say this. Even the ones that you say aren't law-abiding, man, because I can't judge.
That's not my people. They choose to break the law. They're not my people.
Not every situation.
That's the only people that go to jail. That's the only people that go to jail.
Man, sometimes you don't know what the circumstances is behind the person making the choice they had to make. We don't know what choices they had in that instant.
But you live in as a victim, and you're not.
I'm not. It's not even that I live as a victim.
Well, you said that you were, as a black man, you have a harder time.
Wait, when you talk, man, I stop talking, right? I let you talk. I let you complete your thought. Let me have the same respect, sir. That's all I can ask of you right now. But to get back on course, it's not a victim thought process of thinking. It's understanding that everybody doesn't have the same choices at hand in that very moment. I don't know what that man was going through to make him go and do that. You feel me? I don't know what he's done in the past that's caused him not to be able to get the job that he want to get. But does that mean that you don't give these people opportunities?
Everybody gets opportunities. That's my point. Everybody gets opportunities. Everybody does.
No, man. People are born into bad
Bullshit. Bullshit. That called bullshit.
Everybody is not born into the same circumstances, bro. That just not.
Bro, there's white people that are living worse off than your black ass.
And you right.
Bullshit. Well, no, that's bullshit. Don't tell me that it's because you're black. That's bullshit. Don't play that card. My kids are black. They are not fucking Africans. They're Americans.
I'm only being honest with you.
No, you're lying to yourself, but you're not going to lie to me. You can lie to yourself, but not to me.
White people are born into some bad circumstances as well.
So it's nothing to do with you being black. Then why you said it was because you're black?
I'm not. I'm telling you.
That's what you said at the beginning.
What is the ghetto normally made of?
Blacks.
Exactly. Why is it made that
Why
way?
do you think that blacks align with ghetto? What is ghetto?
Because Jesus came from the ghetto. That's why we're treated. That's why we're sent to the ghetto.
That's trifling, bro. Why do you look at why do you look at yourself so trifling?
Why was the FBI created?
Don't be trifling, bro. Don't be trifling.
Why was the FBI created?
That has nothing to do with today.
Just answer the question.
It has nothing to do with today.
Answer the question, though. Answer the question with all.
Why was it created? Enlighten me, because you obviously have the answers. Why was the FBI created?
It was created to make sure that there was no more black messiahs born.
Okay. Yeah. That's what you went with? Unbelievable.
Exactly why.
Unbelievable.
If I'm wrong, why was the FBI created?
Why was CIA created? Why was government created? Why was the police created?
One question. Answer the question for me. Be totally honest.
Yeah, it's for, well, they're a Federal Bureau of Investigation. That is exactly what it's for.
Wait. You are an oppressed person in your land by the officers over there. You come to this country, now you are joining in with the oppressors in this land who oppress the people in the ghetto. And the reason why the FBI was created was why?
I think you're living on a racist victimhood card.
I'm not living
That's the way you live in, bro.
I work hand in hand with white people. I just understand what America is really running off.
Bullshit.
Right now.
If you really think that, if you really think that, you will never love your white neighbor.
Oh man, I have no problem.
Bullshit.
With people that aren't
Bullshit. You said from the beginning that as a black man, you have less chances.
Okay, wait. Yes.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Because I am black and I was born in the ghetto.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation is literally the federal government.
Since you don't want to answer the question about why the FBI was created.
You just cut me off. I'm telling you right now. You cut me off. It is a Federal Bureau of Investigation. Federal means that you have access to the whole country, not to a specific city or state line.
So that's what you're going with.
Yeah, that's what it is. What does FBI stand for?
The FBI. That's what.
Bro, who told you that? Who gave you that information? Who gave you the information that you agree with and believe?
What do you mean?
Yeah, no, you believe that it was to oppress the black man, but why would you believe that and not the other?
The FBI was created to make sure that there was no more black messiahs born.
Where does it say that?
That is the purpose of what you call the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Let's take a look.
And understanding that lets you know why black people are associated with the ghetto. Everything we have built in this country, they burned it down.
See, you're generalizing black again. You're playing the race card.
I'm talking to you.
You are playing the race card. It is ghetto because you make it ghetto. You make it ghetto, not the government.
Let me ask you this. I got a really good one for you. We've had how many presidents in this country?
What?
How many presidents have we had?
48.
How many of them are from my...
Why didn't you correct me? It's only 47.
How many of them are from my background?
1.
Bro, Barack Obama is Kenyan and white. He's not from.
So he's not black. So he lied to everybody.
He's not one of us. He's not one of us.
He definitely not. He definitely not one of you. He's a racist.
Color, but he is not a black person born in the ghettos of America. That made it to presidency.
And you think that makes you a better candidate?
To run for president. I think I'm a better president than all of the ones we've had so far.
Bullshit. You will make this country ghetto.
No, I wouldn't.
You will make this country. You just said black people live in the ghetto.
Wait.
You make it. You make it ghetto.
Stop. I would make the country face the problems and issues that they refuse to face, and they would have to face them with responsible answers.
You don't even hold your fucking people accountable for their crimes. What are you talking about?
I hold everybody I come in contact with.
Ah, bullshit. You're a victim, bro. You're a victim.
I'm not a victim.
You are a victim.
Oil and gas industry.
I wish you would prove me wrong, but you don't.
I created this. Wait. I'm a child of a rape. Don't even know my dad.
I don't give a shit about that. But you said the ghetto belongs to the black people. So who makes a ghetto?
Say that question again.
Who makes a ghetto?
The American government made the ghetto.
Black fucking people. That's your choice. You don't have to live in the ghetto. You love it.
We created fully functioning cities and towns
Bullshit.
that were operating without the U.S. government's assistance or without
Bullshit.
assistance. And because we
Bullshit.
they burned our shit down.
Your fucking culture depends on welfare. No fathers in your home. You were raised by a single mother because your fucking black father was not responsible enough to be there for you. You are a victim of your own crime.
I'm not even a victim, bro.
You talk like one. You talk like a victim.
Once again,
bro, you're making excuses for your success and your failures.
I have no failures.
You said the government makes the ghetto, and that's a lie. It is black people that create the ghetto. Ghetto people create the ghetto.
Black people built what you call America.
They didn't build shit. What did they build?
We built the entire nation.
How?
What are you talking about?
You have to get whooped to go to work.
You know the history. You see what I'm saying?
Blacks did not build this country. They poured it, but they didn't build it.
You come from an oppressed people in your land, and you have come to this land now.
Yeah. I know the difference between oppressed and there is no oppression. That is the difference.
He's from an area where he felt
nobody is oppressed in this country.
Now they have come to America and want to change the American way so that it can be more suitable to the white African
Nobody is oppressed. Nobody is oppressed in the United States. Bro, you're talking at your bro.
How can you as a man face yourself every day?
I know what oppressing is, and I don't see it here. You do. You do because you're ghetto.
So you don't see my people being
Nope.
You don't see the
you guys can own the crime rates. That's what you can own. Nope. All you motherfuckers are violent or criminals. You don't think the same. You're into drug addicts. You are into the ghetto. You depend on the welfare. That is your people. My people are black Americans who can fend for themselves, who have the nuclear family values, who believe in God, who are law-abiding, and that they make no excuses to be failures. You are a victim, and you are a racist by making yourself known by color. You mentioned color. You said, I'm a black man. I am oppressed.
We were talking. You asked me some things. You brought up.
You say you're oppressed because you're black. You're playing the victim card.
So you don't feel like black people are an oppressed people in this land?
No, they oppress themselves.
How?
By being like you.
What am I being like?
You're being racist. You only see your color.
What is racist? What is the definition?
Color. You're judging people by the color of their skin.
I'm not judging no one off of
Did you miss what I said? All black people who are law-abiding are my people. You said all black people are my people.
All black people are my people. Yes.
Yeah, so you're looking at them as color. Not me. I'm looking at them by the content of their character.
So when I walk in, if you own the restaurant and I walk into your restaurant, do you not judge me off of my color?
No.
You just see
No.
So you just see a person that's coming to spend money.
Yeah.
Every person in this land don't think like that.
Well, but again, right? That's not me. I don't think like everybody. So I'm giving you information so that you can learn.
So then, just like with the blind in the Bible, let me remove the scales from your eyes. May this conversation be the removal of the scales from your eyes. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen.
You pray what?
Because there's no way that you can walk around this nation and say that the people who actually own this land are not oppressed and being taken advantage of. You can't say that.
They're not oppressed.
They are oppressed.
They're not.
Let's say this. What if we all, as the people that were here before those people, said we don't want their government here anymore?
Mm-hmm. If you think that black people are being oppressed, I know a lot of rich black people. Must be good to be oppressed if you're black.
You know, some of us slip through, and those are the ones we call coons.
Yeah, well, you don't know me, and I have gone through a lot of things in my life.
Some of them slip through, man. Some of them make it through.
See,
you know what?
There you are. There you are again, judging by color.
Especially the athletes, right? They slip through because it's an entertainment, right? But what do the white people in the media tell them? Shut up and dribble. That's not, what's that? And this is a person that may have even a better education than the person that's in the media.
Where do you get that information from? They tell them to shut up and dribble.
That was an actual incident that happened in life.
They will they will be charged with a hate crime by saying that.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, they do.
They don't even want to charge the people out here in that killed the black guy out there. They don't even want to.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. If you pay me $1 million a year, if you pay me $1 million a year, I will say yes, sir. I will fucking shut up and dribble.
Not me.
Yeah, that's why you're oppressed. You just said no to that opportunity of making $1 million, bro. Yeah, you can call me a coon, you can call me an Uncle Tom, you can say whatever you want, but all I can tell you is I'm gonna be rich and you're gonna be broke for the rest of your life because of your ego. You're speaking with your ego.
What does the rich man have in common with the poor man and the animal?
What is the difference? What does
the rich man have in common with the poor man and the animal?
What do they have in common?
You're gonna fucking die.
Everybody dies, my friend. We're all.
Exactly.
That is guaranteed. So why are you hating on them?
For being a prostitute for money.
So why are you hating on them?
Wait, I'm not being that. I'm not hating. You're trying to change it into that because you don't want to hear what I'm saying because it's so direct.
Because you're speaking about color.
That you don't know. I'm not even thinking about.
Yeah, you are. Come on. That's the way you started off.
Situations that are occurring in the country that you, because you have joined in with the oppressors, you don't see them that way. You can't see it that way because you have graduated from your land of oppression, right? So because you came out of your country oppressed and came here and you see opportunity to oppress someone else, you don't see it as oppression. You see it as a job.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
You see it as a job.
Oh my God, bro.
First
of all, I never said that I was oppressed in my country.
You said in your country they treat your people like what?
The police can sometimes treat people bad. So I know what bad treatment is. I didn't say they oppressed us.
So you don't see that treatment in this land when it comes to people of my color?
Well, that's just police. If you're a criminal, you're a criminal.
So because they my color, they're criminals? Now this is
Now you said that. You said that. You said that.
This poor mentality that exists.
You said that.
Piss poor mentality.
Okay, who is, again, look, you're going redundant about the same shit. You said, wait a minute, wait a fucking minute. You are speaking very ignorant. Listen to me. You said, listen, you said, my people are black people. And then you go ahead and put your black people with criminals.
No, I didn't.
That is you. You said, wait a minute. You said, no, you don't insult my intelligence. You said, I'm not done. Why are you interrupting me? I thought you wanted respect. Shut your pie hole. Listen, you said my people are black people. And then you said that criminals are black. So when police officers are out there arresting criminals, you automatically say because they're black. You see how stupid that sounds? Yeah, my people are the American people. If you want to live in a victim world, bro, by all means live there. My kids are not victims. All the Americans that are law-abiding, that want the best for this country, that is my people. I don't care if you're black, brown, light shade of brown, white, yellow, I don't give a shit. If you're law-abiding and you love this country, that is my people. President Trump hugs the flag. Your people burn it.
You done? Can I speak now?
No, that's it. Thank you for calling. I can't sit here and just go around the same shit over and over. You made it about color, and that's it. There's no more argument. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. I had a clip that I was going to share with you guys. I just can't find it. All right, let's see. We'll take one more call. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hey, my name is Jake.
Hey, Jake. How are you, bro?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What you got for me?
Hey, man, I wanted to know why you support Epstein files not being released by Donald Trump.
That's not what we're talking about.
Oh, so what's the topic?
We're talking about voter fraud.
Which one?
Voter fraud. What do you think about voter fraud? Not showing ID.
I think there's not enough voter fraud to overturn any election, so I think that it's a pretty irrelevant issue considering that MAGA has you believe that there's enough voter fraud to change the results of elections.
Has there been one voter fraud accounted for? Verified?
I'm sure.
Okay, that's enough for me.
I'm sure there's a few hundred.
Yeah, that's enough for me.
To change the election.
Yeah, that's enough for me. There should be zero. So how do we get there? How do we get to zero? How can you and I wait? How can you and I prove that there is zero? How can we do that? Give me your solution.
Do you think any system is foolproof and perfect?
Of course not. But we got to do what we can to make it right.
How can we get zero if there's no system?
Well, we have proof of ID, proof of citizenship, birth certificate.
You just said the goal is to get zero, but that's not realistic.
Okay, but that is something. But I gave you an answer, didn't I? So you give me an answer.
Okay. What do you want?
No. What's your answer? What you asked me a question, I answer it. Now, what's your answer?
About the voter fraud being zero?
Bruh, come on.
You're asking me about voter fraud.
Bro, are you serious? We're not gonna play that stupid game.
We're not playing any games.
Okay, well, we're talking about voter fraud. How can we make it more zero proof as best as we can? I said show a birth certificate, show proof of citizenship. What is your solution?
So you agree with Trump say that?
I say that.
No, I'm asking if you agree with Trump's SAVE Act.
Yes.
Okay. You do know that in the Constitution, it's unconstitutional to have a poll tax, right?
Yes.
You know that adding hurdles and making people pay in order to vote is a poll tax, right?
No.
What do you mean?
Do you have a license?
Yep.
Are you an American citizen?
Yep.
Prove it to me.
Prove it to you. The government doesn't know everything about us?
Well, how do you prove it? See,
doesn't have all our information from where we live.
Well, that is my point. That is my point. That is my point. A lot of illegal immigrants have been given licenses, driver's license. Therefore, that is no longer a only document that we need. Now we got to go to the next step. Proof of citizenship.
Illegal immigrants are walking in with driver's licenses to vote?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You don't think that the poll workers have Have you ever voted before? Let me ask.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So when you go vote, what's the process? Can you walk us?
I show my ID, my social security card.
What do they do? They look up your name.
Yeah. And they need my fingerprint.
Okay. So how does an illegal immigrant manage to get an ID that doesn't match all that?
Oh. Well, apparently in Minnesota, all you need to do is vouch for them.
Wait, that's not what you were saying. Go back.
If you're an illegal immigrant, hey, calm down, Essay. Calm down. If you go here in Washington State, obviously you see my flag here. In Washington State, the DMV, which is the office in the same building as the governor of Washington State, they were registering illegal immigrants because they had a license as citizens to vote. Once you're registered to vote, wait a minute. Let me get there. Once you're registered to vote, that means that you have proven citizenship. So when that voter mail goes out, the ballot goes out, all you gotta do is sign it and fill it up. The record for the signature is from an illegal immigrant that was registered as a citizen at the DMV to vote.
You know you need a.
I know what we need, but that's not what they're doing.
Security number, right?
Yeah, but that's not what they're doing.
So how do they manage to get a mail-in ballot, a fraudulent one? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, they shouldn't.
Without a social security number, which is required.
Yeah, they shouldn't, but they are. That is the point.
But no. That is the process. You cannot get a mail-in ballot without a social security number.
Oh my, you're so gullible. That is the fucking process. I agree. That is the process. It's not being followed, is what my point is. And because it hasn't been followed, now we need to have everybody registered again, and they got to show proof of citizenship. What's so hard about that? For Pete's sakes.
Part of this? Do you want to know what's rich about this?
What's that?
MAGAs
Why is it MAGAs? What the fuck is wrong with you and MAGAs? We're American fucking citizens. We're American fucking citizens. He's our president. Of course we fucking support him. What the fuck is up with you guys in this MAGA? Like we're some evil cult. The fuck?
Brother, the only people who are supporting Trump today is MAGA, whether you like to accept it.
So what? Why are you trying to make me look like an evil guy? Fuck that shit. I have the rights of an American citizen. Well, you gotta respect my rights if you want me to respect yours.
Of course. So let me ask
Okay, then stop fucking saying MAGA. Why is it that every time that we stand for the law, we ask for legal things to happen, for people to obey the law, respond, be a good American citizen? Why the fuck are we MAGA?
Okay, so you want me to call you Republicans?
Just call me an American citizen. My name is Dennis.
Okay, Dennis, I'll call you Dennis. If that makes you feel better. Okay, Dennis, so you care about...
No, it's not for my fucking feelings. It's not for my fucking feelings. Acknowledge Americans, not MAGA.
Okay. So let me ask you, you care so much about fraud. What was your opinion on Donald Trump asking Georgia to find a certain amount of votes to the 11,700 of something in order to win that election?
Are you fucking kidding me, bro? You didn't just fucking... You didn't fucking ask me a CNN bullshit bullet point. Unfucking believable. What do you think? If I work for you, if I'm campaigning for you, and you know you need 12,000 votes, what are you going to tell me?
Sorry, but the guy who's in charge for the fucking votes in Georgia, and the president's calling him to find a certain amount of votes for him to
Yes.
win.
Yes.
You care about fraud, but you don't find that suspicious.
Fuck, dude. Are you kidding me? Where is your common sense, bro?
I don't think you're following.
I would say the same thing. Bro, I need 100,000 votes. Find them. We got to get 100,000 votes. How do you do that? How do you go find a vote?
Who would you tell that?
You go and look at the streets. You go and get those votes. That's what that means. What the fuck is wrong with you libtards? Shit. Ask me some real questions. No, well, ask me the real question. How stupid are you?
Okay. Let me ask you a real question. You ready? Do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
Yes. Because we have fraud committed. You know how I know? I got 2 ballots. I got ballots for people that don't even live on this address. I could just fill them out and mail them in.
Ballots, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
And guess what? If you would have voted for both, what would have happened?
They're different names. Nothing would happen. It would be counted as a vote.
You would have committed a felony.
That's right. And who gives a shit? If I come to this country illegally, I can go to jail. I commit a felony. If I work illegally, it's a felony. If I come over here and commit fraud, it's a fucking felony. What do I give a shit? We got millions of illegal immigrants. You think they give a shit about a fucking felony? No, they don't.
You have the rich billionaires convincing you that your brother...
Bullshit. That is what I believe because that's what I see. Nobody has to convince me. I can't believe somebody convinced you that he was committing fraud by asking his campaign to get more votes.
So let me ask you, let's say what you're saying is true. How come there's no accountability? Hasn't Trump been in office for 20 months already? Where are the arrests? Where's the proof of voter fraud?
Do you want him to force himself on governors?
You answer questions. You don't have to answer my question with another question. Maybe you should answer a question for once and have it spine. So let me ask you again, just like the lock-up Hillary bullshit we heard, nothing came out of that. So let me ask you, where is all this fraud and accountability? Shouldn't people be behind bars? Oh, there's
Yes.
so much fraud.
Yes,
Now
they
that
should.
Trump has full entire control of our government. No one held accountable.
I'm sorry. Did you think the president belongs to the legislative or the judicial branch? The fuck's wrong with you? There was investigations that had to happen. Did you know that the government for every state can block them from investigating? You're a fucking piece of jewel, aren't you?
You have an excuse for everything.
Well, fuck, I have common sense. It's called common sense.
Common sense, huh?
Yeah, common sense. Release the voter rolls. Democrats say no.
So what do you think about January 6th?
No. Don't deflect. Don't deflect. Don't deflect. You're trying to bring arguments to get lost in a conversation. That's not what we're doing. We're talking about voter fraud.
Yes, and you have zero proof. I asked you who has been...
I just told you. I just told you. They don't want to release... Again, they don't want to release the voter rolls. This Democrats, blue states, and some red states.
all 3 branches of the government right now.
Not the president.
Not Republicans?
Not the Republicans. Nope. Nope. Are you fucking kidding me? Have you not been watching the hearings? Have you not been paying attention? You think just because they're Republican, they're voting for Trump? Are you fucking stupid? Come at me with common sense. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to fucking talk to me. You said to me, the first thing you said to me was this, that the federal government should know who the citizens are, right? Social Security, everything. Okay, so why do blue cities and states say they don't release the voter rolls because of privacy issues? If the government has all that information already, why wouldn't they want to release the voter rolls? There is no fucking privacy because the federal government knows every American citizen. Yeah, they're hiding the fraud, as they did in California, in Minnesota.
So you have all these claims of fraud, but nothing to back it up.
Well, we will get there, my friend. We will get there.
We'll get there. It's been 20 months, my friend.
We will get there.
That's your excuses. Oh, we'll get there. We just gotta wait. Any day now, the prices are gonna go down. Oh, any day now, Hillary's gonna be locked up. Brother, when are you gonna wake the fuck up and realize...
Why don't you fucking wake up and tell me how much the taxes have been raised in your fucking city?
Wait, didn't you say that you used to be rich? How come you're no longer rich?
And my father died. But what has that got to do with anything? I'm not blaming anybody. My decisions, my consequences, my actions, that's it. I'm responsible for all of it. I don't make excuses like you guys do. It is all my fault, and I agree with it. I take responsibility for it. But you guys keep blaming the other side. Why?
Okay, I have one final question for you. You said that that America should not be funding the defense of Ukraine, right?
What the fuck does that got to do with voter fraud?
Okay, so you just want to talk voter fraud? We're not talking about...
That's it. That's it. Just one subject.
So we can't talk about voter fraud because in the reality you live in, nothing makes sense.
Is that right?
There's so much voter fraud, but yet you can't answer my question.
I answered the question. You don't like the answer.
Held accountable for mass spread voter fraud. If you think that, I'll wire you $10,000 right now.
Oh, you better start wiring that shit in. If the Democrats release the voter rolls, I will take that bet. I just told you. Democrats are blocking it. They're blocking investigations, but they will get caught up.
Democrats is in the fucking name of a person who's been held accountable for voter fraud, mass spread voter fraud. Let's get that straight, because mass spread voter fraud would be a deciding factor in an election. 200 fucking voter fraud ballots is not going to change anything in an election, okay?
It should be zero. That was my point from the beginning. Zero. If you find a roach when you turn the light on, there is more roaches to be counted. I can't fucking believe how naive you people are. You see that there is evidence, one person got caught. And you think, oh, that's nothing, it's just one person. No, that is just the person that got caught.
Which evidence?
Fuck, look it up, bro. I'm not doing your fucking homework.
Isn't evidence used in court?
Oh, they've been arrested. Yes, absolutely. They've been arrested.
Okay, so isn't evidence used in court, and court holds people liable? So tell me, who has been held liable for mass voter fraud?
What did I just say, bro? One vote. One voter fraud. Yeah, and we have the activist judges. They're Democrats. I don't give a fuck what you think about Trump having the judicial branch on his side. Democrats own it. They own it, bro. No, he didn't. You're full of shit, bro. You think I don't fucking look at the judicial branch and how activist they are? They're fucking liberals, bro. Oh, yeah, but that's what I can say about you. You go ahead and let this country burn down to hell, but I'm not. You continue to spread your lie.
Your sources, yeah, trust me, the Democrats are blocking it, even though Republicans control all three branches of government right now. You realize how deranged you have to be to say that?
Okay, before you make a bigger ass of yourself, tell me, why are Democrats not releasing the voter rolls?
You're getting destroyed in this conversation.
Again, why are Democrats not releasing the voter rolls? Why are they hiding? Why do they not want any audits?
Who owns all three branches of government right now?
Fucking A, dude. Just answer the question. Don't deflect.
Who owns the majority?
Don't deflect. Just fucking answer the question.
You can't answer the question.
Why don't they release the voter rolls, and why are they blocking audits?
All you do is preach, and you can't answer a single fucking question with facts and actual proof to back up your claims.
Answer my question. Don't deflect. Don't deflect. Answer the question. Why won't Democrats, again, listen so you can fucking answer the question, and I'll give you my time. Why are Democrats not releasing the voter rolls, and why are they blocking audits?
You want to question when you're claiming there's already voter fraud. You're asking questions when you already made the claim.
My friend, my guy, you agreed with me that there was fraud before. Why are you asking a dumbass question? Don't deflect. Answer my question.
Let me ask you.
Answer the question, and then I will let you ask the question. Answer my question first.
You want a law to be passed to make voting more safer and more secure.
All I hear is blah, 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 blah. Answer the fucking question.
Do you think laws in America guarantee for that law to be followed? Do you think criminals obey laws? Let me ask you that.
Answer the question.
Do you think criminals obey laws?
That's not an answer. That's not an answer.
It's not an answer. It's a question.
Well, answer my question.
Yes or no?
Answer my question.
Oh, man. You're such a coward, man.
Answer the question.
You don't answer any questions.
I answer many questions. What is the answer?
You don't answer any questions.
Answer my question.
You answer questions with questions and you go off on tangents.
You're so fucking retarded. The first thing that I say was illegal immigrants are not going to respect the law. Now answer the fucking question.
And your solution for that is to place a law?
Show ID. Proof of citizenship. Absolutely. Show me proof of citizenship. Now answer my question. You can't. Just say it. I can't. Just say I can't answer the question. Just say, I can't answer the question.
Brother, you're asking me why the Democrats won't release a voter list.
Yeah, and why do they block audits?
What kind of dumbass question is that when Republicans control all three branches of government, man? You know how fucking much of a retard you need to be to ask me that question?
First of all, I'm going to fucking make you eat your own fucking words, because the Constitution of Washington State, and every state has a different constitution, says that because of privacy acts, they cannot give the information to the federal government unless they give permission to the federal government. So who's the fucking asshole? You, fucking retard. Get the fuck out of here. Can't answer the damn question. I just want to answer. Why do Democrats do not release the voter rolls, and why do they block audits? The president has no jurisdiction over a governor or a mayor. That's not how it works. Bro, you can insult me all you want, but fuck, give me the answer that I'm looking for. Just answer the damn question. It's very simple. So, if you are in here insulting me and telling me that he beat me, call me. Tell me, why do Democrats do not release the voter rolls, and why do they block audits? Go on. Give me a call. Before you make an ass out of yourself, let me remind you where I stand. The people on the left, the ones that are against the SAVE Act. Okay, here we go. Somebody gonna tell me. Oh, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
This is Frank destroying the chest.
Frank. Oh, jeez. So go ahead. My brother, answer the question, bro.
I'm sitting here in my heart's right. You know what? The common denominator here. I got 4 ballots the last election. 4.
Were they?
I received 4 ballots.
Were they under your name?
No, one of them was in my name.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, and then before that, when I was living in another county, I got 2 ballots in my name.
Okay, that's okay. Duplicates can happen. If they're yours, I mean, they're only going to take one of them anyway. Well, supposedly.
We all know voter fraud. I mean, anybody with the brain cell
well,
knows that they're.
You are wrong right now, brother.
and that's where I'm going to get at. The common denominator here. The last 3 callers were all young people.
Well, I mean, I think they were in their 30s. I think is what they said.
The first one, Oscar, he might have been a little under 30. Second guy, I don't know, man. I stopped listening to him. I blocked him out after he. that guy destroyed his own argument so many times. I stopped listening. And then the last one, oh my God, this pendejo, man.
Oh shit, a Hispanic. Oh, I love it. I love it.
I'm sitting there. I'm answering the question for.
Yeah.
They do not want to release voter rolls. They don't want to release any. They don't want to have because and that's the biggest. That's proof right there.
Yeah.
There's voter fraud. The fact that they won't release voter rolls and the fact that they block audits. That's the nobody. You don't need any other reason why. You don't need any other reason to say, voter fraud. That's the biggest reason. That's how you know there's voter fraud.
You know what makes me laugh, and I'm like inside, bro. I'm 10 times insulting these guys and laughing at them. Because, like, one of the things, and one of the things that pushed me to make this channel, it's that every time, now I never look at people, I never say, hey, are you a Democrat or Republican? Because I've never been Republican or Democrat. I've just been, since I've been an American citizen, I just have my opinions to myself, right? And so I started talking with people. Hold on. Every time somebody puts a super chat, the song plays for them. All right, so I started talking with them, right? And every time I said anything about, oh man, I think we're just getting taxed too much. You know, I think that people should start respecting the law and all these illegal immigrants in here. And the thing that I always heard was, you're a Trumpster. And I'm just like, wait, what? Why? I'm talking like an American citizen. I'm a concerned citizen. What do you mean Trumpster? And then, of course, they started saying it to me so many times. I went and got me myself a MAGA hat just to trigger them, right? Just to troll them. And it's the thing is, like, every time that we talk about protecting this country, respecting the law, this and that, they always say MAGA. Yeah, maybe you're right. Make America great again. It's Americans, trying to protect their country. So what is that a bad thing? You're trying to criminalize me for it? Well, here we are. Now you have the Dennis Herrera show because people did that so many times. Now, what the thing here is that I looked up at the Constitution of my state, Washington State. The Constitution, when it talks to voter rolls, right, is talking about that the federal government does not have jurisdiction over the voter rolls over state election. But if they are giving permission from the state, they can have the voter rolls. Now, we're talking about governors, and mayors, right? But we're talking about the president. They got to release those the voter rolls. Here's the thing that this guy just said to me earlier, right? The one that I hung up on. He says that the federal government knows everything about us citizens, right? Social Security, they got our face, they have our license numbers, all this other stuff. So my question was, so why don't the state, since it's a security or privacy issue, if the government does have all this information, why can they not release the voter rolls to make sure that our elections are good? And then the second thing is, why are you blocking audits when it comes to finances? That's something that the federal government can do. It's an investigation. Taxpayers, this is federal dollars that's going into this, financial budgets, for the states. It's federal dollars. So the federal government should be able to investigate or audit anything that happens with money. And they just block them. They just don't give them the access. I'm going to tell you something. Only guilty people would worry about that. Every time that I have been audited, fucking bring it on. Here we go. You know what I'm saying? You're a citizen? Yes. Well, show it to me. Well, here you go. Here's my license. I got an enhanced license. Here's my passport. I have no problem. Why is that a problem? Unless I'm hiding something, you know what I'm saying? I'll be fighting. But I don't hide anything. I'm always very cooperative with the law. If I find that my rights are being violated, I'm suing the shit out of them. And you've probably seen videos, right, of people that get their rights violated. They don't fight.
Oh, yeah.
They get handcuffed and then they make the money. So, it's one of those things, right? As an American citizen, I believe that we should be law-abiding. We should be cooperating. And if they are doing something to abuse our rights or, whatever, well, that's why we have a court system, and then we can go into it. But he keeps arguing with me that Republicans, he says, Republicans control all three branches of government. And that's not exactly true. I wish it was, because then that means that every Republican will vote on Trump's side. Every judge will say everything that Trump does is correct. But they've been proven over and over that they have been denying things that Trump wants to do. And I'm okay with that. But these guys, it's just this vendetta that they have just because they were told to have. I wish it was more.
Some of the rhinos have their own agenda.
Yeah. Thune, right?
When I was listening to the first guy, I was thinking of a story real quick. Back in the 80s, early 90s, when my dad had his visa and got his resident alien card, he was like, they would be like, pinche gobierno, no voy a votar. I'm not going to go vote. I'm not
yeah.
Gonna vote. But see, the little community was all Mexican.
Yeah.
So they would always say, me vale madre porque they're going to vote for us anyway.
Yeah.
They would vote for undocumented and illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
And if you were a documented immigrant and didn't vote, they'd still use your vote.
Right.
And a lot of people don't know that. And nothing has really changed. It's gotten more sophisticated now. The fraud has gotten more sophisticated now, but it still can be pointed out. It still can be, uncovered. It's just now the lies are more sophisticated now.
Right. And that's something that people don't understand. It's just like, listen, even if there was no fraud, right? Even if it's been done this way for a long time, if we as American citizens, not because of Trump said, because we've been asking for this, if we, the American people, have a doubt about elections, whether they care or don't care, it doesn't matter to me. I want to make sure that people are who they say they are. That's all. This whole going back and forth, Republicans cheating, Democrats cheating, I don't give a shit about that. I guess we need to have voter IDs because A or B, they don't get along. They keep blaming each other, covering and blocking and doing whatever the hell they want. Well, it's me in the middle. I want people to prove they are who they say they are. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing to be Republican. It's nothing to do for Trump. Democrats will have assurance, or at least a little bit more assurance, that there is no fraud on the elections. Because they said Trump cheated as well. So where do we stand? Well, now we got to find common ground, and I like to meet in the middle and say, hey, you know what, Frank? I need you to prove to me that you're an American citizen. Here's the proof that I'm an American citizen. Yep, that makes us brothers. Okay, let's go vote. That's what I want. I don't care about Republican or Democrat.
If I get carded at the bar at 48 years old, I want everybody to get carded at the voter polls, man.
Man, you got that freaking right. I could, bro. I'm 50 years old, bro. I can't believe somebody denied me a what is it, a 20-something ounce beer. I was like, wait a minute. What? You need my license? Son of a bitch. I had to get my license out, bro. It is what it is. Frank, any other comments before you go?
All right, Dennis. Have a good day, man.
Be blessed, man. Thanks for your call, brother. Take it easy.
You got it.
It's crazy, right? That's my people right here. People like Frank. That's my people. I know he's Hispanic, but he's not my people because he's Hispanic. He's my people because he is an American citizen, and I appreciate that. So with that being said, guys, man, how do I make sense for these people that just I'm sorry, guys, no more calls. I apologize. I have to go do something with my wife. With my kids. We have what do you call that? Orientation at school. So I got to go take care of that. Maybe I'll come back on later today. But all I say is this, man. You got to stand up for your country. You got to stand up for your people. Figure out who your people is, okay? Because even though I love all Hispanics, technically they are my people, right? But when it comes here to American rights, my people are those who are legal, those who respect this country. Unless they're my blood, that's my people as well. It can be confusing for some people, but not to me. I love all people, but come on, man. Respect the country that we live in. If you don't love it here, you got to go. It's better for you. Don't torture yourself. If this is the worst country in the world for you, stop torturing yourself. Go somewhere else. Go to the Philippines. I heard it's very beautiful there. I wouldn't mind living in the Philippines. More humbling. Beautiful weather, maybe some hurricanes, some typhoons, etc. But, every country has their own thing. I would probably retire in Honduras, and I would love it as well. Hot, maybe hurricanes, living on the island, etc. There's always good, positive, and negative on everything. And I am glad that we have more people who have family values, more people that respect the law, more people that love this country. I got more patriots on this channel than I do have libtards, illegal immigrants, and hateful people. With that being said, guys, thank you so much for being here with me. God bless you. God bless your family. And God bless the USA. I'll see you on the next one.